By the end of this video, you're going to be an expert at using Logic Pro 11, and you'll be able to navigate the software fluently to create music that sounds radio ready. Here at mastering.com, we've taught over 3,627 self-recording artists about mixing and mastering on a one-to-one basis. And the primary DAW that we use is Logic Pro. So we know this DAW like the back of our hand. In this full 12-hour course, we're going to break things down into 3 sections: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And you're going to learn about recording in Logic Pro, editing, mixing, MIDI, virtual instruments, synthesis, automation, and more. And we're also going to show you how to use the brand new features in Logic Pro 11. Now, before we dive in, we just updated our popular Logic Pro cheat sheet for version 11. And this cheat sheet will break down all the main key commands you need to know if you want to move through the software quickly and efficiently. And then it also breaks down all the core mixing plugins inside Logic Pro and gives you some tips on how to best use them. So if you want to grab the Logic Pro cheat sheet PDF for free, just go to the link in the description below or head to mastering.com/logic to get instant access. All right, pause this video if you want to do that, and then we'll move on. Okay, let's dive right in with the Logic Pro course, and I'm going to hand you off to Chris Georgiou now, otherwise known as Tokota. He's a professional producer from here in the UK and an incredible teacher, so enjoy.
So for this video, let's focus on the most basic of basics. Let's open a project. So we can go to File, New, or New from Template. So for this example, let's click New from Template, and it brings up this window. We can go down to Project Templates, and you can see here we have hip hop, electronic, songwriter, orchestral, multi-track, and music for picture. So each of these is going to open up with preloaded virtual instruments, effects racks, and in some instances, loops, so that you don't have to start from a completely blank project. For this instance, let's click New Project. You can choose between empty project and live loops. Later on, we're going to demonstrate live loops in detail and working with that workflow. So for this instance, let's choose empty project. And now you can see that this window opens up, which allows us to choose MIDI, software instrument or external MIDI, pattern, software instrument or external MIDI, drummer, which is Logic's drum and percussion generator using pre-recorded live loops that you can tweak and shape for your own project, and audio. So if you're recording audio like me speaking into the microphone now, or singing, or guitar or bass. For this instance, we're just going to click software instrument MIDI, where you can see you can choose all of the instruments that you desire. For this instance, we're just going to click empty channel strip, click create, and now we have our blank project, and we can decide what instrument we want, and we will walk through the interface in our next video. So here's the basics of how to open your first Logic Pro project. You can see that there is a ton to cover, and if you're new to Logic Pro, this may seem a little daunting, but don't worry, we've got you. We're going to walk through everything you need to know in terms of navigating the interface, so you can start working with confidence with your projects. So now that we have established how to open your first project and knowing whether to open a new project or a project template, we are going to walk through all of the buttons so you know what each of them mean, so that we can start to demystify this complex software and shed some light on what each of these things do. We're not going to dive in depth on every single part in this section. We're going to start to just give you a broad overview of what all of these buttons do, the thought processes behind why you would want to use them with a couple of examples, and then we will dive into each tool in a lot more detail. So for this demonstration of the interface, I'm going to walk you from left to right, and we're going to go from top to bottom. So first off, let's look at our library. So to open library, you can click that button or you can press Y. And this is where you can browse different instruments. You can play around with the instrument itself and edit it. And when starting off with no instrument, you will have a list of instruments that you can choose from and load up. Next, we have our inspector window. So to open and close that, you can press I. And here we have our region, our track where we can make some adjustments, and we have our channel strip, which we will go through in detail later on as we navigate lower down in the interface. Next, we have our quick help button. So you can click this like so, and it's going to allow you to navigate around the interface and get some more information as to what each thing does. So if you are new to Logic Pro, I recommend leaving this on. And even if you are a little more intermediate, sometimes it's helpful to just get a refresh if you're not 100% sure on what each feature does. And finally, on the left corner, we have the toolbar. And this gives you a ton of extra features when editing and working on a project. So I'm not going to cover all of these buttons in detail now. We will have a separate section where we just talk about this and dive into this in a little more detail. All right, next up we have our smart controls. To open and close that, you can click it or press B. And what this allows you to do is control some parameters around your instrument or around your audio track. So as you can see, we have a drum kit designer kit loaded up. We can mute different elements. We can play around with the level of each thing. We can play around with dampening and tuning. So for each instrument, there will be different controls that you can play around with. Next, we have our mixer. You can click this to open and close it, or you can press X, and this allows you to look at all of your channel strips all together in a nice, neat, orderly fashion. And here we have our editor. To open and close that, we can press E, and in this instance we have a MIDI instrument, so it's opening up the piano roll and it's allowing us to start programming, adding MIDI notes. We can play around with the length of them and the velocity, how loud or soft they are. We'll discuss this a lot more in our MIDI programming section. We have our score editor and we have our smart tempo. Again, this is just a broad overview, so I will discuss all of that in a lot more detail. If we have an audio channel, the editing window looks different here because we're not working with MIDI information. We have no audio recorded, but we do have some additional elements here, some additional tools that will allow us to get a little bit more granular in editing and arranging our audio. All right, so next up we have our stop button and our play button, and both of these can be accessed by pressing the spacebar. So you can see we're playing and then we can stop. We can play, we can stop. And you can see that the button has changed here, and this is just for us to go back to the beginning, and we can just click enter to go back to the beginning of our project. Next we have our record, which we can record by pressing R. So you're hearing a metronome and now I'm speaking, and you're going to get a nice little recording of my voice. And then I'm pressing spacebar to stop the recording. Our free tempo recording. Now this is a little bit more complex. What this allows you to do is to record and let the DAW play around with the tempo. So it will follow your own natural tempo. So if you have a free flowing tempo, or you're playing around with a band, for example, and you aren't necessarily playing to a unified BPM, you're just playing off of feel, what Logic will do is analyze the audio and it will start to create a customized tempo that moves around with your performance. Later on, we will cover that in a little bit more detail and its applications. And next up, we have this little box here that is grayed out, which is capture recording. This is a really, really interesting feature that Logic has, and it can be a lifesaver. So let's say, for instance, I'm going to delete my audio here, that I was playing something on my MIDI keyboard and I really liked what I did and I wanted to bring that MIDI back. So I've not actually recorded anything, but what Logic has done is actually captured the performance. So if I click that button, there you have the little drum rendition that I have done. And now I could play around with that and use it in my project. And finally, in this little section here, we have our cycle. So when I click that, this gold yellow cycle bar is present. And what we can do is play around with the range of this cycle, and we can just loop one section. So this is really helpful if you are just working on one section and say, for instance, you wanted to just focus on 4 bars, loop that round and start making necessary adjustments, or say you're mixing and you just want to focus in on one section and hone into what's happening there. That is where the cycle bar is really useful, as well as when bouncing. So if we have our entire song and we want to bounce that out, say it's to here, this is you telling Logic from where you want to bounce. And if you only wanted to bounce a section and export that, you would just do that. And don't worry, we will discuss bouncing and all of that in detail later on. And the key command for cycle is C, and the key command for capture recording is Shift R. If I wanted to bring that up, I could just press Shift R. And here we have our beautiful drum playing. And now we have our LCD display. So we have our time. So it's moving in real time in seconds. And then we have our real-time bars here as well. We have our sample rate that we are working in. We have vari-speed in the middle. So vari-speed provides a way to speed up or slow down your entire project. It's similar to the original vari-speed feature on tape machines. So the most practical use for this option is checking how a project might sound at a faster or slower tempo, and for practicing or recording a performance at a lower speed. So for instance, if you were doing a pretty fast, intricate guitar solo and you just wanted to slow it down a touch so that you could really dial in those details, you could use vari-speed to bring that down and then bring it back up. With that being said, here is our tempo, our BPM. The standard is 120. That's the default that comes with Logic when you open it. And then we have our time signature, our subdivisions that we're working in, and we can change those. We can also change the time signature, our key, and the number of bars in the entire project. So if I bring this down here, you can see it is shortening and lengthening our entire project. So say we were only working in 36 bars, we can type in 36 or 48. So whatever you need, you can make those adjustments. And here we have our MIDI activity display. So if you play notes, it will tell you what the notes are. If you play chords, it will map out those chords here so you know exactly what you're playing. If you're unsure, you can just look at the MIDI display bar. And here we have our CPU load and our hard disk load. So it's just telling us our performance and how heavy the load is on our project. So here we have our replace button, so you can click that and go over sections that you want to replace. So for instance, if we wanted to replace this drum MIDI, you can see that it has now replaced that MIDI totally. Whereas if I record without the replace button, let's see how this is different. So it's actually added the kick in as opposed to replacing it. So that's useful if you want to actually replace a performance. Next up, we have our auto punch. Now, when you click that, this red region comes up, and this is for you to select where you would like to punch in for a recording. So say for instance, there's a part here where you really want to dial something in, a guitar solo or a vocal performance, and there may be a word or a phrase that you really want to just dial in. Everything else is great and you just want to fix that problem area and hone in on that. What this allows you to do is to play the recording and then record this section with everything else being totally unaffected. So you will only start recording in this section and then the recording will stop there and everything else will be left as is. And to turn that on and off, you can press auto punch and you can see that the button has come back here. Then we have our vary speed button, which we covered earlier on. We can turn that on and off. We have our tuner, which is grayed out because that only works on audio. So if you have a guitar or another instrument that you want to tune, you can use that. We have our solo button to solo individual tracks. We have our count in button, which allows a count of 4 before you start recording. So you can turn that on and off. And then we have our metronome or click so that we can have the BPM playing so that we can keep our performances in a unified time. All right, finally on the top right, we have our list editor. So we can click that or press D to open and close that. We have our notepad to write notes in. You can change the font and you can make it either global on project or on a track by track basis. We have our loop browser, which you can open and close with O. And you have a ton of Apple loops and you can also add your own loops here. And finally, we have our file browser. So we can press F to open and close that. And this allows you to navigate any files that you need to, any projects, any hard drives. Let's say we wanted to look at presets or pull up some samples. You could just go in here and look at whatever you need to look at. And you press F again to open and close that. Okay, so we have covered a lot of ground on the top half. Let's move on to this little half here, this darker gray, thinner bar here. So we have our edit function here, which allows us a ton of options that we can discuss later on. We have our functions button, which allows us to do a wealth of things, especially with audio. We have our view, where we can choose preferences on how we want to view our project. And here we have our live loops grid. So this allows you to record in patterns of MIDI and audio and start creating loops, live loops that you can trigger. And then you can start to arrange these different live loops together, and then you can transfer them over to our arrangement window. So it's a slightly similar layout to Ableton, where we have Ableton's arrange window and performance window. Here we have our main project window that we can show and hide. Next we have automation, which you can open and close by clicking or pressing A. We have our flex, and we have our catch playhead. So this allows you to follow the catch playhead as it's playing through your project. So that's always really useful to have on while you're working through your project or just listening through. Okay, let's move on to our tools. So we have our left click tool and our command tool. So we can click whatever we want from here, and then we can click our secondary tool or command tool, which turns on and off by pressing command. I personally use the marquee tool as my secondary, as it allows me to cut things up and can move things around like so. It's just really easy for my own personal editing workflow. We will discuss all of these tools and what they do later on. Here we have our snap menu, so we can turn that on and off, or we can snap to bar, beat, division, ticks, frames, etc. Here we have our drag menu, so we can overlap, X-fade, shuffle, or no overlap. And then here we have our waveform zoom. So to demonstrate the waveform zoom, let's just do a quick recording. So I'm going to just lay down some audio so that I can show you what waveform zoom does. So here is our waveform here. What waveform zoom allows you to do is zoom in and out of the waveform. So if you want to get really granular, you want to just see what's happening with the waveform, you can do that without affecting the gain or volume. So it's not getting any louder or softer, it's just the visual view so that we can see what's happening there. And finally, we've got our vertical auto zoom, our horizontal auto zoom, and then our vertical and horizontal sliders. So we can get a little bit more granular as to what we're seeing. And finally, let's talk through the left half of the interface. So we have plus, which allows us to create a new track. We have duplicate, so if we want to duplicate different tracks, we can click them and then just press duplicate, or you can also press Command D. Here we have our global tracks button, and this allows us to create arrangement markers or general markers. We can change time signatures throughout the track. We can also change tempo throughout the track. So if we wanted to go to 100 BPM just in this section, we could do that like so. And as we play, you'll hear the metronome change. So this is useful for some more dynamic tempo changes, and it's just allowing you to map that out within Logic. And finally, we have our channel strip and tracks. So each one of these is a track, and when we open the inspector window, we have our channel strip. So we've got a region, which allows us to do a ton of stuff here. We can quantize, we can loop, we can mute, and we can play around with some more parameters here. And then we have our track. And here we have our channel strip. So we've got our channel strip settings. We've got our EQ graphic. We've got our MIDI FX, which we'll talk about later. We've got our instrument drop down. We've got our audio effects where we can add audio plugins to our channel strip. We've got our sends where we can send to buses, which we'll talk about later. Then we've got our output. So this is going to our stereo out. We can also output this to wherever we want and create our own signal flow. Our group where we can group tracks. Our automation reading, so we can play around with that. Our pan pot, so we can pan things left and right in the stereo spectrum. And our fader to bring up the volume of each track and blend each track in to create a mix. And then finally, we just have our mute and solo button. So that is it, friends. This is the interface of Logic Pro. That's everything you need to know to navigate it. So there is a lot to cover here, and we are only scratching the surface of how to navigate Logic Pro. But this is the solid foundation for you to open your door and really understand where everything is and what you need. So if you, for example, need an instrument, you can go to the library, or you can go to your track and select the track that you need. If you need to add audio, just click plus, go to audio, mic or line, create. So the mentality that we really want to drill in here is really understanding all of these fundamental tools. And the more that you understand these tools, the easier it's going to be to create the music that you really want to create, because you know how to navigate everything and you're not allowing any technical hiccups or gaps in your knowledge to slow you down or get in the way of your creative process. And with time and just really getting to know this interface and know this software, you will be working and producing and mixing in no time. So we've touched on this briefly, but I wanted to give you a more detailed outline of how to create tracks. So we have a few options here. We have essentially audio and MIDI tracks. We have the drummer, which is its own beast, and we also have pattern, which will work with MIDI as well. So if we want to create a MIDI track, we can just create, let's pick Alchemy, which is one of Logic's stock synthesizers. Click create, and here we have Alchemy. So we can look at this and we can pick a preset. Let's say we want this bass. Here we have one track, so we have a MIDI track. Let's say that we wanted to add another track and we want some drums. We can click Drum Kit Designer, and here we have our drums. And if we wanted to add audio, we can click Audio. And let's say we wanted to have some vocals, and so on and so forth. So to duplicate another audio track, we could click Command D. To duplicate a MIDI track, we just click on the MIDI track, click Command D. So there is also another option for being able to create MIDI and audio tracks without pressing the plus icon. Option Command A for audio, and Option Command S for instruments. So if you wanted to just very quickly rattle these out, and then let's say we wanted retro synth, we wanted our sampler, and we wanted the EFM1. Here we have all of these tracks, and we can move them around. We can resize them. I'm just pressing Shift and then moving and dragging it up and down to resize. And you can also group these tracks by right clicking, create track stack, or Shift Command D, and you can create a folder stack or a summing stack. This is a summing stack, which allows you to add further processing. So if you wanted to shape the tone of it with EQ or add some other effects, you can do so. You can label it whatever it is, and you can look at these here. Or what you can also do is create a really interesting layered sound. We're playing all of these sounds, and we can layer each of these like so. So we can create our own instrument by just selecting, and then we can actually just record. So we can just record the MIDI there, or we can record this ARP individually. And I'm pressing Q to quantize this, which is just snapping it to the grid. And then I could record something else separately. And here we have the record arm function. So if I wanted to record just this track, I need to arm it and tell Logic that this is the track that I want to record. If I also wanted to record drums with it, as you can see, I'm pressing, and you can hear a kick, and you can hear this other instrument at the same time. So I need to turn that off. And this is really helpful if you wanted to record two instruments at the same time, but always just be sure that the track you want to record has got record armed on there. And the same principles apply to audio. You can resize them. You can create a track stack. Now we can only record a singular take as we are recording in mono, which means there's only one source going into Logic. So we've got our input 1, which is in line with the input of my audio interface. So we can't record two versions of the same thing because we only have one mono signal. You can create a drummer track as well. This looks slightly different. We will cover that in more detail later on. But all you need to really remember is to press the plus button, either click MIDI, audio, pattern, drummer, etc. Choose what you need from the drop down, Command D to duplicate, and Option Command A for audio, Option Command S for MIDI instruments. Alright, so let's walk through some system preferences. So we're going to walk through the settings in Logic Pro and a little bit of an overview of what some of these settings are and some customizations that you can make to work through Logic with its full functionality. So to access our preferences, they're now called settings in the newer version of Logic. So we can go to General, and here we have these different settings that we can scroll through. So I'm going to just walk through each of these. So we've got our project handling here, editing, and you can customize each of these to taste. The fade tool click zones is something that I highly recommend. And what this allows you to do is have click zones appear depending on where you place your mouse on a region of audio. So in the top right corner of the audio, if you hover your mouse above that, when you have fade tool click zones enabled, it allows you to add fade tools as opposed to having to go up here and change the tool and then have to keep switching backwards and forwards. You can also do the same for the marquee tool click zone. I personally prefer to use Command to change that, but you can also experiment with that. You can limit dragging in certain directions. With the piano roll editor, you can use double click to change the different outcome. You can just have a look through these. I'm not going to cover absolutely everything here in detail, as some of it is just fine as it is in the default setting. So let's move on to audio. So here we have what is probably going to be the most important section that you will be revisiting throughout your process of using Logic. So here we have core audio, and we want to have that enabled. And we want to be able to select our audio interface if we have one. If you don't, you will just want to use the default system settings. So Mac Mini speakers for our output, and then our system setting for our input. In this instance, I'm running through my Universal Audio Apollo Twin, and I want to make sure that my input and my output are the same. So the audio coming in through this microphone going into my Apollo Twin is going into the input device in Logic, and then if I have headphones or monitors, I want to be able to hear the output of what's happening in Logic through my audio interface as well. So here we have our buffer size, which we can choose from 1024 to 32 allowing us to process at a faster speed but capturing less detail, and then the higher up we go, the more detail we capture. However, we start to produce latency and it can overload our CPU. I generally work in 256 to 512 as my interface can handle that, and it is low latency by default. In Logic Pro, the I/O buffer size refers to the amount of data that can be processed at once when recording or playing back audio. So imagine you're pouring water from a large bucket into a smaller one. If the smaller bucket can only hold a little water at a time, you'll need to pour more frequently to transfer all the water. Similarly, if the I/O buffer size is small, Logic Pro processes audio in smaller chunks more frequently. On the other hand, if the smaller bucket can hold a lot of water at once, you won't need to pour as often to transfer all the water. Likewise, if the I/O buffer size is large, Logic Pro processes audio in bigger chunks less frequently. So adjusting the I/O buffer size can affect how smoothly your audio is processed. A smaller buffer size can reduce latency, the delay between playing or recording and hearing the audio, but it might require more processing power from your computer. A larger buffer size can reduce strain on your computer, but it may increase latency. So it's up to you to decide where you want to place your I/O buffer size depending on the demands of your own software. We have our recording delay, so we can delay our recording if we so wish. Processing threads, which I just leave on default. Our buffer range, which I have at medium. Our summing, which I have at high precision 64-bit. Rewire behavior off. And that is it for the devices in the audio section. Then we have general. You want to have your display audio engine overload message on. Sample accurate automation to volume pan sends plugin parameters. And you can copy this if you so wish. Then we have our sampler, which I leave as default. Editing left as default. I/O assignments left as default. All of these are at default. And here, when it comes to rendering our MP3s, we can choose how high fidelity we want those to be. So you can have it at 320 kilobytes per second, and that will be the highest bit rate for your MP3 being bounced. The standard is between 160 and 320. So you can choose how high you want the bit rate to be when you're bouncing to an MP3. Now let's move on to recording. So here we have audio recording. You can choose a wave, CAF or AIFF. AIFF and wave are pretty much the same, and AIFF is essentially Apple's native encoding of what is known as a wave. It also allows you to retain some metadata. So if you're working a lot in sync and in that kind of world of placements, bouncing things down to AIFF allows you to have more metadata encoded into the audio file itself. Bit depth, we're going to want to work at 24-bit. And for bit depth, here is a short overview of what bit depth means. Bit depth in Logic Pro refers to the number of bits used to represent each sample of audio. It determines the dynamic range and precision of the recorded audio. Imagine you're painting with different colors. The more colors you have, the more detailed and nuanced your painting can be. Similarly, in audio recording, bit depth is like the number of colors available to represent the sound. In simple terms, let's say you're recording with 16-bit depth. It's like having 16 different colors to paint with. This might still create a nice picture, but it won't capture as much detail as if you had, say, 24-bit depth, which would be like having 24 different colors to work with. So with higher bit depth in Logic Pro, you capture more subtle variations in volume and detail in the audio recording. This results in clearer, more accurate sound reproduction. However, higher bit depth does come with a cost as it requires more storage space. So the choice is yours. If you have that storage space available, you can record at a higher bit depth. If you don't, I recommend staying at 24-bit depth when you are recording. So the choice is yours. You can work between 24-bit or 32-bit float. It's totally up to you. I generally work at 24-bit and some instances 32-bit, but I'm quite happy with 24-bit personally, but the choice is totally yours. There's no right or wrong here. And here we can have some overlapping track recordings. So if we want to create take folders or create new track or create alternative tracks, as we demonstrated earlier on, when you record over an audio track and it creates a comp folder, a take folder, here is where you can customize that. You can also customize MIDI as well, with overlapping, creating tracks, creating track alternatives, overlapping or merging selecting regions, or you can also create a take folder similarly to this take. So you can essentially comp MIDI as well. Here we have our MIDI region here. We can customize All of this is at the default. Score is also at default. Movie is at default. Automation, move track automation with regions. So I have got it on always, so that if you are adding a lot of automation and you want to move tracks around, you don't have to go back and copy all of the automation. It just drags it with it. It allows me to work faster. And here we have all of this. You can copy that if you wish. This is also on default on control surfaces. View, you can customize your view. So you can do dark mode or light mode. I personally prefer dark. Some parameters here in your window if you want a wider playhead, larger inspectors, like so. Default values, you can see that that's just changing our displays here. We can customize our click format, displaying tempo. We can also customize our track color. So you can auto assign 24 or 96 colors, region color individual as track color, marker color, you can also assign different colors to that. Our background we can make dark, bright or custom. So if we want a bright background, we can do that. We can also customize it like so. So if we want it to feel a little brighter, and you can show the plus button next to the drummer regions or not, and we will show that example when we work with drummer. Just brighten this up a little bit, or we can go back to dark. Then we have our mixer preferences or our editor preferences. So with our piano roll, we can have a bright background or a dark background. So it's totally up to you what you prefer. You can edit that. You can add info, metadata, and advanced. So I highly recommend you click enable complete features here. It allows you to really take advantage of advanced editing tools and mixing tools and customization. So just make sure that's ticked and you are good to go. Alright, so let's talk through signal flow in Logic. So we already know that we have our different tracks that we can create, but we really want to simplify how we view these tracks. So we have MIDI, pattern, and drummer, and all of these are essentially just software instruments. So we're using MIDI data to tell the selected instrument to play certain patterns. So we have MIDI and we have audio, and mic or line and guitar or bass are both just audio tracks. Guitar or bass allows you to open an audio track that has some presets on there, some amp simulations and that kind of thing. So let's create an audio track. Let me just record a little bit of me talking just for the sake of demonstrating audio. And let's also open a software instrument. So the main differences here between audio and MIDI is that this audio track here, this is the audio signal, whereas this doesn't create any audio. So we just have a pattern here and we have no sound playing, because what this is doing is it's creating the data, the MIDI data, that is telling the instrument that you select to play different notes. So when I turn on the drum kit, the software instrument, now we'll hear sound. So the main differences here in viewing the differences between MIDI and audio is that audio is the source right from the start, whereas MIDI is in and of itself not the audio. It is the data that you are sending to the selected instrument. So those are the two main differences between the kind of high level overview of the differences between audio and MIDI. So let's walk through the signal flow. So we want to view it as our audio coming in. So once we've recorded it, here is the audio signal. Then it is flowing through our channel strip. So we have our input, and then we have our processing. So let's say we wanted to add an EQ, we wanted to add a compressor. The audio will now be running through these subsequent steps. So it will run through EQ, compression, and any other audio processing. Then it will go down to the fader, which will affect the level. Then the panning, which will move it left and right in the stereo field. And then our stereo out. So everything by default will be routed to our stereo out or master bus. So you can see not only is of me talking just for the sake of the audio flowing through here, but it's also flowing through our stereo out when we click the spacebar and play the project. And the same routing or signal flow applies to our MIDI instruments. So it's all the same stuff. We just have our processing. Say we wanted to put distortion on there. We go down. We have our sends, which we'll talk about later, which is essentially just sending a copy of this signal to a separate channel. And then what we can do is blend in that copy with different processing. So let's say, for example, we wanted to put a reverb on there. We could send how much of this signal we want to go to this reverb and then blend that into taste. We'll discuss that later on in more detail. And then we flow down to our fader, our pan pot, and our stereo out. So the principles are the same in terms of signal flow. It is mainly just understanding the difference between MIDI and audio. Once you understand that, it's very simple to get your head around. With some practice and working on projects, you'll really have a firm understanding of how the audio data flows through the channel strip and the order in which you're processing to get the best possible results for each channel. So let's talk about importing audio files. So we have our Logic project that we've been using so far in our previous demonstration. So there are a few ways to bring in audio files. The most simple and straightforward is to simply find the audio file that you want to bring into your project and just drag and drop it. Now you can see that the audio that I am dragging in was in a different sample rate. So I can choose to either change the project or convert the file. I'm just going to change the project, go from 44.1 to 48, and you can see that's changed. This audio, which is from another Logic project, has markers in it. So you can choose to import or not import. I'm going to import those markers in. So you can see that we have now got these markers that are from another previous Logic project. So the audio file has that data encoded in it, and you can choose to bring that in or not. That's the most simple way. Let's talk about a few other ways. So we can go to our browser window and we can look for any files that we want. So if I want to go to a hard drive, for example, an external hard drive, and bring in audio from a certain project, audio files, I can just drag that in like so. So these are a few ways to import audio into your DAW, into Logic Pro. You can also import audio from your loop menu like so, and then you can start arranging. But let's say, for instance, we wanted to import some vocals that we recorded. You could either drag and drop that from an external hard drive, like the first method, or you could find it like so by going to wherever it's saved and then finding the project. And you can see this is how I organize my hard drive. I've got my artist clients, content, images, etc. So I have everything neatly packaged by genre and artists and the projects I'm working with. Just makes it a little bit easier to navigate everything especially when I need to find files pretty quickly. Having our marquee tool as our command tool allows us to start chopping and reorganizing. So all I'm doing is pressing command and double clicking, and it allows me to cut these up. I can also select these regions and I can start to move things around. So I could move things around like that, or I could press option and I can copy these over. So I could copy the same part over and over. Let's say that this was a chorus and we just wanted to copy the lead vocal into the second chorus, into the third chorus. That's how we could do that. And just hold option and drag things around, and you can see that green plus button that allows us to do that. We can also just do command C, command V, command C, command V, and you can see that that's been copied over. We can lengthen and shorten regions. Let's just put this on a separate track just to demonstrate. We can lengthen regions out. We can shorten them just by pulling out from the bottom right and left corner. And here is where we have our fade tool click zones that I told you to enable earlier on. So this allows you to fade in and out. It can also allow you to crossfade. So by just hovering above the right corner, you can fade in, and then this slightly different tool allows you to adjust the curve of the fade as well. So that is the most efficient and quickest way of adding fades. The reason we add fades in, out, and crossfades is when we're editing audio, we want to mitigate any clicks and pops that can happen from the cut in audio. And by doing that, we have a much smoother, cleaner edit, and we don't create any unnecessary artifacts by just having these cuts in the audio waveform that then can create digital clicks and pops. So let's talk about another way that we can create crossfades. So let's get rid of these crossfades. Remove all fades. And we have a key command, Control Option X. So if I highlight that, you can see that we've created this crossfade here. So let's remove that again. Command Z, Control Option X, and we've got those crossfades in. We don't have a fade here or here. That is just to create crossfades between regions. So you can see there's lots of edits here. Let's do the same here. Control Option X. And now we have our crossfaded audio. So that's a really quick way to allow you to do that. Of course, you can just go to the fade tool and start fading things manually like that. But you will find, especially when you're editing a lot and you're working with audio, having to do this and change can be quite time consuming and tedious. So allowing the crossfade click zones is really helpful, and also getting to know the key commands for that is also great. So for these crossfades with audio editing, with chopping things up and crossfading them, typically you want to be anywhere between 6 to 10 milliseconds, so that they're very, very small crossfades. So to enable you to actually have that inbuilt in Logic, you can go to your preferences, and then you can go to your crossfade time, and you can see that the default is 20 milliseconds. So we can bring that down to 6 to 10 milliseconds. And now when we remove our crossfades, just zoom in a little bit more, and then we put in our key command, these are 6 millisecond crossfades. So they're a lot smaller. Let's look at what we had before. See, that was a lot larger. You can also adjust crossfades like so, And you can also scroll through where you want the crossfade to be. Say there's a pop or it sounds a little artificial, you can hear that edit. You can just scroll through and see what the best editing point is. We can make it smaller, and we have a nice tight crossfades. So another way to create crossfades globally is to select the entire audio track, go to our region, and you can see that we have some options here. So we can create our fade out, and this is in milliseconds. And we can choose our type. So X crossfade or equal power crossfade. I will go for the equal power crossfade. We can get a 6 millisecond fade out, leave the fade into 0, and then we can adjust the curve as well of our crossfade. So let's have a look at what's happening here. So we can adjust the milliseconds for the crossfade and the curve. So let's change this to an X crossfade. And we can see that there's a slightly different curve to it. And then we can just adjust that manually as well. So crossfades are going to be something that you are going to be working with a lot, especially when you're cutting and editing audio, when you're doing vocal editing. We discuss vocal editing in a ton of detail in our vocal production and mixing course. So if you want to learn how to get really professional vocal edits and the process of comping and editing, time aligning, tuning, all of that stuff, you can check that out after you have gone through this video. So that is essentially it for crossfades. You have a few different ways to do it. You have the crossfade tool, you have the crossfade click zone, like so, where we can do a fade in and out, or a crossfade by just brushing through it. And you also have the fade key command, Control Option X. So it's totally up to you what your workflow needs. Just getting to grips with what is going to be the most efficient for you and the most time efficient is going to be the best thing, especially when you're working with audio a lot and working with audio edits. So now you know how to import audio, you know how to arrange and chop it up, copy it over, and how to create fades and crossfades. So now let's discuss using MIDI, and we can talk a little more in depth on the process of programming MIDI and some of the tools and techniques that you can take away when using MIDI in Logic Pro. So let's create a software instrument. I'm going to use Drum Kit Designer, and let's create a MIDI region. To do that, we can right click and create MIDI region. Now we have this green box. If we double click this green box, this opens up our piano roll with our editor button, and we can now see all of the keys that are mapped to the sounds associated with our virtual instrument. So if I play my keyboard, you can see that the associated notes as I'm hitting them are being highlighted on the keyboard. I can also hit these with my mouse, and I can also use musical typing. So if I click Command K, this keyboard comes up, and you can hit the associated keys to also trigger those notes. And if you need to go lower down the keyboard, you can click that. So you're not tied up to needing a MIDI controller or MIDI keyboard to do this. You can do this just on your laptop or on your Mac Mini or whatever the hardware is that you're using. You can just use your keyboard and use musical typing. You can change the view of this too. to this keyboard. But if you are just using your typing keyboard, it's easier to use this because you can see the mapped out keys. So let's program some drums. So first of all, you can play these in by clicking record and using your MIDI keyboard. So we can see that these are different colors. We can also see that the timing is not 100% on the grid. So first of all, we can quantize this performance. So quantization allows you to snap to the nearest subdivision or grid. So for example, if we highlight everything, we go to quantizing, we can choose the subdivision and the feel that we want. So we could have this swung, or we could just have it to the nearest 16th or 8th note. Let's click 8th note, and you can see everything has snapped in. So you can quantize by doing that, and it will snap it. You can also click the Q button, which will quantize it to the nearest division that you have chosen. Or you can just press Q. By highlighting all of these and pressing Q, you see everything snaps in. And then you have your strength. So you can be 100% quantized to the grid, or 43%, or 20%. This is really helpful if you still want to maintain the human natural imperfection, especially if you have played this in. I typically go between 75 to 85 depending on the source material and the genre. You can even choose to go further back depending on what you're working on and your personal taste. And now we also have swing. So you can see as I am moving this around, it is affecting some of these notes, and this is creating swing. So let's have a listen to how this sounds at 100% swung. And let's listen to that in the context with the metronome. So some of these notes are coming further off of the grid. They're coming later, which creates what is known as a swung feel. And then if you dial that all the way back, this creates something completely different. So typically the default is at 50, where we have programmed everything and quantized, and you can play around with how swung you want each performance to be. And you can also, of course, manually go in here and drag things slightly forward or backwards depending on the feel that you want to create. And here we also have scale quantize. So if you're working with something melodic, you can click the key. Let's say we were working in major pentatonic, C major pentatonic. You could click Q. And of course, we don't have melodic information here, so we're not able to do that. And finally, here we have velocity. So these different colors represent the velocity of each hit. So when you want something to be softer, that's going to have a lower velocity. When you want something to be harder, it's going to have a higher velocity. So if we look at this kick, we can see we have 113 on the velocity. If we put that down to 10, it's barely audible. If we put it to 54, we can hear that, but it's a softer hit. If we put it to 127, it's the loudest that can be. So we can adjust velocity to taste to make things sound as we intend, and also to mimic the more human nature of how we play. Not everything is 100% the same velocity. So if we put everything to the same velocity, and listen to that. And go back to where we were at before. There's a slightly different tone to some of the hits, and the volume of each hit is different, and it sounds different, and it sounds more human, more imperfect, but it is totally up to you to make the decision to what it is that you need in terms of the velocity. So let's talk through adding some hi-hats and the subdivisions here. So you can go to the brush tool here, and if you click Command, you can just brush everything in. I just want my hi-hat for now. So we've got an 8th note hi-hat here. We can also make this a 16th note hi-hat by copying that over. And we can play with the velocity. And we can also play with the velocity of certain notes. So as a drummer, I know that generally the downbeat is going to have a little bit more power. So I can make these hits accented. I could also accent other hits within the subdivision. I can also change the subdivision up here to 32nd notes, and you can see that this has changed the grid. We now have more little squares that we can edit with. So let's say we wanted a little 32nd note to come in. I'm slightly changing the pattern here. And the velocity is really the thing that is going to bring this to life. Of course, I've shown an example of actually playing this with the MIDI keyboard for the kick and snare, and an example of programming with you just drawing in the MIDI. So what's really important here when you're programming is to remember and recreate the humanness of the performance by playing around with the velocity, with the quantization strength, and with swing. So let's play around with making this a little more imperfect. Let's add a little bit of manual swing here. Let's change our command key to our pencil tool. Zoom in here. And let's add some ghost notes just to demonstrate lower velocity as well. Let's create a little more variation here. And we can add a crash. So there you have it. That is a little bit on quantization, on swing, on velocity, and a little cheeky example of how to program drums using all of these principles. Of course, we can go in a lot more detail, and we will, on programming, but this is just the basics of getting you started, and this will take you a really long way. There are some other functions that we can play around with here with MIDI transform that we'll talk about later. So while we're on the topic of quantizing and MIDI programming, I wanted to show you another tip for being able to record on your MIDI keyboard or your MIDI device, your MIDI controller, and be able to get it quantized in real time while you are recording. So we just need to go to our MIDI track, go to region, and then we can actually quantize it. So let's say we want it to be a 16th note quantize. Let's just play something in. So you could hear the terrible performance that I did in terms of the timing, and this has quantized the drums to 16th note. If I put 8th note or quarter note, you can see that that quantizes it. So this is a quick and dirty way to have some of your MIDI performances be quantized, and you can get a little bit more funky with it. You can add swing, you can edit this later on after the fact, and there are also some really cool other parameters that we can play around with that we will talk about later. Alright, so we touched on audio and audio recording briefly earlier on, but we want to really just cover this in a little bit more detail. So let's open our project, click audio, mic or line, and here we have the option of input. So depending on how many inputs your audio interface has, mine has 2 inputs and we've got input 1 and 2. I have my microphone that I'm speaking through plugged into input 1 with my XLR cable. So I'm going to click input 1. My output is the default 1 and 2 are stereo out. We click create. And already you can see we have some signal. We can see that green bar that is moving as I'm speaking. So it means that Logic is picking up our audio. So if we do have any issues, oftentimes we just need to go to our settings and make sure that our input and output device correspond to our audio interface that we are recording into. So let's just start recording. We're going to click R to record. We've got our count in, and then we're going to just start recording, and I'll speak for demonstration purposes up until the end of bar 5. So we've got some audio recorded now. Let's see how much gain is coming in, and then we're going to just start recording, and I'll speak for demonstration purposes. So we have got about 11.8 minus 11.8 dB. And we're right in the sweet spot of between minus 10 and minus 20 dB. We can afford to go a little higher if we want to. And if you wanted to do that on your audio interface, you're just going to turn the gain signal going into your interface, which will look slightly different depending on your interface. I've got my Apollo Twin, so I'm just turning the dial that makes more signal go into the interface from my microphone and into the DAW. And let's re-record now. So I'm just going to record over this, and for the sake of it being consistent, I'll stop at the end of bar 5. So we've got a little bit more gain coming in. Let me just turn this down a touch. So I'm just going to record over this, and for the sake of it being consistent, I'll stop at the end of bar 5. So we're peaking at minus 9. For the sake of it being consistent, I'll stop at the end of bar 5. So there we have our comp folder that we have discussed earlier on. So let's record another take and I will demonstrate comping. So let's say that I just wanted to record another section of this phrase and just get everything as tight as possible. Let's say maybe I made a mistake here and I wanted to just rectify that. What I would do is pull up my folder and you can see this icon that comes up, which allows us to drag. So we can essentially create the best takes and make them compiled into this master take. So of course this is going to be absolutely random, but so let's say that I over this and for demonstration purpose phrase at the end of bar 5. So of course we would be recording the same thing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, however many times you want to record, and you can swipe through, you can color code. So if you click Option C, you can start to color code each take. Let's say that we didn't like this take, we could color that red. Let's say this was an okay take, we'll color that orange, and then you can start to go through each section, swipe through, and then once you have done that, you can either flatten it and then you just have the edited audio region. You can export the active comp to a new track and then you could mute that or delete it, and then you could make any final edits or tweaks and then click Command J to join everything together, and then you have a nice clean audio file. So that is how I would go about comping. This is the process of recording. Let's talk a little bit about punching in, which we covered in our interface section. So let's say that we just wanted to record this section here. We made a couple of mistakes. I just need to put the punch in region here. And you're going to hear that this is left the same, that I just wanted to record another set for the sake of it being. And now I want to just record over this part, which I messed up. So now we have everything else retained, and then we're creating a comp folder just over this section. And then we could comp in those parts that we want to tighten up. So that is really it. That's the essentials of recording. You have some options when recording to have low latency monitoring mode. So this combats latency with the Apollo Twin interface. Low latency is built into the software itself, so I don't need to click that. If you wanted to monitor yourself as you're recording, you can click this input monitoring button, which allows you to hear yourself, and this is going to sound very strange potentially to you while you're listening to this screen recording, but what that allows you to do is be able to hear yourself with the effects or with the microphone input coming in. So let's say for instance we wanted to put some echo on there, we could then hear ourselves with echo, and you could dial that into taste, or you could put reverb on there, and you could start to create a mix for you, a headphone mix for you to record into. So that is pretty much the basics of recording audio. The main thing you just want to focus on is making sure that your input is aligned, and you can see that here as well in our channel strip. We've got input 1. So if you made a mistake, you can always go here and just change it. And we just want to double check if we have any issues that our input and output device are routed to the correct place. So let's briefly discuss the mixer and some applications when creating a track. So we have this little demo here that I have used Apple Loops to create. So let's have a listen to what we have. So it sounds pretty good right off the bat. These loops pair really well with each other. They have been created together to create these kind of little demos. So we have some drums, bass, rhythm guitar, lead guitar, and a pad. So what we can do is we can open up our mixer, pressing X, and we can start to process and balance these. So you can see I've already done a little bit of balancing. I've brought down our pad -4 dB. So we can really just start to balance things together. So to get a rough kind of balance, the easiest way is to just bring everything down and then just bring things up. So we've got our rough balance here. Now what we can do is actually start processing things. So let's say, for instance, we wanted to add a delay, a stereo delay on this lead guitar. And maybe shape the tone a little bit with EQ. Let's say we wanted to add a little bit of distortion to the bass. And maybe we'll want to add some modulation to the rhythm guitar. And we might want to add some stereo processing to the pad. So let's add a tremolo, and we can gently have it panning from left to right. And we can also play around with panning. Let's say, for instance, we wanted our bass to be panned to the right. And maybe we wanted our rhythm guitar panned to the left. Or maybe we want our drums panned to the left and our bass to the right. Generally, we will have our drums, bass, and any other focal point of the project and production to be up front and center, and then everything else panned around it or spread in terms of the stereo field. But this is just a general guideline. This is also just to give you a sense for what you can do. You can pan things hard left and right, a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, etc. You can do that to taste and based on your reference tracks. This is beyond the scope of what we're covering in this course. We have an in-depth mixing course which covers all of this in a lot more detail, which Dane has done, and you can check that out if you want to dive more into mixing and you feel like you are at a level where you're ready to do that. So the main things that I really want you to take away from this section is the fader and being able to balance things against each other, bringing everything down, gently bringing it all up, and bringing a balance that feels good to you. Panning in terms of what you feel suits the style of the track and your taste. And then being able to add effects. So if we want reverb, or we want modulation, or compression, delay, distortion, amp pedals. If you're working with guitars, you can ignore all of these. These are external plugins. You have all of these at your disposal to create the sound that you want. So let's have a quick A/B of what we've done so far and see how it changes the sound of the overall mix. And after. And just for fun, I want to add a octave to this guitar. Trying to find our pitch shifter within here. I know there is one. I can't find it right this second, so let's use the fuzz and then so here is a little example of how you can really start to shape the sounds of things and make them your own. So before we had this. And with that processing, so you can really make these loops your own and transform them, as well as pitching them up and down, making them fit in different keys. You can also do a ton of really interesting things. You can reverse, you can chop things up, and we will show you all of that later on. So for this example, I'm just going to stick with Retro Synth, which is a stock synth that comes with Logic. Everything that I demonstrate will be stock based until we get further and further down the line into more advanced concepts. Here we have an example of a virtual instrument. We've already had an example of that with our drum designer and with programming those drums and showing you the basics of programming MIDI. So our virtual instrument is essentially an instrument within Logic that is controlled via MIDI data. So in and of itself, you can make all the tweaks that you want on the interface of this synth, but no sound is going to come out of it until we control it with MIDI data, whether we're playing that on a keyboard or we're using our musical typing. So for the beginner, what I encourage you to do is to flip through presets. Until you find some things that resonate with you in the kind of style that you are going for, that spark some creativity. We will talk a little bit more about all of these parameters later on and discuss each of these virtual instruments in detail. But what I really want to encourage you to do at this point is to just play around with each of these virtual instruments, to play around with programming, adding chords, adding bass lines, using what we have discussed so far, velocity, quantization, and the other various MIDI programming techniques. So with a combination of the MIDI programming, playing around with each of these parameters, you will start to create a certain sound. You can add effects to this using the mixing principles that we discussed earlier on, and you can start to shape your own sound. So to access different virtual instruments, we can go to our library and we can flip through presets like so using this instrument. We can also browse like so we can choose another synth and use Alchemy, which has a ton of different presets. Let's have a listen to a couple of them. And you can control the tone and style and shape the sound like so. You can also automate this, which we'll talk about later, where we can actually make this move around throughout the duration of the project and create this movement. Let's have a listen to a couple more. So within each one of these presets, there is endless opportunity. There's almost 8 presets within one, with the ability to play around with this. So that is the easiest way to access your virtual instruments. You can also access them here and then choose the instrument that you want to work with. And then within some of these instruments, we have different instruments within them. So there you have it. That is how to navigate your virtual instruments, a little bit more of an understanding on what virtual instruments are and how they work, and a guideline for really just getting familiar with them. So for this demonstration, I want to walk you through some of the software instruments and just give you a demo of the basics of working through them, picking presets, programming some stuff. I'm going to show a combination of working with a MIDI controller and also just programming with the mouse and the keyboard. So first off, let's just pick up Alchemy. This is a really versatile synth that we've showcased a little so far. So let's just scroll through some of the presets and see what we can find. Now we want to quantize this. 8th note. There are a few parameters here, the delay. So there's no delay here. If we put it to 100%, we can hear that delay ping-ponging. Let's add another software instrument. Let's try the ES2 synthesizer. Okay, so we've got a little implied chord progression here. So let's keep this ARP going. Don't worry too much about all of the details here. I just want to show you how quickly and easily you can start making something just by using the software instruments that are available in Logic. Let's add some chords now. Let's find retro synth. Quantize. tidy up this performance a little bit. So we've got our chords, we've got our little arp, we've got our bass. Let's bring up UltraBeats drum machine. Let's create a MIDI region. Now bear with me here. Now not everything is going to be explained right away in this demonstration. I'm kind of getting in flow here. So we're just playing around with these different virtual instruments. We're creating something, we're experimenting. We're just trying to figure some things out and create something that feels good subjectively, while also allowing us to experience what each of these virtual instruments has to offer right out of the box, straight off the bat. So this is really the point of this demonstration. Is at this point in the process, you don't necessarily need to know the ins and outs of every single parameter to get started. Now, of course, the decisions that I'm making are based on a lot of experience. Some of these sounds I would make different decisions. For example, with the drums, I would probably look for some Apple loops and chop those up. But for the sake of just demonstrating the process of using MIDI to trigger these virtual instruments and using that MIDI data to create different sounds, different patterns, demonstrating a combination of both playing in and recording MIDI manually and also programming it with the piano roll, gives you a sense for all of the possibilities that we have. And what I'm just trying to drum in at this point in the process is to really just lean heavily on the sounds right off the bat and the techniques you've learnt so far of using velocity, quantization, and a combination of playing in and experimenting with different sounds. So don't worry, we are going to cover all of these instruments and all of their parameters, as well as all of the tools that are on offer in terms of compression, reverb, delay, modulation, and some sound design tools as well that will allow you to make all of these creative and technical decisions. But at this point, I just want to demonstrate how easy it is to get something created in a short period of time, just using what's on offer. So at this point, you've gotten a taste for some of the virtual instruments that Logic has to offer. It's important to know that there are different types of virtual instruments. So what you've seen so far is some of the synthesizers, some of the software synthesizers, and some of the drum virtual instruments. There are also samplers. And what a sampler is it essentially takes a sound and it samples it and creates playable instruments from that one sample. So to better explain this, let me demonstrate this. So let's say, for instance, that we like this drum loop, but we don't want to play this specific groove. We just want these sounds. Maybe we want the kick, maybe we want the snare, maybe we want a combination of these sounds. Let me show you a couple of different applications of how you can sample this audio. So we can just drag this to this area here, and you see that this drop-down menu comes up. Quick sampler optimized, drum machine designer, sample alchemy, and sampler zone per note. So I'm going to click on quick sampler optimized. So now you can see that this new instrument has opened up and we have these different slices. And if I play some of these, you can see that we have a kick, snare, we've got a few little regions that are in between, but we've got our hi-hat as well. So we can now play this instrument as a new instrument. So we've got these drums that we can program as MIDI and create our own pattern. So that is an example of sampling. You can also sample this as a one shot. So let's say, for instance, we just want the kick. We can drag the section that we want sampled. And this can be played all the way up and down the MIDI keyboard or your piano roll. So this is slightly different. We have a lot more control over that one sample that we want to manipulate. We could also do the same with the snare. And the hats. So if we wanted to, for example, have each instrument have its own track and program each separately and then add effects to each track, we could do that by selecting the corresponding sample that we want to have control over. So that's an example of us creating our own groove. We could add the snare, we could start processing things separately. We can bring the volume of each down here in the instrument itself or with the fader and start to blend everything in together. So that is one example of us actually sampling our own samples. There are also virtual instruments that are sample-based instruments. So let's show an example of virtual instruments inbuilt in Logic that aren't based on us creating our own sampled instruments, but they're native to Logic and built in here. So we have our sampler here, and if we go down to this drop-down, look, we have acoustic pianos, basses, drums and percussion, keyboards, guitars, etc., etc. So let's just listen to our grand piano. So we have our grand piano, which sounds like a real piano. Let's have a listen to our Steinway. This sounds slightly different tonally, as we've got this sampled instrument which is sampled from a Steinway grand. And we've got another Steinway, a Yamaha grand, so we have all of these inbuilt sampled instruments. We've got our electric bass fingerstyle. So we have all of these instruments that we can play around with. We also have orchestral instruments. We've got basses, we've got cellos. So we have all of these inbuilt instruments to help us mimic and recreate some acoustic instruments that have been sampled. We also have textures, ambient environments, applause and laughter. That reminds me of the end of a Billie Eilish song that Phineas has obviously used this. We've got comedy noises. We've got nature sounds. So we're not only limited to instruments like pianos and basses and cellos and guitars, we also have these nature sounds. We have ambient environments that are all inbuilt into Logic's sampler. So we can choose from each of these inbuilt presets. We have effects as well, trailer effects. which is really great for cinematic stuff. And we can just scroll through all of these presets and find some of these sampled instruments that are suitable for what project we're working in, depending on the genre and the style and the emotional intent that we have going into the project. So this is a brief overview of sampled instruments. We covered virtual synthesizers earlier on very briefly. Like I said, we are going to cover each of these and all of their parameters later on as we move into the more intermediate and advanced section of this course. But just to give you a basic overview of what these are, how to use them, and actually be able to create music and take advantage of what's inbuilt here without having to go under the hood and make some more advanced tweaks. Alright, so now that we have a firmer understanding of virtual instruments and samplers, let's talk a little bit more about MIDI. So we've touched on this a little bit when we showed a little bit of the piano roll and we programmed a simple drum beat using MIDI, but let's just dive in a touch deeper. So what is MIDI? MIDI stands for Musical Instrument Digital Interface. It all sounds very complex, and in essence what it is just a digital system for sending and receiving musical messages from a controller to some form of software. So we only really need to focus on two main concepts here, which is note on and off and velocity. Note on off refers to the playing of a note. So note on, note off. And we have the numbers 0 to 127. And this is the range that MIDI works from. So the numbers of 0 to 127 on note on off pertains to the pitch. So we've got 0, which isn't playable on this particular sampled instrument, to 127. Which is anywhere on that range between 0 to 127, depending on the instrument. But in theory, we have that range of pitch, which pertains to the notes and the pitch that you're hitting while you're pressing or letting go of that MIDI controller or your keyboard. So velocity is talking about how soft or loud the sound is perceived. So if I press this very slowly and gently, if we draw your attention here to the LCD display, you can see that there's a number there that was 1 and then 0. Now let me press this harder. We have 86, 1, 84, 127. So we're talking about how hard and soft the sound is perceived. However, when it comes to using a MIDI controller and manually playing this in, we're thinking about soft and gentle as opposed to how hard we're actually hitting it. So if you want it to be softer, you want to slowly press the key. If you want it to be harder, you need to do it faster. If you want it to be harder, you need to press the key faster. So actually just hitting it harder or softer doesn't make a difference. It's more about the speed in which you are hitting those notes. So that is really all you need to know in terms of the broader concept of MIDI and what to think about. Let's now make a very basic arrangement using a few virtual instruments, and we can now dive into some more advanced concepts like velocity, quantization, and all of that good stuff. So let's pull up a synth, some drums, an electric piano, and a bass. So let's just program a drum beat. And to do this, I'm going to create a MIDI region, and I'm just going to click in what I want to trigger with MIDI. So let's find a kick. Let's make that note longer, and I want the velocity to be at 127 here. Let's turn our click on. I want this to be a little softer. Let's add some percussion. Let's make this a little softer. Let's add a shaker. I want to accent that a bit more. Let's bring that up. Just copy this over. Let's maybe add a crash. Now let's move on to our bass. Now I'm going to go to low latency monitoring mode. And let's just play this in with my MIDI keyboard. Let's press Q to quantize it. Just want to edit this. Shorten that a touch. Now let's add some kind of drone. Let's find some pads. And I want to change root note here. Let's have a listen to how this sounds. I'm just pressing Command J to join these regions together. I actually think, in terms of the arrangement, I'd like things to change like so. Okay, so let's move that over. Have a really simple tom fill here. Have it gently crescendo up. Let's listen to what we have. Just make that really soft. Kind of create these little ghost notes. So we're just using velocity here and note length and the pitch to create a implied chord progression and to create this groove that we have so far. So finally, let's add some chords. So I'm going to draw these in as opposed to playing them to demonstrate this. So I want to bring the middle note of this triad up an octave and create a different voice leading. And to do that, I'm just pressing Shift Option and the arrow up. and you can just bring those up and down with the arrow keys. So I want these to be quite soft. And what I want to demonstrate here is quantize flam. So if I turn quantization on, and let's put it to 16th note, and then pull this more down. Now that I have these quantized, I have these options here: Q range, Q flam. So let's have a listen to what Q flam does. Let's put it to 196. You can see it's flammed these. So it creates the perception of flamming on the keyboard, or creating the staggered fingering of the chord. And you can make that more exaggerated. Bring these up in velocity, they're getting lost a little bit. So I think I want to match the length of these a little more, so they don't end as abruptly. I'd also like to accentuate the release of this, so I'm just going to add some delay. And let's perhaps try this the octave below. I think we'll bring that back up. Let's maybe layer this bass to add the octave below so we can have a little bit more weight. So let's find retro synth. Let's try this. Deep square bass. Some of these notes. So here we've got this very basic arrangement here. We've got 5 instruments, we've got some layers, we've got a slightly lower and higher bass covering that frequency range. We've got some rhythm with the drums. We've got some chords that we've programmed in. We've also showed you how to use Q-Flam and how to create these techniques without necessarily playing them in. So if you are strapped, you're unable to play, you don't have a MIDI controller, or you don't play piano, you can create similar effects like this using some of these more advanced quantization techniques here. And we're also just playing around with velocity, specifically with the drums and the bass. We've got some chords going on here that we've programmed, and we have manipulated the length to suit the groove of the track as well as just adding some effects to accentuate certain parts that we would like to have accentuated in the context of this particular groove. So there you have it. That is using MIDI in a nutshell. We have covered all of the parameters to get you started. You have a slightly deeper understanding of MIDI. We will dive in more and more as we go into the more intermediate and advanced sections of the course. But this is certainly enough to get you started with programming and arranging your own tracks. So let's talk about creating music using Apple loops. So to access our loops, we can click this button or press O. And here we have all of the Apple loops available to us. And as you can see, there are a lot of loops here that haven't been downloaded. So you can go ahead and download everything that you need, so you have all of these loops at your disposal. But the process of creating these loops is as simple as auditioning them. So you can click once to audition and click again to stop playing. You can also search by instrument, by genre, and by description. And you can also access certain packs. Let's download the Oakfelder pack. So we have a hi-hat. So let's start building some drums out using these loops. So right off the bat, we have some really great sounding drums just using these loops, and we can start to edit the loops themselves. Like so, and you can start to create your own arrangement. For now, I love how this sounds right off the bat, so let's leave it as is. So here we've got our drums. So we can click Shift Command D to create a summing stack. And now we have all of our drums grouped and created. So let's find a bass that we would like to use. Click bass. So we can play and audition. So let's try making this a different speed. So this is currently at half speed. So to adjust the timing here, you can just go to your region inspector here and you can click follow tempo to have it snap to the grid, or you can uncheck that and you can hold option and you can lengthen or shorten it to taste. So I'm going to click convert and process. Now you can hear that there are a lot of artifacts that are happening from this being time stretched. I'm actually going to bring this down to 126. And because all of these have follow tempo, they will move automatically with the timing. Because we've unchecked this, that's why we've seen this move. We can also change our key up here, and this also dictates the key of all of these melodic loops that we have available to us. So let's say that we want to work in the key of G major. You can see that the key is C minor, but here we have actually changed it to the key of our project. So if you know what key you're working in from the get-go, you can change the key in your project and allow Apple Loops to accommodate that, and everything that you audition is going to be in time and in the right key of your project. So let's just have our cycle range for these first 8 bars. And now let's maybe add a synth and some guitar. I want this to be more of an atmospheric element. I'm going to add some reverb, synth hall. So I'd like a little fill here. So what I can do is uncheck this pack. And let's just type in fill and see what comes up. Let's try that and see how this works. Now this is in a slightly so we can also manipulate the key. Like so. Now I just want to change this specific note. Or I can just get a little bit more crafty here. I'll actually just use this as a riser, and then I'm just gonna manipulate the audio and create a little fill. Great, so we've just got this very simple little fill here. I'm going to create another riser here by copying this over, and then I'm going to click reverse, crossfade that. So let's see where we're at now with all of the loops that we have dragged and dropped in so far. And we can just balance this as we're going as well. Just using the faders here to get a rough balance to taste. Let's go back to the Oak Felder kit. There we go. And now let's find a guitar. This is pretty cool. Let's see how this sounds in the context of what we've built so far. So we will have to transpose this. So we've got some issues with this fitting in. We can play around with transposing it. Right off the bat, this isn't really the sound that I'm looking for. I want something a little bit more rhythmic, adding a little bit more movement. So let's just see what we've got on offer if we type in guitar. So I've just pressed Command J to join that. I want to add a delay. Just getting in flow here. Just helping the relationship between these two frequency ranges to live a little better together. And then let's add something else. Just for fun, let's see if we can find a synth. Just scrolling through here. Just trying to find something that we feel fits with what we've got so far. I just want this to drone. Let's listen to this against our bass. And there are these little arrows here that allow you to scroll through each of these different patterns. So let's have a play around and see if we can create some variation here that works in the context of what we've created so far by just cycling through these. So I know that at the end of this phrase, I want this to change to create some variation. Let's just cycle through this section. Let's see if this works. So I'm just going to add some crossfades here. And let's listen to this in the context of what we've got so far. Let's maybe smear this a little bit. So we've got a mono signal. Let's pan this to the left. So I'm going to make this a mono signal and pan this to the right. So there we have this vibe that we've created. This is a really quick way to start gathering some inspiration, to create something that you can start writing to. So if you're in a room with an artist or you're an artist yourself and you really just want to get some inspiration, you want to get the creative juices flowing in a short period of time, you can pull in all of these loops. You can create something that instantly puts you in a creative space to start writing a song. And this is a really great tool for that. Later down the line, you can come back to each of these elements and you can perhaps reprogram them, you can rejig them, you can rework them, you can maybe create your own version of each of these to make it a little more fresh and a little more your own. But for the sake of being able to create something very, very quickly, without the struggles of having to cycle through virtual instruments and start programming all of these parameters, you can get some really great sounding stuff right off the bat and just pair things together to taste and have something to work with in a very short period of time. So before we dive into the nitty-gritty of time editing and pitch correction and pitch shifting manually and really showing the tools that FlexTime and FlexPitch enables within Logic, I wanted to just get you to wrap your head around time stretching and pitch shifting. Now we can do a more advanced version of this in the later part of this section, but I wanted to just showcase how we can do this very easily and very simply so that you can get a sense for what this is and how you can very quickly achieve this within Logic. So we have a sample here. And what you'll notice as we go to our region here is that we have a number here at transpose, and we've transposed this already 1 semitone. So the original sample was in this key. But we put it up 1 semitone. So this is how you can very easily pitch shift. So let's say we wanted it 7 semitones up. We can do that, and we can go down. And if you click on these arrows here, you can see that you have the options that go all the way up to 36 semitones. So you've got 3 octaves up and down to manipulate with the pitch. And you can also do fine tuning here. So you're playing around with this sense. So if you wanted something to be a little sharp, a little flatter, a little sharper, you can also play around with that. And you can see that you have up to plus 50 and minus 50 cents to play around with when you are transposing as well, to rejig and make sure that it's sounding as natural as possible. So let's put it back to where we were. Let's now talk about time stretching. So we can also see here that the original BPM of this particular sample was in 124 BPM. But we're working in 174 BPM. So how is it that we were able to manipulate this sample to get it in the right time of this track that we're working in? So for the sake of demonstrating, let me pull this sample over. Let's now put it to the original tempo that we were at when we dragged the sample in. So it sounds very, very different. And all that we have done here to allow this to be stretched, there are a few ways we can do this. The most simple way is to press Option, and on the bottom corner of the audio, we can drag this out. So in this case, I know that this is going to be in the right time. If I wanted to stretch it out so it's double the amount of time, we can do that too, which is going to sound interesting. And we can also play around with these parameters here, which I'm going to discuss in detail in the next video to be able to get the best, most transparent result. So let's put that back to here. And let's reset where we were originally. So now let me show you another way to align the timing. So if we right click, go down to tempo, you can apply the project tempo to the region and downbeat. So if we press that, it's going to analyze it. And as you can see, it snapped it right to where we did it when we dragged it. So that is the basic principles of time stretching, time manipulating, and pitch shifting. We can use both of these tools in a utilitarian way, just to get things in the right key that we're working in the right time. And we can also use them creatively to create different textures and different effects within our music productions. So have fun with it, play around with these parameters. You can play with transposition, fine tuning. You can play around with time aligning to the tempo of your project. You can also play around with stretching and shortening, like so. So we can shorten it and make it double time. Stretching. So let's dive in a little more detail to flex time. So we're going to cover all of the different algorithms, how to auto quantize, and also how to really fine tune everything manually. So the flex parameters, including flex time and flex pitch, can be accessed via this button here, the flex button. And then you can see that these on-off buttons for each of these audio tracks come up, and you can see that these don't exist for MIDI, as flex time and flex pitch are specifically for audio regions. So you can't use flex time and flex pitch on MIDI instruments. You'd have to bounce those to audio, and then you can do further manipulation using flex time and flex pitch. So we will cover flex pitch next. In this video, we just want to talk through everything you need to know when it comes to using flex time. So we have a vocal here, we've got multiple takes, it's in a take folder, we've done a rough comp, and I want to just use this to talk you through some of the parameters and how to access flex time. So let's click on our flex button here, and as you can see, we have this drop down menu that has some different algorithms. So we've got automatic, monophonic, slicing, rhythmic, polyphonic, speed, and tempophone. So the automatic is on polyphonic, so this is how Logic has detected the audio material. It's actually not correct for this instance. So polyphonic is for instruments that are playing multiple notes at one time. So we're thinking chords, guitars that are playing chords, or a piano or pads, that kind of thing. And monophonic is for specific audio material that is only playing one note at a time. So we're thinking of bass, we're thinking of a lead guitar, a vocal, which can only sing one note at a time. And then we have to overdub, you record multiple takes, and then put those together to create harmonies. So I'm going to click monophonic. While I'm talking about the different algorithms, let's talk about slicing. So slicing is for drums, and the reason it's so effective with drums is that it doesn't actually stretch or compress the audio, it just moves the notes across. So you don't get any kind of artifacts when it comes to just editing the timing of specific notes. So it's very good for transient rich information such as drums that are going to be moved around on the grid, but you don't want to have the weird kind of stretching sound that starts to play around with the tone and the attack and sustain of the sound itself. So it's great for using drums where you just want to get in there in a utilitarian way and just get things tight to the grid. Then we have rhythmic, which is for melodic rhythmic instruments. So if we've got like a very rhythmic piano part or guitar part, this is a good algorithm to use. And sometimes you may flick between rhythmic and polyphonic depending on what sounds the most transparent. Then we have polyphonic, which we've discussed already, multiple notes playing at one time. And then we have these two extra flex time algorithms, which are for more creative effects. So we have speed. So depending on how you drag it forward or backwards, it either slows down the audio or speeds it up. And then we have tempophone that has this kind of tape mechanical sound that I will demonstrate later on. So let's just, for the sake of demonstration, click monophonic. And as you can see, these bars have come up now on each of the transients. So the transients are kind of the initial sharp attack of each audio signal. You've got the attack and then you've got the sustain. So all of these lines are analyzing that initial burst of energy at the start of each note. And what we can do here is we can actually drag these across. So as you can see, I'm dragging this and it's moving all of the whole audio file like so. And I can do that for each of these. I can do that for each of these markers. like so, and start to snap these to the grid if I want to. I can also click X on any of these to get rid of them. And I can also double click, and I can also click like so to add any markers that I want to do some further manipulation. So as you can see, as I'm moving this across, it's moving just this section here. And as I'm doing it up here, it's moving the entire audio region. So this is great if you wanted to do a global timing issue, like if everything was just kind of a bit too soon, or if everything was a bit too late and you just wanted to pull everything over across like that. But what if you wanted to just do some manipulation between phrases? So let's click X. As you can see, as I hover up, we have this kind of funnel with a plus, and then as I go further down, we have these 3 markers. So we've only got 1 marker and then we've got 3. So what the 3 represents is, as I hold that down, as you can see, these 3 markers have been highlighted. So these 2 are going to stay in place, but this one is going to move across. So we can really get in there and start to tighten things up. And you can see it kind of snaps to the grid as I get closer to it. And we could start to make some adjustments like that. Whereas when I do that, it just moves everything over. So it does stretch this, but it doesn't leave any of these audio regions. So if you really just want to get tight in little sections like so, you're going to want to opt for the 3 markers that hover at the bottom. If you want to do more global processing, you can just use the hovering icon that is above the audio region. So that is flex time when we want to get a little bit more manual. We want to go in here, we want to start adjusting everything, tightening things up like so. What if we just want to quantize it to a grid like we can with MIDI? So if we go to our region here and go to quantize, we can now quantize this audio like we quantize MIDI to any of these subdivisions. So let's click 8th note. You can see that everything has just snapped this to the nearest 8th note in the grid. So we've essentially quantized this. And then if we do 32nd note, you can see how that's shifted. Let's go to quarter note. That's shifted differently. And then of course you can go in here and start to manipulate things further. If things are sounding a little off or it's creating some unnecessary artifacts, it's done it incorrectly, you can really just get in here or delete any markers that may have been incorrectly assessed, and that will save you a ton of time. This is especially good when you're working with rhythmic instruments or with drums, and say you've got some hi-hats that are just doing a 16th note pattern, and then maybe a few little hits that aren't quite on the grid. You want it to be a little tighter, then you can just go in here, click 16th note, and there you have it. You've got it quantized tight to the grid. Now, let's say that you really wanted it to be quite tight, but you still wanted to retain some of that human feel. So if you go down to Q strength, you can now bring that down. So let's say we only want it to be quantized 65% to the grid. You can just bring that down to 65%. You can bring it down to 45%. And you can see that as you are dragging this up and down, the audio parameters that have been stretched, the audio region rather, that has been stretched, is being moved around to the grid. So you can still retain a lot of the human feel and still get a tighter edit that sounds more unified with the groove of the song, but also retains that human touch that we all want to retain as much as possible in our recordings. So for the sake of me demonstrating some of these algorithms, let's play around with the speed and tempophone just for these vocals. So let's say that we wanted to get really wacky with these vocals and stretch this out, and then shorten this note and shorten this note and this note, elongate this note here. Let's have a listen to how this sounds. It's going to sound very wacky. So you can hear that this has really slowed it down, and the pitch associated with slowing and making things faster is also, when you slow things down, it's going to sound a lot lower in pitch, and when you make things faster, it's going to sound a lot higher in pitch. So we're creating the timing differences between each of these phrases, and that's also affecting the pitch as well. Now let's play around with tempophone. So let's get rid of these again. Let's try and shorten that. Let's elongate this. Let's elongate this. Maybe shorten this a little bit.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind? Will you take my hand to escape my mind?
So when you listen to Mind, it really creates this very interesting texture with the audio.
Mind, mind, mind.
Let's lengthen this as well and have a listen to that.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind? Will you take my hand to escape my mind?
So it's a very specific kind of sound. This is something that you could potentially play around with drum hits, with little pieces of ear candy that you maybe want to create in your production and create an interesting texture with, layered with other effects as well. And of course, we can turn our flex time on and off. So if I turn that off.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind?
So we can listen to it without any of these timing changes using flex.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind?
Totally back to where we were at before we added any of the edits using flex time. And then if we turn it back on.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind?
Now, of course, this is a very extreme example of how you would use flex time. You're probably just going to use monophonic.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind?
So we've done some quantization here. That sounds very obvious. Let's bring the Q strength down to maybe 21%.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind?
Now it still sounds strange.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind?
So let's go in here, rid of some of these markers. We don't need them. But this is just an example of, how you would go around doing this. I personally would not quantize something like a lead vocal. I would actually go in here manually and make these edits. So let's turn our flex time off and have a listen to where we're at.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind?
Okay, so we've got flex time still on. Let's turn that off.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind? Nothing but the dark on a... Will you take...
Let's drag this over.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind? Nothing but the dark on a late night drive. I'm lost in space, but I feel alright.
So lost in space is a little too soon. So let's turn our flex time on to monophonic.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind?
Okay, so we've really battered this up. Let's bring everything back to the original markers.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind? Will you take my hand to escape my mind?
So you can see here that this has kind of battered the timing. So in this instance, what I would do is I would just click Command Z and really just undo everything that I've done so far.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind? Nothing but the dark on a late night. Will you take my hand to...
You can see I'm just undoing everything to retain.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind? Nothing but the dark on a late night drive. I'm lost in space, but
So lost in space.
Night drive, I'm lost in space. Night drive, I'm lost in space, but I feel alright. Night drive, I'm lost in space, but I feel...
Sounds a little better to me.
On a late night drive, I'm lost in space, but I feel alright.
So we could just drag this ever so slightly.
On a late night drive, I'm lost in space, but I...
Bit too much.
On a late night drive, I'm lost in space, but I feel... on a late night drive. I'm lost in space, but I feel alright.
Lovely. So these are very, very minor edits.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind? Nothing but the dark on a late night drive. I'm lost in space, but I feel alright. Will you take my hand to escape my mind? Nothing but the dark on a late night drive. I'm lost in space, but I feel alright.
Let's listen to this last section.
Something to replace what I feel inside. It's free.
Just drag this over a touch. Just a little tiny, tiny smidge.
Feel inside. It's
Lovely. So this is an example of, doing something a little more subtle. Of course, you could go ahead and start quantizing. Let's say we wanted just this section of the percussion to be quantized. You can quantize that to 32nd note, and you can see that just this has actually been quantized. Now flex is enabled for all of these regions, but just this region has actually been quantized. So you can also be really creative in the sense of if you just wanted a few sections or one section to have a slightly different groove, you could do that as a creative decision.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind?
So let's just move this over here so we can actually hear what's happening here. Let's quantize this. It's 32nd note. So this is really quantized it to the grid. Of course, I can go down to my Q strength. I can bring that down. This is a little looser to the grid. This particular instance I prefer without the quantization. I love the human feel of it. There's already some humanization that's already baked into this, which is why I picked this particular loop. But this is just an example of kind of what you could do here. You could get creative with it as well, and you could put tempophone on there. And you can hear that kind of mechanical texture that's being created here. So you can also use the effects to create something really interesting and textured, or you could play around with the speed. Perhaps quantization won't work in this instance for this, but let's try it. So we'd have to really kind of get aggressive here. So that's really interesting here, the kind of stutter here. So we could kind of create some of those hi-hat stutters that you hear in a lot of productions using the speed effects. So if you had a hi-hat loop that you wanted to create some stutters, you could chop out a section and then create those stutters using the quantize method or the speed effects algorithm, and just go in there and create that as well. You can also reset all of your edits by just right clicking. So reset all, flex edits, and we're back to square one. So if you don't want to just go through pressing Command Z 20 times, you can just right click and reset. And you've got a few other options here when you right click. So you can slice at flex marker, slice at transient marker, reset all flex edits, reset manual flex edits. So anything you've done manually, you can reset those. Any and all edits you can reset here. You can slice at flex markers or at transient markers. So you can see it's sliced this now at the transient markers. Or if you wanted to slice it at these flex markers that you can see here, you're going to get less slices. So you can see that we've just got this slice here. So if you highlight these, we can see it's slicing them at the highlighted flex markers. So we've got a ton of options here to get really granular in our editing process. And we've also got some creative effects that we can use using these flex time algorithms. So that's flex time in a nutshell. Really just get to know these algorithms. I encourage you to play around with different audio material and just get to know how each algorithm works on the source material you're working with, and have fun with it, experiment and see what works for your own particular project. And you will start to feel a lot more comfortable with this whole process, and you'll get a lot faster at editing, and your tracks will sound a lot tighter and a lot more professional. All right, let's move into flex pitch, which is Logic Pro's native pitch correction and pitch shifting algorithm. So let's take this vocal that we were working on with flex time. Now we know what we need to do. Press the flex button, and then we've got all of our timing, and then at the top we've got flex pitch. So we can press flex pitch, and now we can see that the view of our audio waveform has now changed to this display. So if we open that up using command arrow down, or we can go in, command arrow up and across, command arrow right and left, we can see that we have these squares with these lines that represent the pitch. So we can double click these to snap to the nearest pitch that flex pitch has analyzed this audio to and see whether that's the correct pitch. We can also right click, set all to perfect pitch. We can also set all to original pitch or reset all. And as we zoom out, you'll see how this display slightly changes. Now we have a different view, and this is just these sliders that represent how close to perfect pitch the audio is. So the middle being perfect pitch, so we can double click like so to snap to perfect pitch. We can reset all, and we can also slide these like so.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind? Nothing but the dark on a late night drive. I'm lost in space, but I feel alright.
So we've got some issues here. We haven't really snapped everything perfectly yet. There is another view that I personally prefer to work in when I'm using flex pitch, and that is our editor. We can just press E for, and here we have our audio.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind?
And here you can see that the display here represents what we saw earlier on, but we have a more detailed view of it. So here are a few things that we can do on the left hand side. So this really represents the piano roll that we're used to working in when using MIDI, but this is how we are able to correct pitch. So we have time quantize, so we can quantize the time and strength of the quantization, much like when we're quantizing MIDI notes. And it's also very similar to what we were doing with flex time. So we're just using flex time to quantize. We can actually quantize everything to the scale. So if I drag that down, you can see it's all gone back to where it was. And then this slider represents how perfect you want the pitch to be. So let's have a listen at 100%.
Will you take my hand to escape my mind? Nothing but the dark on a late night drive.
Okay, so there are a couple of issues here. Let's click our scissor tool to cut these up. So there are a couple of notes here that flex pitch has analyzed as one note when they're actually not. So let's cut these up a little bit.
Will you take my...
And then there's a few things under the hood that we need to do here. So if we zoom in even more, you can see that there are these little parameters here that we can adjust around each rectangle. So we have pitch drift. So that is the pitch drifting at the start of the note. We also have pitch drifting at the end of the note. We have fine pitch, so we can slide between semitones, so we're not snapping directly between tones. So if we do this, we're just jumping up. Now, of course, this is in scale quantize, so it's just snapping to the notes within the scale. And then we have gain, so we can bring each individual note's gain up and down. So you can see that the waveform representation goes up as I bring the gain up and goes down as I bring the gain down. So if you want some words that are getting a little lost or some that have come in a little louder and you want to kind of smooth everything out before going into dynamic processing, you can use this gain tool. Let's bring that back down. Then we have vibrato, so we can adjust how much vibrato is on each note. And then we have formant shift, so if you are, for example, making a really large shift in pitch and you want things to sound a little more natural, you can bring the formant down to where the note was originally placed and get something a little more subtle.
You take my, you take my, you take my, you take my, you take, you take my.
Bring that up.
Will you take my, will you take my, will you take my hand, will you take,
And we can adjust this to
will you
taste.
take my,
You can also use it creatively.
will you take my hand to escape, will you take my hand,
Or the other way. And you can see that this rectangle, this ghost rectangle, is representing the formant going up and down.
will you take my, will you take my hand to,
So that's the throat length / formant being shifted.
will you take my hand to escape my mind, will you take my hand to escape my, will you take my hand to escape my mind,
So this is an example where we may want to bring the formant down.
will you take my hand to escape my mind,
Not that much.
will you take my hand to escape my mind,
Still sounds a little off to me. Let's actually bring the pitch down a little bit, the correction.
will you take my hand to escape my mind, will you take my hand to escape my mind, nothing but the dark. Will you take my hand to escape my mind, nothing but the dark on a late night drive, dark on a late night, dark on a late night drive, I'm lost, a late night drive, I'm lost in space, late night drive, I'm lost in space, but I feel alright, but I feel alright, coming to a place what I feel inside.
So we're making progress there. That's an example of kind of what you would be doing, making sure the right notes have been separated, playing around with the pitch drift, vibrato. And what you can also do, which is really cool here, is if you drag, you can actually stretch and shorten different notes in terms of timing. So you can do both your pitch correction and timing aligning and timing correction within flex pitch. So you can do your pitch correction and time aligning and time correction all within flex pitch, which is really neat. And in case you have any issues with what flex pitch actually analyzes, you can go to edit and you can analyze audio for flex editing again. So you can click that, and what it's going to do is reanalyze. You can see the audio, and it's actually reset everything. So it's reanalyzed it and may give you a better result. So you can do that a couple of times just to make sure that you're getting the best analysis. And of course, if it's great off the bat, you don't need to do that. But if there are a few issues, you can just play around with that. And I just wanted to share one final little hack here. If you go down to lead vox here on your track, you can actually enable flex mode. See, it's off now. You can enable it within here without having to actually turn this on. And as you can see, when I pressed flex pitch, formant track, formant shift, and the process always keep unvoiced formants checkbox has all been enabled here, so you can actually just turn on flex pitch and flex time as well just by going to the track inspector here, and you can just click if you didn't want to do it this way. So there you have it. That is flex pitch in a nutshell. It's a really great tool to finesse the pitch of performances, as well as the timing and some gain automation, which is really great, as well as to get creative. You can chop up vocals, you can chop up different instruments, use samples, and manipulate the pitch within flex pitch and create new melodies, create little pieces of ear candy and vocal chops, etc., just using this tool. So have fun with it, experiment with it, use the different parameters that we have highlighted so far, and make yourself acquainted with this really helpful tool. So while we have been talking about time aligning and pitch shifting, pitch correction, all of that good stuff, I wanted to leave you with a little hack for aligning the groove of your own work with a pre-existing groove or a groove that you find somewhere that you would like to emulate. So in order to do this, you can do this with either MIDI or you can do this with audio. So the example here is a drum loop with a groove that I have found that I really enjoy. So this is the groove of the drums. I'm not trying to copy the beat itself, but more so the swing and feel of the drums themselves. So I've just found that on Splice, and I've just made this very quick drum beat using UltraBeat. So we've got everything snapped to the grid. There's some different velocities here, but I want this to have the same kind of swing and feel of this drum groove here. So in order for me to do that, what I first need to do is quantize, go down to make groove template. So right at the bottom. And then if we look down here, we now have our groove template, which is the name of this drum loop. And now what I have to do is go to quantize and then quantize it to the groove. And you can see that a lot of this stuff has moved around. So let's have a listen to how this sounds now. So this has instantly changed the actual placement of these notes. And what I can do here is I can play around with the strength of it here and here too. So we can bring the Q strength down and you can see that this is slightly moving. So let's say I only want 60% of that groove. So that's completely changed it. It's got kind of more of a breakbeat feel. Let's bring that down to 20% or 25%. So that's retaining a little bit more of what we originally programmed. But in this instance, I love how this has changed this. So if we take that off, we had this. And then we put that back on. And of course you can actually move these notes after the fact. So if we wanted a similar kind of kick pattern here, so we could play around with that to really finesse it how we see fit. But that is a very, very big difference to where we were at before. There's a lot more feel to it. It just sounds a lot more sophisticated to my ears as opposed to what we had before, which was dead on every note. It felt very programmed. This is a little bit more interesting. You can see the swing here. You can see that this has been moved around and has more of a human feel. So that's something that you can bring away into your own productions in terms of aligning your own productions to different grooves. Now, of course, you can do this to anything. You can also align your vocals to another vocal track. So, for example, in a more utilitarian sense, let's say that we had a lead vocal and then we had a second recording of that lead vocal as a double, and we wanted to time align those. The same principle applies. You make it a groove template, you go to the double of that, and then you quantize it to it. And then you have all of this snapped to the timing of your original vocal, and you can really save a ton of time as opposed to having to manually go in and move all of this stuff. And the same principle applies with what we've got here. I could manually go in here and look at each note and then try to align it in terms of the groove. But we can really take advantage of what Logic has available here and start to create some more sophistication in terms of how we are producing using these tools. So hopefully that is a helpful little hack for you moving forward into your own productions. So for this video, I wanted to walk you through how to assign different parameters to your MIDI controller. We're going to show some MIDI effects that allow you to do this a little more simply, but in terms of allowing control surfaces to be mapped out within Logic Pro, I wanted to give you a hands-on demo of how to do that here. So to do this is pretty simple. We can just go to any parameter that we want to assign to something on our MIDI keyboard. And I want to assign this cutoff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on it. I'm going to go to Control Surfaces, and you can see Learn Assignment for Cutoff, or Command L. So I can also use that as a shortcut. And now I'm just going to actually move whatever the knob is that I want to assign it to. So you can see that the value here has changed and it's picked up MPK Mini 2. So I'm now going to turn this off. And as you can see, my cutoff is now being controlled by the knob that I'm moving on my MIDI controller. So if I press play, and then I can write in automation and actually have this recorded into the performance of what I'm doing here. So for another example, let's say I want to map my fader to this too. So we can go to the control surfaces here, or just press Command L. You can see that's come up and it's got volume, no message received, because it's not received any messages from our MIDI controller yet. Now it has. So you can see now I'm moving another knob up and down, and this is controlling our volume. And then let's say that we wanted to assign our panning. Now we have another knob assigned. So now I'm going to click X, and we have 3 separate knobs now that are controlling these different parameters. So let's say that I wanted to open the cutoff, open the filter, and also do some panning. Let's play that and hear what that sounds like. And maybe bring the volume down. We can control all of that in a much more tactile way. So this opens up creativity when you're actually performing something within the studio, when you're in a session with someone and you want to start to flesh out a bit more of a performance. And this is also something that is also great for actual live performance. So you could map all of these out and you could have your MIDI controller on stage and then start to actually map these out and create a real-time performance. So that is how you can assign different parameters to your MIDI keyboard or MIDI controller. Like I said, we're going to show some other ways of doing this as well later on. But this is a great point in the course to start to think about how we can bring in a more tactile approach, how we can actually start using hardware to control what's happening within our software. So now let's dive into some more advanced MIDI programming and MIDI effects. So to start off, I'm going to go through each of these MIDI effects here in detail and walk you through all of them and all of their parameters. So first off, let's start off with the Arpeggiator. So we can just go down to here, click Arpeggiator, and here is our Logic Pro Arpeggiator. So we have latch mode here, and we have this play button, delete last, clear, transpose. This is for live performance. In order to enable this as well is this sort of hidden drop down here, which is silent capture. So I can play this and this allows for live performance. So now when I press play, it starts to arpeggiate it. I can play around with the rate. And here we have our arpeggiator modes. So we have ascending, so each note of the chord is going up, it's arpeggiating up. Then we have descending, which is the opposite, it's going down. And then we have ascending, descending, so it's going up and down. And then we have outside in. So this is the top and bottom note being arpeggiated, and then it's going inwards. So to explain that, let's just pull up our MIDI. So it's essentially arpeggiating this note, and then it's going so that's the reason it's called outside in. Then we have a random, so this is completely randomizing it. And then we have as played, which allows us to have our silent capture. And this allows us to have the arpeggiator capture that information. And then play that information. Then we have our variations, so we can, let's bring this down a little bit, listen to how this has variation for each arpeggiator mode. So ascending, and then we have our octave range, so how many octaves we want the range to be. So the higher up the value, the more it jumps through the octave range. And then you can also click this to inversions. So this is just cycling through inversions of that chord. So that is the basics of working with the note order section. And then here we have our pattern. So we have live and we have grid. So live, it's going to play what we have here. So as you can see, I can't actually manipulate anything here. And then if I go to grid, I have the option to pull in the cycles, how many cycles I want, and then I can play around with velocity, so things are louder and softer, and I can also play around with gate. So if I move across like this, I can play around with the note length as well. And then I can also play chords. So if this is polyphonic, which this is, I'm playing chords, I can trigger chords on these certain hits. And that's instantly creating something a little more interesting. It's creating more movement, and it's completely transformed what we had originally, which was just this sustained chord. So let's have a listen to where we are at so far. So we just have this sustained key. As opposed to this. So that's creating a lot more movement and excitement. So if that is something you wanted to go for in terms of the emotion of your production, perhaps an arpeggiator is the way to go. So let's move on to options. So we have note length, velocity, swing, and cycle length. So note length is how much sustain or how little sustain we want. So let's pull this down. So the note length is a lot more choppy and there's a lot less sustain, whereas 150% we have a lot more sustain. And we can also randomize it. And then we have velocity. So from grid, it will take the information from what we've programmed here, or we can bring everything to a fixed velocity by bringing it all the way down with fix, and then we can type in from 1 to 127 how loud we want the velocity to be across each note. So let's say we wanted it to be 100. Or 20, but I'm going to pull it back to from grid, so it is taking the velocity from what we've put in here, and then we can also randomize the velocity. And what we can also do, which is really cool, is we can crescendo and decrescendo. So we can go from loud to soft. And this works when you have everything the same velocity. And then we can crescendo. So you can hear it's crescendoing up at the end of each phrase, decrescendoing, so going loud to soft. So that's a really cool function that you can play around with. And then we have swing. So at 50%, it is straight to the grid. And the more you dial this, the more it goes. The 66% being the typical swung feel that we would associate with the playing of the BPM and the projects that we're in. So we're creating that triplet feel. And then further out from 66%, we're creating our own kind of swung feel. And then we have our cycle length, which is either by grid, so again we're taking it from the grid, or we have it as played, which will be when we record into our MIDI controller, like so. Just click on silent capture. So the cycle length will be as played to the cycles that I played in with my MIDI controller just now. Whereas if we were to put it by grid, then it will follow what we have programmed in terms of the cycles, which we have 8 here. We could have 11. And then that will change based on what we have put in terms of the cycles with our grid. So that is it for our options. Then we have keyboard, so we can actually scale quantize and we can link to our rate, and this is really cool for live performance. And we can also split our keyboard. I will go into this in a little bit more depth when we talk more about the latch mode and arpeggiating for live scenarios. So I'm going to skip this for now. And then we have our controller, so we can actually assign our different keys or knobs on our MIDI controller to a different parameters. So I'm going to click Learn MIDI, and I'm actually turning a knob on my Akai MPK Mini, and then I can choose the destination. So let's have a look at velocity range, and then I'm going to move this, and you can see now I'm controlling this with my MIDI keyboard. So if I wanted to start automating this, I could start adding in some automation there. I could also do the same for random, and I could play around with that. So that is what you can do here. You can just start assigning to different parameters here. Note length, random note length. So let's change this to note length. Now you can see our note length is now changing. And the automation that's been recorded in here has been captured and is recorded into the performance now, which we can edit by going to our automation. Don't worry about that. We haven't touched automation yet. We'll go in depth on how to adjust all of that and all the parameters later on. So that is the Arpeggiator in a nutshell. We'll talk a little bit more in detail in a second about the more advanced live recorded, latch mode, and using silent capture and the keyboard as well when using the Arpeggiator. I wanted to share a few little extra Arpeggiator tools before we dive into latch mode and performing live. So first off, I encourage you to play around with the presets here, and each one of these presets changes a bunch of parameters in here. It's also worth mentioning that here we also have patterns. So let's say, for instance, that you are really happy, let's go back to default, you're really happy with kind of what you've programmed so far, and you just want to play around with the patterns. So as you can see, we've still got our ascending, descending, our variation octave is the same, our rate is the same, but we can just play around with different patterns. So each one of these patterns is creating something completely different, and it is a great source of inspiration, especially when you're in the compositional and songwriting phase in your production. So let's move on to the applications of arpeggiating for live performance and playing in MIDI. So let's talk about the Arpeggiator in its uses with live performance, or even just playing in live in a songwriting setting or during some compositions. So we haven't really touched on latch. So we have latch that we can click on, and then we have a few modes. So we have transpose, gated transpose, add temporarily, and through. So in order to demonstrate this, first of all, we are going to go to user default, recall. So here we have a blank slate. We have to click latch, and then we have this flashing because we've pressed silent capture. So remember to not skip that step. And now I'm just going to play in a few notes. And you can see that these have come up here. And then if I press play, that is looping what I have played so far. And what's really cool here is these two little features here will allow us to, one, drag the MIDI in. So this just drags in the sustained chord we played. And this drags in the MIDI as we've played it. So if I turn off the Arpeggiator now, and we could loop this, like so. We can go in here and change some of the notes if we so wish. And that gives us some more creative freedom with experimentation during the production and composition phase. So now let's talk about each of the different latch modes. So reset means that it is going to reset the chord every time you play. So when I press play and stop, let's do that again. Let's press reset, silent capture, and then I press stop, it's going to reset. So what's interesting here is what you'll notice is once you've put that in, you go instantly automatically to transpose in the latch mode. So what this does is it allows you to transpose the chord by pressing different notes. So watch, I'm going to go to F, D, A, B. So this is a really great way to create some movement. The issue being that it is not actually changing the chords diatonically, so you're not getting the change in chord progressions that you would get typically with diatonic chord progression. So if you're working in a specific key, this might be a little bit tricky. You might need to go in there and actually make some adjustments. So let's move on to gated transpose. So gated transpose is exactly the same as transpose, but when you actually let go of the note, it stops playing. So I don't find that particularly helpful in a production or performance setting, but you can play around with it. There are definitely some uses for it. So let's move on to add. So what add allows you to do is it allows you to play in a arpeggio and then add notes. So I'm adding in these notes by pressing the notes that I want to add, and to delete those notes I can press delete last. So we can just go through and delete the last note that we've added. Like so. And then we can add temporarily, which is really great for if you want to have a sustained note and then play some kind of a melody over the top. So let's demonstrate this. Let me go down an octave. And then let's click add temporarily. Let's go up an octave. So that's creating some melody on top while we have this droning note. And finally, we have through. Now what this allows is for notes to pass through the arpeggiator being unaffected. So let's have a little bass drone again and get that going. So that's just passing through the arpeggiator without actually being arpeggiated, so we can kind of have this sustained melody over the top. So there you have it. These are the latch modes. We also can snap to a key. So let's say we want to be in G major. We can actually snap everything to the key of G and then actually play this in. So what you could see there was that it actually started snapping chord progressions within the key of G major. So you will be playing within that key no matter what note you press and how you transpose, so you can work a little bit more diatonically. So there you have it. That is the deep dive of playing in MIDI for the Arpeggiator. Hopefully this is helpful. Hopefully this gives you some inspiration on how you can use this as a compositional tool and also for live performance if you so wish. Now let's move on to the chord trigger. This is a really cool tool in our MIDI FX drop-down where we can actually trigger chords and chord progressions from single notes. So let me show you what I mean here. I'm now pressing C3 and I'm pressing a single note, but I have 4 notes that are playing, creating this chord. And these are all minor 7th chords, so the only issue here is you can create some really nice chords, but if you're trying to work in a specific key, this isn't really going to work. And there's a really great way to customize these chords, which I will show you in a second. So we have single and multi-mode, we have learn, and we have clear. So let's walk through each one of these now. So single mode allows you to play all of these chords, but each of these chords are exactly the same. So as I mentioned just now when I was playing these chords, these are all minor 7ths. So across the whole of these trigger keys, we're all playing minor 7th chords. It's not exactly the same chord, but down, all of these are different variations of the minor 7th chord with a different root. So, you know, we've got C minor 7th, and then we've got B minor 7th, etc. So this is a lot more powerful in multi-mode, which actually allows you to program and play in different chords and create your own chord progressions. So it's good to know that everything within this particular plugin is programmed with C major and A minor. So why C major, A minor? They are relative major and minor. So if you are working within a different key, you can go in here and actually change the notes, which I'll show you in a second, or you can actually just transpose these to the correct transposition to make it the right key that you are working in. So we have a ton of presets here in multi and in single mode, and we have the opportunity to pull in our trigger keys. So what this allows you to do is actually play in chords that are being triggered here, and then you can play melodies over the chords. I can't get any higher up because my keyboard's not long enough, but you can play some melodies and some bass notes and then play the chords within here. Now let me show you how to actually change these chords. So let's say that we wanted to change this particular chord here. If I click learn and then I play that, you can see this coming up. I can now change the notes. I can click it to get rid of it. And now we have this chord. Let's change this. So we can kind of play all of these and we can bring the range. So we can now add another chord. So we can color these as we want, we can voice lead as we want here, we can create the chords that we want and a progression, and then kind of play this in. And of course, if I play this in right now, let's just solo it. We're actually only getting the single note. So what if we want to actually record those in? So we've got the notes and the chords within MIDI, and then we can manipulate those. So we can go down to here, click record MIDI to track here, and then we can play this in. And here we have our chords. We can quantize them. We can lengthen notes, we can change the velocity, we can do all of that good stuff. So that is how you can manipulate this as well. We can transpose these. Let's get rid of the MIDI we have here. Etc. And then if we wanted to restart, we can just press clear and then clear each of these notes like that, and then we're starting from square one. So let me just show you a quick example of something I built out earlier. So we've got our chord trigger here, and I went to the pop right hand multi-keyboard voicing, and I liked how some of these chords sounded, but there were a few that were slightly off, and I wanted to really fill out these chords and make them sound larger and fill out the frequency spectrum. So I added an octave here, an octave and a seventh, and an octave as well. So let's have a listen to the pop right hand on here, and we can see how this is different and how I have altered this. So we've got our pop right hand here. So to me this needs to go into the minor, so I wanted to shift that and really fill everything out. So that was what we were starting with, and this is what I added. And instantly at the click of a button, I already have an idea for a song just from playing around with these chords. And then I can record MIDI to track here. I can play around with the virtual instruments and really start to build a track. So this is a really, really great plugin for creating chords if you don't have a keyboard in front of you, or you're not a piano player or a keyboard player, you don't have a really extensive knowledge of chord progressions and chord voicing, so you can really just kind of dive into this and get some really great results. So that is the chord trigger in a nutshell. Next up, we have the modifier. So this is a really, really cool tool that is, in my opinion, quite underutilized, and I am guilty of this too. I often go here and assign MIDI parameters to control different plugin parameters from my MIDI keyboard for a little more tactile approach. But this is a far easier way to assign some MIDI parameters to any kind of plugin that we want to control. So let me show you this in action. So our input here, we can go to learn MIDI, and now I'm just going to turn a knob on my Akai MPK Mini. You can see that it has recognized that. And now let's say that we want to assign our wet of this delay we just need to go to learn plugin parameter and then just click on that. And now what you're going to see is I'm turning the knob up and down on my MIDI controller, and that's moving that. And we can scale this down so that it doesn't go all the way 100%. So you can see it's now 80% wet. You can go even less. So it's a rather subtle wet effect. And we can also add an offset when the effect starts. So you can see that it's 11% wet as I'm all the way down on my knob, and then as I turn that up, we can only go to 91%. We can bring that down, so 11%, and then 78%. So you can kind of dial that in to taste. And then what I can do is, let's bring this down to maybe 4%, bring this to maybe 77%, and I can actually record this into my performance. So let's just have a listen to how this sounds. So for the sake of this demonstration, let me actually change something that's less sustained. So you can hear that there's no delay now. And now we're bringing that delay in. And I can, dial this into taste. I think I want something maybe more 16th note. Bring the feedback up. Maybe a 16th note triplet. Yeah, that's better. Maybe an 8th note. And then I can actually record this in, as long as when I go to settings and recording on MIDI, we have cycle off and on at merge. Now I can record this in. So let's record some of this automation in. So now you can see that the automation has been recorded in. This MIDI data from my keyboard, from me doing this on my MPK Mini knob, has now allowed this to be recorded in. And if we play it back, you'll see that this has been recorded in. Now I can dial this into taste. And the only thing that's been affected here is the wet that has been controlled by this knob. So there you have it. That is the simplest way to use this. It's a pretty simple plugin. The through allows you to actually affect other parameters. So for example, if we were using our modulation wheel, which I don't have on this particular keyboard, I don't have a mod wheel. A lot of the time, any VST that you're working with is going to have pre-existing effects mapped out to the mod wheel. So let's say, for instance, that my mod wheel was here. I was able to use that. I don't have that available, so I can't demonstrate that. But if I had the mod wheel and I wanted to assign another effect on top of the mod wheel, so let's say we wanted to keep this wet, but we also wanted whatever the kind of mod wheel effect is that's already baked into the VST. Where is our mod wheel? Let's just record default. So yes, you can see you've got this mod wheel, and we can adjust this so that when we learn the plugin parameter and we have our mod wheel available, what we can actually do is have our delay wet coinciding with whatever the pre-mapped mod wheel effects are within the VST. So if I turn that off, what we would just get is the tape delay wet moving up and down. And then if I turn that on, then we're going to get this as well as whatever the mapped effect, whether it's something like this or something like this moving, that's baked into the VST and mapped to the mod wheel. So that will create a lot more sophisticated effects and automation at the click of a button. So there you have it. That is the modifier in a nutshell. All right, let's talk about our modulator. So we have two options here. We have an LFO, which is short for low frequency oscillator, and we have our ENV, which is short for envelopes. We can turn each of these on and off independently, and we can also have them both on together, and we can have them trigger each other. So first off, let's start off with the LFO. So we have the shape of the LFO here, and we have symmetry, so we can kind of skew the waveform. We can also change the waveform and skew each of these, like so. Then we have our trigger modes. So we have free, which means that, as you can see, this LFO, this low frequency oscillator, is moving regardless of whether there is MIDI information playing or not. Then we have multi, where each note being played, each MIDI note that is communicating with our instrument and our modulator, is triggering the LFO. So as opposed to free mode, which has the LFO just going through the whole time, which is really good for being able to have everything synced really tightly to the BPM of your project, this is actually restarting with every note. And then we have single mode, which is very similar to free mode, but the biggest difference being that the LFO isn't playing the whole time. So it only restarts when you play the next MIDI note. I typically use free mode for the majority of the time, so when demonstrating this, I'm going to be working in free trigger mode. So let's move on to some more of these parameters. So we have steps per LFO cycle. And as you can see, the fidelity of this is getting lower, and this affects how smooth the LFO is. So you can see these ridges. The more ridges there are, the less smooth it will feel. And this can become really apparent when you are modulating certain parameters within your virtual instrument. So moving on, we have our rate. So how fast or slow we want our LFO to be. And you can see this gives a really good visual representation for the speed in real time. And then we have our output level and our offset and where we want to route this LFO to. So at the moment, we have got this route to our mod wheel on our MIDI keyboard. Let's now route this to a plugin parameter. So if we click Learn Plugin Parameter, we go to our virtual instrument, and now I'm going to click on volume, and you can see that this is now being controlled by our LFO. So if I play the synth, we now have this kind of ducking effect, which is very popular in a lot of genres. One issue is happening that we have a lot of clipping happening on the initial hit, and we can control that by bringing our output level down. So what the output level is doing here is it's actually minimizing how far up the LFO can go. So if I pull that back up, you can see it's going all the way up and down to the maximum and minimum volume. So I can kind of control that here, and then I can also offset that. So if I want to actually have just this higher range of the LFO, I can offset that like so. If I do it 100%, we have no movement at all. And I can do the opposite, so I can do the lower ranges of that. And of course, I'm going to have to compensate for that by bringing this up and down depending on the offset. We'll have to bring the output volume up or down to mitigate losses and gains in volume. But let me just demonstrate this for the sake of you getting a firmer grasp of what this is doing. And then let's do the opposite. You can barely hear anything. So that is one way that you can use this LFO. We can change the rate of it. We can do it by bar. And we can play around with the different waveforms. And you can see with different waveforms we have smoothing. So only on the triangle and sine we have the steps per LFO cycle. And then on our other two waveforms we have smoothing. So we can retain the rigidness of the waveform or we can smooth that out. So that's creating more of a kind of gating effect. And then this is a little softer. So each has its own unique rhythm and you can play around with the rate as well. So let's move on to our envelope. So our envelope is going to allow us to trigger certain parameters following this envelope here. So we have our attack, we've got our hold, and we've got our release. So the attack dictates how quickly or slowly the envelope is going to start working, hold, how long it's going to hold on to that parameter, and then the release, how long or short the release is going to be. So typically when we're talking about the envelope, when it comes to synthesis, we also have decay. We don't actually have that, so don't get confused. We have delay here, but this pertains to when we want the envelope to actually start working. So you can see it's being delayed by a number of milliseconds. We can also just scroll through these numbers if you don't want to manipulate this. And we can also work in subdivisions as opposed to milliseconds. And we can just scroll through subdivisions like so if you want to really work tightly with the BPM. So triggers, we have LFO. So this will actually be triggered by our LFO. So we need to turn that LFO on. You see when I turn that off, nothing's happening. So it's completely flatlining. If we turn our LFO back on, we can see that our LFO is triggering this envelope. So here we have our trigger switch, and this determines whether this is going to be controlled by our LFO or by our MIDI notes. So we can just switch this to multi. We have envelope to LFO rate, so we can have a percentage of how much of that we want to be dictated by the LFO if we have our LFO being engaged. And as you can see, when I click on LFO here, we start to see this moving. So when we're on multi, we're completely flatlining. But when I hit my MIDI keyboard, we can see that we're starting to get some movement in this visual representation here. Then we have steps per envelope pass. And then we have our LFO rate, which is kind of the depth of our LFO. So the kind of maximum amount of LFO modulation that we want with our envelope. and then output, so the maximum amount of LFO output that we want to output or minimize. And then finally we have our output and offset, very similar. It's just us determining how much we want of this effect. So if I just route this to a note, let's turn our LFO off. Let's make this a little more aggressive so you can hear what's going on here. So it's very subtle what's actually happening here. So where this is really going to come to life is when we learn a plugin parameter, and let us go to our settings here. So if we go to mod wheel, now this filter cutoff is going to determine the brightness or warmth / darkness of this synth. So what I want it to do is actually open up over time. So how about we do this every quarter note? Let's make this a little more obvious. So you can hear that it's slowly opening up the filter over time. And we can manipulate this with our attack, hold and release. And then we compare this with our LFO. So when we try to do this with our mod wheel controller, we have this pop-up that comes up. To learn in a plugin parameter, make sure it is an automatable parameter and it's a plugin inserted below the MIDI plugin in the same channel strip. So we can't do that here, but what we can do is create a similar effect using EQ. So if I were to do this, let's leave our filter as is. And now let's learn a plugin parameter. now we've got a really nice visual representation of what's happening with this envelope. It's opening and closing following the attack, hold, and release, and these subdivisions that we have put in. So let's do a quarter note for each of these and see how that sounds. And as you can see, the offset allows me to offset how dark we are starting, how far down the low pass filter goes. So we can start from around 300. And pair that with our LFO. So the sky really is the limit here. You can route these LFOs and envelopes to any kind of parameter that you want to. So just for the sake of demonstration, let's say that we wanted to route our LFO to something else. Let's go to modulation. Let's do tremolo. Let's say we want to route this to the depth. So we're going to create some auto panning on our plugin parameter. And you can see this LFO is now being routed to this parameter. We're creating this swooshing stereo motion from left to right. And you can dial that into taste with the offset. We just have it a little more gentle. Or we can bring this to mono by bringing the phase down to 0 and create a similar effect with this pumping. Add some stereo movement here. So, like I said, the creative opportunities and possibilities are really endless with what you can do with the modulator. So being able to route your LFO and envelopes to all of these different parameters within your plugins can really transform the sound and create something unique to you and also really different from the source material, which can be a really fun and interesting experimentation of how far you can take these stock sounds and kind of develop them and mold them into something that aids the emotional tone of your own productions and creates the kind of sonic soundscape that you're going for in your own projects. Let's move on to our note repeater. So this is a fairly simple effects plugin to get your head around. So we're essentially just repeating notes as it implies. So let's talk a little bit about the parameters that we have to manipulate. So we have through, and as you can see that this is the actual MIDI note. So this chord here, when I turn that off, all we're going to hear is the repeats. So you can kind of think of this as a MIDI version of delay. So you have this delay here, and you can do this via milliseconds, or you can do it with subdivisions all the way from 2 bars to 1/64 triplets. And you're just creating a certain amount of repeats. But rather than it being delay as in audio where we have dry signal and wet signal, which would be those delays, those echoes, we have repeats of MIDI that we can manipulate, and we have all the way up to 99 repeats. So let me just demonstrate this here. So let's say that we want just 1 repeat. Let's hear what we have before I demonstrate that. We've just got these straight. So I want to repeat a note just to create some more rhythm. So you can see that there's this delayed note that is being repeated. Now let's say we wanted 4 repeats. So rather than me having to go in here and actually program each of those chord hits, we can just do this with the note repeater. It saves a ton of time. And what's also really great here is we can transpose. So we can transpose up to 2 octaves up and down. So let's say that we wanted this 1 octave up. So just these repeats are going to be the octave above. Let's bring that down -12. And then we have our velocity ramp. So as you can see, what this allows us to do is bring the velocity up of the repeated notes while bringing the MIDI trigger down. So let's have a listen to how this sounds. Let's maybe bring this back to 2 repeats for the sake of simplicity, and we won't transpose it. So it's ramping up in velocity. Let's really push that up so you can hear what's happening. And let's do the opposite. Let's bring these down so we have an accentuated downbeat and then these softer repeats. And then of course we can play around with the delay. Make that faster. Let's bring the velocity ramp back up. Let's bring those repeats up a little bit. So we want 4 repeats. Let's just experiment for the sake of demonstration. Now, of course, these delays are now bleeding into the other MIDI notes, as you'd expect with a delay that you're working with in terms of the traditional sense with audio and these kind of wet repeated echoes, they kind of blend in. So you really want to make the decision of the subdivisions or the milliseconds you want to work in depending on the pattern that you have programmed and also the BPM that you are working in. So that is essentially it. One final little hack here. We have the note range minimum and maximum, which allows us to program the velocity ramp here, so we can kind of tell Logic how high and low we want the range to be in terms of the velocity as well. So you can play around with that to create some accents and slightly different rhythms and really dial that into taste. Alright, next up let's look at our randomizer. Now this does exactly what you may expect. It actually randomizes certain parameters. So we can choose what we want to randomize, velocity, tuning, pitch bend, and we can also route this to different MIDI parameters. For the sake of me demonstrating what this does, let's just focus on velocity so we can walk through all of the parameters on this MIDI FX. So we have the input range and we can choose between 0 to 127. So loud, soft, and we can kind of choose a range that we want the velocity to randomize in. So if we have 0 to 127, we can have really crazy ranges of velocity randomization. And then we have this random slider here, which you can view as the depth of randomization. So if we slide this down, you can see this representation of this kind of orangey gold minimizing, and this is minimizing the range of randomness, which will make it sound a lot more humanized. So if you're kind of going for this humanized feel, which I'll demonstrate in a second, you'll want to mess around with the depth of randomization. And then we have the weight. So if we slide this down, we can favor the lower velocities or the higher velocities. And this little gold slider represents that on this graphic here. And then finally, we just have our output offset. So if we are losing some volume and we want to offset that, let's say that we are favoring the lower velocity here and we just want to bring the volume of that up to bring everything up overall, we can offset that like so. So let me just demonstrate this with this piano. So before, it sounds very lifeless, very unhuman. So we've got these plonky keys, they're all the same velocity, it sounds very programmed. Let's try to use the randomizer to add a little bit more life and humanness to the feel of this. So let's bring the randomization here. I want to favor this. I want to bring the input range like so. So this sounds a lot more human. It sounds way more realistic to my ear and a lot nicer at the softer weight. Let's put it to higher. This still sounds a lot more realistic than what we had. We can leave the input range here. We can pull this back for me to demonstrate this. So when we're not using this range here, this randomizer, we still get quite a lot of artificial randomness. So if the aim of the game here is to create something a little more realistic in terms of velocity, I would opt for this and then skewing the weight and then the offset being output like so. So I'm pretty happy with how this sounds, but here's one issue. With the randomizer, let's say that you want to bounce this to audio. Every time you bounce it, it's actually going to randomize every time you play through it. So that was softer the second time on this note. How do we fix that? So if we go down to this drop down here, we have seed and probability. So the probability dictates how random we want each hit to be. And then the seed, as you can see, has random here. Now, if we slide through these, the numbers really are irrelevant. But if we leave it on, say, 33, Now the seed is going to be at 33 every single time. So the randomization that's happening is going to be the same every time you play through. So now that's a little bit too loud for me, so I can actually bring the weight down a little more, the randomization, and it's going to be the same every time I play through. And if I play that through or bounce that, that will be the same every time. So if you are happy with the results that you have, let's say you've dialed this in, and you've played it through once, be sure to move the seed away from random. Now, because I've moved it to random here and changed the seed, it's actually changed the randomness. But if I now play this again, it will be the same. So there you have it. That is the randomizer in a nutshell. We can play around with a few more parameters here, but for the sake of showing you how to use it and each of its parameters, that is it. And of course, you have a few different presets that you can flip through as well to get to know this plugin a little better. So next up we have our scripter. Now this really is beyond my own capabilities of understanding coding and writing in scripts with JavaScript. This is essentially what the scripter is. You can see that there's a script here that you can run. You can copy and paste JavaScript into this. And if you are good with coding, you can write with JavaScript. By all means, you can play around with this. There are also some tutorial scripts that you can play around with here. But for the sake of just demonstrating what this does, I just wanted to show a few of the presets here. So you have a guitar strummer here. So this is really cool for creating some kind of strummed effects and arpeggios. So let's just pull in our piano here. And you can play around with the divisions, the velocity curves, etc. You can also do a really cool thing here, which is you can create an arpeggio and you can have chord assignments here. So this can become a chord trigger. So I'm now just playing in these different keys. C major, A major, D minor, and we've got these really nice arpeggios with different velocities, and all I'm doing is playing in one note. And let's say that I wanted to actually record these MIDI notes in. So let's right click, record MIDI to track here. And now I'm just gonna click record and just play these in. And here we have our arpeggios here with all the different velocities. You can see we can actually make this a little softer. And then we can quantize these if we want. Let's bring this in. This came in a bit late with our recording delay. We can finesse this to taste if we want, but that's how you can record that in. And then of course you can turn script off. And have this MIDI as a starting point for you to write a song or start your composition. So that's one example for how you can use the scripter. You can of course try to create some strums for guitar. It doesn't sound extremely realistic, but it's great for getting something down and then maybe sending that over to a guitarist to lay down the final version of it. I also wanted to show randomization with the scripter. So I've done a little bit of work under the hood here with our scripter. I have clicked on the drum probability sequencer, and here we have voices, and we have voice 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got 4 voices. So these are 4 possible MIDI notes that we can use, and then we have step 1 to 16. So we have 16th notes here, and then we can slide in the probability of these notes hitting. And if you slide that all the way to 100%, that means it's 100% certain that these notes will hit on each of these steps. So I've done a little bit of tweaking here. I've chosen the notes corresponding to the notes here on my piano roll to create this drum probability sequencer, and created a beat here. So there's nothing playing, everything is going to be triggered by the scripter. So let's have a listen to this. So we have a drum beat right off the bat with some randomized notes that we can actually record in using the same method. So let's record to MIDI. Let's click R. And now we have our pattern. And we can now go in and edit this. We can copy parts over and arrange the beat as we want. But right off the bat, we can use the scripter to generate beats and sequences that can start or peak our inspiration and then get us going in our compositions. So there are a ton of different presets here, and they are all really interesting to play around with. I encourage you to go through some of these, play around with them, get to know them. We have some arpeggiators and harmonizers, etc. I personally don't use these that often. I don't use the scripter that often. I find that I have other tools that I can use to create some of these effects, but I strongly encourage you to play around with the probability sequencers and the strumming and arpeggio. They are really, really great tools to add to your own creative process within your compositions. So like I said, I don't want to dive too much into this as I am not a coder or a JavaScript expert, but playing around with a couple of these different parameters is really great if you want to explore the scripter in a little more detail. All right, next up, let's talk about the transposer. So this is a very simple plugin here, and we have 2 parameters. So we have the transpose, so that allows us to transpose up to 24 up and 24 down semitones. So that's 2 octaves, 12 semitones being an octave. So we have the leeway of going down 2 octaves and going up 2 octaves. Then we have scale quantize. So we can actually scale quantize our MIDI here. So as opposed to actually just going in here and bringing it up and down, changing the key and the scale, we can actually change that here. So let's say we want to change what we're working in to C major. Now let's go to C minor. So what's important to explain here with transposition and scale quantization, typically the algorithm actually brings the notes down as opposed to up. So when you're working in a certain key, so for example, let's say that we are in D major, we have these notes here that are the notes that are within our scale, and then we want to move down to minor. You can see that it's shifted over downwards. So we've got the half tone going down for some of these notes. So that works really well with this algorithm. However, when you want to go from a minor to a major, sometimes it can sound a little bit funky because rather than the note being pushed up, the algorithm is pushing it down. So these notes that would naturally be up in the scale are actually being pushed down the octave, so it can sound a little funny, a little wacky sometimes. So you may just want to go in here and actually manipulate the MIDI like that. This is a really good tool for trying things out. If you have the MIDI and you're almost certain that this is kind of the key you want to work in, but you want to try some things out, transpose a few things, listen to how it would sound in a different key, then this is a good tool for that. Personally, I prefer to just go into my MIDI and make these changes, make these transpositions, but you can absolutely use this tool as well. So there is also this parameter here. So it's good to know that starting off, we have transpose within the signal flow of this MIDI going through our scale quantization. So we can actually change that. So we can change it so that we have our scale. So if you wanted to quantize the scale and then transpose it, you can actually do that as well, and you'll get much more transparent results. So there you have it. That is the transposer in a nutshell. As always, we've got some presets to flip through as well, and I encourage you to pull this up, have a play around with it, and use it in your workflow. And finally, we are on to our final MIDI FX, and that is our velocity processor. So this allows us to manipulate the velocity of our MIDI signal and make some more in-depth enhancements without necessarily having to go into the piano roll. So we can do some global shifts here and make our workflow a little tighter and quicker. So we have our note on and off. I typically never use note off because most MIDI controllers don't actually record in the note off within the MIDI signal. So note on works just fine. We have some different modes here. We have compression and expansion, value or range, and add and scale. So to start off with compress or expand, we are essentially working with a compressor that isn't compressing audio signals, it's compressing MIDI signals. So this looks like a typical compressor, but as opposed to having our decibels, we've just got our 1 to 127, our 1 to 127. So this is the MIDI coming in, and this is the MIDI coming out. And then we have our threshold, at which point do we want to start compressing the MIDI notes, and then our ratio, how powerful we want that compression to be. And then if we pull that all the way back, that actually becomes expansion. So we start to expand all of the notes within this range here. And then we have our makeup gain, which allows us to bring up or down the compressed velocity signal. So let me just demonstrate this to you. For this, I'm going to very quickly change the velocity of these notes so that this makes for a better demonstration here, as I didn't play these in. So let's say that we played these in, we've got all these different velocities. Now we want to pull our threshold down. And you can see that these MIDI notes here and these velocities are being compressed. And then we can be more powerful with that. Let's make this really loud on this note here. Let's bring some of these really aggressively up for the sake of demonstration, so we can see what's going on here. So that's really compressing all of the MIDI signal from, let's say, 25 onwards. So that's really compressing all of the signal from 17 from this velocity onwards. So everything is really, really quiet. So let's put it to around 50, 60. Now, of course, these are being compressed, but because the ratio isn't that powerful, we're not hitting those as strong as we could. And then we can actually make up the gain that we've lost. We have this auto function, which allows us to have the gain made up automatically. And let me just demonstrate expansion now. So you will notice that some of these notes are going to be a lot louder than the others, are going to be accentuated. And we could bring that down a little bit to accentuate that more. Or do the opposite. So this is really good for if you have, say, for instance, a piano player who has recorded into MIDI and maybe they have a stronger or weaker right or left hand. So you want to expand a certain part of that range as opposed to having to go in here and then start bringing everything up. It's a nice, easy way to get that done more efficiently. All right, let's move on to value or range. So value is very easy to get your head around. It is essentially just bringing everything to the same velocity. So say we wanted everything to be 32 velocity, like this. Everything now is going to be at 32. Let's say we want it to be at 60. Now everything is going to be at 60. And then we have range. So we can pull things within a certain velocity range. So we only want all of our notes to be between 42 and 87. So let's say this is our quietest note. That's going to be at 42, that's our quietest, and then our loudest is going to be at 87. So we're going to be between this velocity and this velocity. Let's turn that off to hear the difference. And with this range on, a lot softer, it sounds a lot more human to my ears, it sounds a lot less aggressive and a lot less programmed. So this is a great tool for that too. And finally, within our velocity processor, we have our add and scale. So let me just quickly tackle add. So add is allowing you to add whatever the value is here. So let's say we wanted it at 20. That is going to add 20 to our existing MIDI notes. So let's say we had a MIDI note of 50. We're going to add 20 on top of that. So the velocity is now going to be 70. So that also works this way. It's going to decrease it by whatever the value is here. So that is how this works. So let's say that we were doing that. It would essentially be adding 20 to all of these notes here. So it's going to make the velocity louder overall. Let me bring this to 100%. or softer. And now let's talk about scale. So scale is essentially doing this. So if we look at our velocity here, bring the velocity down in scale or up in scale. And as you can see, as I bring this up and down, it compresses the dynamic range between the velocities and expands the dynamic range between these spaces. That's essentially what scale is doing. So we're bringing it up. As you can see, the velocity scale here is going up or down. So it's essentially bringing everything up or down in velocity. So this is a really helpful tool if you're working with a performance that is maybe a bit too loud, a bit too heavy-handed, or a little bit too soft. So if we wanted something to be louder, we'd just pull the scale up. Or softer. And of course we can automate these parameters as well to create movement. So there you have it. That is the velocity processor. We also have a note range here, and you may think that this is about the velocity. However, this is actually about the note range in terms of pitch. As you remember earlier on, we spoke about the MIDI standard being 0 to 127 in terms of programming, and we have 0 to 127 in terms of velocity as well. What this note range is actually doing is it's allowing us to dictate which notes within the key and within the programming are going to be affected by the velocity. So if we only wanted to have low end, we would have these notes, for example, to just be getting processed, and vice versa. All right, so using everything that we have covered so far, I want to do a demonstration of creating some music with all of the MIDI programming techniques and effects that we have covered so far. So let's get going. I'm going to only stick to Logic's stock instruments to make it as easy for you to follow along as well. So what do we want to start with first? I think let's do some drums. So I'm going to go for the drum kit designer. Let's use our scripter. And let's do the drum probability sequencer. Pull this down to 115, because why not? Our snare. Okay, so let's record this in as MIDI. Cool, so we've got some drums. Now I want to add some kind of a drone. Let's start with that. So let's maybe find... see what's going on here. I want to really wash this out, so okay. Okay, so let's map this out with our modifier. Let me just plug in my MIDI keyboard and let's start creating some automation here. So learn MIDI and plugin parameter. I want it to be a little bit wet. Great. So let's record this in. Okay, so we messed that up just a little bit. Let's do that again. Okay, let's add a bass in. Let's go to synthesizer, bass, big saw bass. Let's try that. play through these. Okay. Awesome, so let's quantize this. Just tidy this up. I think I'm going to copy this over. I prefer this rhythm. Quite, let's just copy this actually over. Let's tidy this up. Okay, and now let's go back to our scripter. Let's go to our sampler. Let's go to our guitar strummer, Arpeggio. Okay, let's just change this to a piano. Okay, let's play around with these parameters. So let's play this in here. There we go. So I think I'm actually going to record this in. So let's do that. Okay, let's bring this up an octave. Turn the scripter off. I actually want to play around with the velocity a little bit more. Velocity processor. Let's bring this down. Okay, I want to add some delay. And finally, I want to add a pad, and I'm going to add some automation to create some movement with it. So let's duplicate this. I'm going to use the root note and then just program in the chords. Pad. Okay, let's actually change the sound. This isn't quite what I'm going for here. Let's create some automation here with this echo. And I'm going to do another instance of this. Let's leave that off for now. There are more efficient ways of doing this, but for the sake of demonstration, I'll show you exactly what's happening here. Okay, so we've got two knobs here that I'm going to do some automation with here. So let me just focus in on this part here. Let's do this again. Okay, so I'm just going to add some more automation here. We will cover this in more detail, but just for the sake of ease, I'm just going to actually write this in with my mouse. Just going to kind of smooth that out a little bit. Okay, so what I actually want to do here is layer our bass. So let's do the same thing here, and then let's actually change our preset. Find something that's going to accentuate a different part of the frequency spectrum. Let's copy our ARP over. copy our arpeggiator. So we've got a little vibe here. We can start writing something to this and we can start making some tweaks as we go along. But this is showing you some more advanced MIDI concepts using MIDI FX, using different variations of actually recording MIDI in, programming MIDI, using some randomization with scripter, really dialing into those effects and really dialing into automation to create some variation and movement and nuance and humanization to what you're creating. So we're going to dive into a lot more demos as we progress, and we're going to actually practice everything that we're teaching as we're showing it so that you can see where this is actually applicable in terms of composition, as opposed to just having this kind of raw theory that doesn't really have any value in terms of the application. So what I want to really drum in here is that we are going to show you the applications of everything that we teach so you actually know what to do with these tools, because there's no point in it just being something that you know that you're never going to use. So hopefully this was helpful, and I will see you in our next video. All right, so let's move on to using pitch-based instruments and programming chords and bass lines with the step sequencer. So we've just got a bass here. I'm going to create a pattern, and you can see that now these are with corresponding notes as opposed to sounds. So if we click, we've got notes that we can sequence. So by default, we have only one octave to work with. We can key quantize like so, but let's say that we wanted to have a little more available. So if you click on this pattern button here, you'll see that there are these templates. So we have a ton of templates and patterns to work from. I'm going to click on minor and then minor. And now you can see that we have a lot more notes to work with. We're covering 2 octaves as opposed to just 1. So you don't need to worry about this actually being in minor, because you can change that here. So we will pick major, and now we can work in the key that we're working in, which is dictated by this here. So let's get programming. Okay, so that's too high. So I still want this to be the octave below. So there's a couple ways that we can do this. First of all, I can just press Shift Option arrow down. So similarly to bringing different notes up and down in the piano roll using Shift Option arrow up and down, we can do this here as well. Another way to do this is to actually use our octave tool. So if I click on octave, you can see that we can bring the octave up and down like so. So you can also use that. So this actually brings this into a melodic track which is a little more complex. As you can see, there's some more parameters to fiddle around with. We'll discuss this a little more in detail later on, but for the sake of us just getting to grips with how we can program some melodic and harmonic instruments, let's just undo that and work with the key commands. So I want to go down. I don't actually have that note available. So So if I want to change different notes here, I can actually just go here and then I can pick the note and the corresponding octave like so. For this is a pretty simple bass line that works with kind of what we've done so far. So we're just going to kind of have it droning on that. Let's move on to building some chords. So let's find a pad. Let's try this. Create pattern, and we can create a chord like this. Let's give ourselves some more octaves to work from. So we are not getting the kind of sustain that we want here. It's not really working because we need to lower our steps. And what we can also do is tie these notes together. So if I do this and then go to tie, I can now tie all of these together so that they make just one, so that they make one note. Now, if I want this to just be one bar, we've got this sustain here now because we've tied everything together and we've also made it per bar as opposed to an 8th note, which you can see that changes there, or a 16th note. And let's bring this all up an octave. And then, as always, we can mix these separate elements. So I'm just playing around here, just figuring out what these notes kind of spit out. But that is the basics of kind of navigating this. Tie is going to be really helpful. Octave is going to be really helpful for you too, especially when you're working with melodic parts. And of course, we've got all of these parameters here, all of these templates we can play around with. Let's say we wanted chromatic octave. That just allows us to go chromatically up and down. So we could create something similar, but we're not tied to the specific key. So now we're using a minor chord. Let's tie these together. And then we can go to major here, see how that sounds. So there you have it. That is using the step sequencer, using melodic and harmonic instruments and sequencing in pitch and triads. Alright, in this video I wanted to walk you through the step sequencer so we can really delve into building patterns without necessarily having to go into the piano roll, and it's a really great way to start to flesh out rhythms in a more efficient manner. So let's start from scratch. So I'm going to click empty channel strip, create, and then if we go to our electronic drum kit, I'm just going to click analog circuits, and our drum machine designer has come up. We have all of these different sounds and instruments pre-mapped into this track stack. So we can create a MIDI region or we can create a pattern region. So in this instance, as opposed to creating a MIDI region, going in here and manually putting in our sounds, we want to create a pattern region. So now you see this has come up, which is our step sequencer. So as opposed to actually having to type in the MIDI, what you can do is just create the rhythms, experiment by just clicking on and off to move notes around, delete notes, and we have our subdivisions here, so we can work in these divisions, we can do triplets, we can do dotted. And then we have our steps. So how many steps do we want within this sequence? Bearing in mind, when we're working with triplets, as opposed to 16 steps, we're going to want to work in 12, 24, 36 steps. So you can judge that accordingly. We can also scale quantize, because this is not just exclusive to percussive and rhythmic instruments. This is also great for creating melodies as well. But for this lesson, I'm just going to dive into drums. So let's talk through some of these little parameters here. So we have our on off here, and this when we want to add more effects here. So we can have our velocity value, gate, tie, note, octave, loop. repeat, chance, offset, step rate, and skip. So in my experience, the most important parameters here that I use a lot when using the step sequencer are the velocity value and repeat. So to actually use this, you can see this has actually changed. So on off allows us to go back to the step sequencer, whereas when I try to click on these notes to actually program them in, it doesn't allow me to do that. What this is allowing me to do is change the velocity of each note. So if we want it to sound a little more human, we want some more dynamics, that's how we're going to do this within the step sequencer. And the second being repeat, and this allows us to repeat notes. So all the way up to 16 repeats, which is crazy. So let's just say we want 4 repeats here, and I'm going to just play this. So we're getting these fast repeats. Let's just put it all the way up to 16. So fast, it doesn't even capture it. So if you want those really quick kind of stutters, you want some snare rolls, you want some hi-hat stutters, this is a great way to do that. So let's just start building something. So what's really great is that the Drum Machine Designer actually maps everything out. Because this is a Logic Pro virtual instrument, it's stock, it very quickly communicates with the sequencer and allows everything to be pre-mapped out. So everything is working really well together. If you want to change certain sounds, all you have to do is click on the sound itself and it brings up the sample, and you can fade, drag things in and out, and really get hands-on with it. There's also some more parameters here that you can play around with, but we'll go through all of this in a lot more detail as we do our exclusive lesson on Drum Machine Designer, and we'll just go through all of these parameters. So let's just build something out. If you do not want to hear the MIDI notes when you're putting them in, you can just turn that off. And you can see we can drag things across. We don't get that MIDI preview. So let's just do this. See what's happening with our velocity. So let's keep all of these at 127. Let's make this a little softer. Let's maybe add a repeat here. Just add maybe 2 or 3. Okay, let's play around with the velocity here. Okay, let's do a kind of snare roll here. Okay. Let's make this a little quieter. And as you can see here, I can actually change the subdivisions of each of these steps. So each one of these tracks, I can actually change the subdivision, and I can also change the steps up here. So let's say we want to double the amount of steps. Now you can see that we've looped that over. So we've now got 32 steps, but we can start to create some variation here. The velocity down here, kind of have some ghost notes. Let's get rid of this one. Get rid of this crash. And you can see I can just drag this across if I want to cover all of the subdivisions. So that is something we've done pretty quickly, just using the step sequencer. We can zoom in and out of our step sequencer with this slider, and we can even create another set of steps and start to really build out a whole section. And you can see when I click on 64 steps, we actually have this split in half now. So we can review this, and then we go into this next section, and then we can start to edit things like so. And then we can loop that over and make some variations. And of course we can go in here and change things up, chop things around. So if you want to export this to MIDI, you can convert this to a MIDI region. Let me just click that. And now we can just go in here and edit this as a MIDI file in our piano roll. And you can see that it's captured all of these subdivision little rolls that we've added in. It's captured the velocity as well. So we can really go in here and dive in a little bit deeper if that's something that you want to do. I'm going to undo that. And also, if you're wondering, how do I actually mix these? Well, that's what all of these tracks are for. So if you go to your mixer window and then you click this arrow, you have all of the tracks being used. You can pan them, you can add effects. There's already pre-assigned sends and effects that have been put on here. You can add effects to the overall drums as well. You've got fat effects. We could add some saturation. We can shape the tone. We can limit it. We can filter it. We can do all of that good stuff. So you can just mix it within this window here. So what's important to know here as well when you are working with the step sequencer, let me just bring a loop in. Let's find something melodic. Let's just loop that around. So when I'm actually previewing this, it's always going to play everything with the loops and other instruments that we have going on here. So if you want to just preview the drums themselves, you can press this button. Whereas now I'm pressing spacebar and it's actually playing the project. Whereas when I press preview, you can see that the playhead here doesn't actually move. But we can still do our editing within here. Whereas when I press spacebar, we get the whole project playing. So that's something to bear in mind when you are trying to preview your sequence and make some edits in the context of just the sequencer itself. All right, for this demonstration, I want to dive into the live loops section in Logic Pro. So to access that, you can see we can just click on this icon here. So we have our live loop section and our project/arrangement section, and we can toggle that on and off like so. So let's dive into what the live loop section is. This is very similar to Ableton Live's session view, which allows you to arrange loops together and start creating different arrangements with this section, and then you can later on transfer your work into the project section. So these work very closely together and communicate with each other even while building out the loops. So let's just start building this out. So I'm just going to use some Apple loops for this. So let's drag these in. And as you can see, I can press these. And you can see that there was a slight delay here in terms of when it started because we have this enabled. So we can choose when we want to be able to trigger the cell. This makes sure that everything is aligned to the tempo that we're working in, and it sounds a lot smoother when diving into actually playing all of these together and arranging these. So a quick little tip here, as you can see, this has just been rolling for a while. So what I recommend is actually putting your cycle on here and then looping this, because you can see that this cycle is just happening regardless of whether we're playing or not. As I said, the cells and the live loops window is very closely interwoven into the project view as well. So the two go hand in hand. That's why this playhead will always be moving. So let's actually build something from this. Let's maybe find let's bring these in. Let's just pull these in. So now we can actually trigger these. So let's say that we wanted our intro to be these drums. And then we can just press this stop here to stop these from playing. And you can actually use the arrows here to cycle through each of these cells. And I'm using my arrow keys to actually cycle through these scenes. So these are called scenes, like Ableton Live. And I can just cycle through these scenes. And the key command for actually triggering these is return. So I can go to here and cycle through these scenes and then press return when I want to actually change the scene. And then to stop this, you can just press Command Enter and then it will stop the scenes from playing. So to actually edit these, which you can do, you just need to double click. So you can see that we have our editor window here and we can press E to open and close that. And we can actually do the same with MIDI. So let's find this MIDI. We've got some MIDI information here. So if I double click that, now we have our MIDI information and we can jig this around, we can quantize, we can swing, we can do all of that good stuff that we have learned so far in terms of MIDI editing and programming. And what's also great here is you can create your own live loops, so you don't need to be reliant on using pre-existing loops and MIDI patterns. You can actually create your own. So to do that, we can go into this instrument. Let's choose an instrument. So we can either click record and play that MIDI in. We can create a MIDI cell or a pattern cell or even a drummer cell. So let's create a pattern cell and then double click that. So you can program that in. We can delete that and then create a MIDI cell. So this example of terrible MIDI programming, but that's just the idea here. We're just putting in some MIDI notes and then we can program these, we can make chords, we can use all of the good MIDI effects that we've done so far. So we can use, you know, our chord trigger, we can use our arpeggiator, we can use our note repeater, our randomizer, we can do all of this good stuff and actually record that in here. We can record MIDI in here and just click the R to arm this track and create and program all of our own work here. So let me just delete this. So this is all well and good. You may be thinking, Chris, this is fine, but what if I want to put this into my arrangement? What if I want to actually start laying down maybe some extra guitars or vocals to this section here? How do I do that? Well, all you have to do is right click here and then you can copy scene to playhead. So let's say that this is our intro. Let's just rename this. So we want to bring in our intro, copy scene at playhead. And here is our drums. And we have a marker here. Now we've made a little bit of a mistake here because our playhead wasn't at 1. So let's go back. Let's do the same thing again. And here we have our intro. So we've got our 2-bar intro coming in here. Now we want to go into our verse. So let's do the same. And we may actually want to have another verse. So let's do copy scene at playhead again. And then we go into our chorus. Let's do a double chorus. And then we'll go into our outro. And now we can actually arrange this out like we're used to working in the project window. But the first thing we need to do here is actually toggle this on. If this is off, this isn't actually going to play. So we have our arrangement here. Now, let's say that we wanted to have a little breakdown just before the chorus. So we might just want this, and maybe let's add something else. So we, for the sake of argument, want to have a little breakdown here before our chorus. Now to do that, instead of copying the scene to playhead, which will do this, it will just copy everything over the top of it. We can insert scene at playhead. And now it's created this section. So if you are still in the arrangement phase and you've got some scenes that you want to rework, or you have a new idea that you want to insert into your arrangement window, that's how you can do that. And then we can just toggle this on. And there you have it. It's as simple as that. And then you can, of course, go in here and really start to get in here and maybe chop things up, reverse things. You can add effects. You can start laying down some more drums. You can start laying down some vocals. You can start layering things, and you can really start to flesh out your arrangement. It's worth mentioning as well that once you have actually transferred this over, you don't need to worry about this playing at the same time. This is all been communicated to this project window here. So you don't need to delete any of these or mute any of these. Once it's transferred over, you can just play And if you want to take up less screen real estate, you can just press that and focus on this window here. So that is live loops in a nutshell. The possibilities are absolutely endless. And what I really find this helpful for is when you're in a songwriting session and you want to really just flesh out some ideas, really throw some stuff at the wall before you start committing to arrangement. So as opposed to this being used as a live tool in terms of actually performing live, this is kind of most effective when you're building ideas, fleshing out rough arrangements, and starting to commit to those later on down the line in the composition process. Now, before we dive into all of the synths and virtual instruments that Logic Pro has to offer, I want to walk you through the basics of synthesis and some of the different parameters that we are going to be covering in a lot more detail later on. For this, I want to give you a foundational overview so that you feel a little more confident when it comes to approaching each of these parameters. So in music production, synthesis involves creating sound electronically by manipulating various audio parameters. The key components of synthesis include sound sources. This is the initial sound generated by the synthesizer. It can be an oscillator producing basic waveforms such as sine, sawtooth, square, or triangle waves. Oscillators generate the fundamental pitch of the sound. Modifiers. Modifiers alter the sound generated by the oscillator. Common modifiers include filters, which attenuate or emphasize certain frequencies, and amplitude envelopes, which shape the volume over time. Attack, decay, sustain, release, or ADSR. Modulation. Modulation introduces changes to the sound over time. This can include frequency modulation, where one waveform modulates the frequency of another, or amplitude modulation, where one waveform modulates the amplitude of another. LFOs, low frequency oscillators, are also used to modulate parameters such as pitch, volume, or filter cutoff frequency at a slower rate. Effects. Effects processes can be applied to further shape the sound. Common effects include reverb, delay, chorus, and distortion, among others. These effects can add depth, space, and character to the synthesized sound. Control parameters. Synthesizers often have various control parameters that allow the user to adjust and manipulate the sound in real time. This can include parameters like pitch bend, modulation wheel, aftertouch, and assignable knobs or sliders. Sequencers and arpeggiators. Some synthesizers include sequencers and arpeggiators, which allow for the creation of repeating patterns or sequences of notes. These can add rhythmic complexity and movement to a synthesized sound. By manipulating these key components, synthesizers can create a vast array of sounds, from simple tones to complex textures and effects, making them versatile tools in music production. Now we can really dive into each one of these in a lot more detail here, and you will get a far deeper understanding by actually watching the demonstrations of what each of these parameters do, and more importantly, how these sound. So without further ado, let's dive into all of the synths and virtual instruments that Logic Pro has to offer. All right, let's talk about the new session players that we have available in Logic 11. So we had Drummer available in Logic 10, but we have a updated user interface, and we also have the additional bass player and keyboard player. So let's look at Drummer first. We already will be pretty familiar with it if you have used Drummer in Logic 10, but let's dive into what's new with it. So we can choose all of these different presets to start with, or we can also alter them when we go into the virtual instrument itself. So let's click create, and it has created a drum pattern for us. And we have a different user interface here. We can change our styles here, and we can either change the patch with the style, or we can use the patch that we like, or we can also change to a third-party drum sampler rather than just Logic's own kit, which is really cool. And we can just kind of change each of these styles, and you can see that the patterns are changing based on what we are clicking. And the patch is going to stay the same because I haven't clicked change. But if I have that clicked, we're starting to have different patches changing with different processing on our drums themselves. We also have different types. We've got electronic drummer, percussionist, and then bass keyboard. So we can actually change all of this within the user interface itself. So let's click on electronic drummer, big room EDM, electro trap, we've also got hip hop, modern hip hop, trap, alternative, modern 80s and synth pop. So in my opinion, these alternative presets for the electronic drummer are the strongest. The hip hop needs a little bit of work in my opinion, as well as the electronic genres, EDM, trap. Just in terms of the sounds themselves, acoustic drummer is awesome. It was great from the get-go with Logic Pro, but we have a lot more to play around with just right off the bat in terms of the sounds and the playing style themselves. So let's dive into the user interface here. So we can access this by just clicking on the edit button here, and we have got our preset here, our style. Then we've got complexity and intensity. So more complex, we're going to get more notes. Intensity, we're going to get louder and softer velocity that we can see being represented here. And then we also have the different percussion that we can add here. So we can add, let's go back to our acoustic drummer here. Let's go pop rock. So you can see that we have different sounds available as well in terms of the main hit that we've got going on. So we can have hi-hat, we can have crash, we can have tom. Or crash, or ride. Hats. We can also turn kick and snare off, and we can also follow a specific track, which isn't anything new in terms of drummer from Logic 10. But what's really cool is we have these patterns now that we can choose between. So we can follow our chord rhythm if we have a chord mapped out with our new keys player, which I'll show in a second. But we can also change these patterns. So you can see that we've got visual representation of the patterns themselves, and then they change. So we've got a little bit more flexibility in terms of the patterns themselves. We can also change the patterns of the hats as well. Which is really cool. So we can independently change the kick snare and the hi-hat pattern, which gives us a lot more flexibility as well. And we can bring this complexity up. And that starts to add more notes. We've got fill amount and fill complexity. If you want loads of fills and you want them to be really complex, let's have a listen to that. I think we need to go in and tell the drummer to chill out a little bit. But that is the kind of main focus here. And then we've got swing, how much swing we want, and we can choose between 16th and 8th note. which is pretty self-explanatory here. Then we have detail, so we can really dive into everything a little deeper. We have snare, we can choose between center, rimshot, side stick, or tom. Percussion, we can turn that on and choose between claps, shakers, or tambourines. Hi-hat closed, half open, open, wide open. So we can also dial that in. We can dial in the amount of ghost notes as well. So we're starting to hear more ghost notes. We have feel here, pull or push. Push is going to be slightly ahead of the beat. Pull is going to be slightly behind the beat. We have dynamics as well, which is pertaining to the range of volume. So the range from soft to loud. If we want it to be super dynamic, we're going to have really loud and really soft hits. And if we have 0% dynamics, everything is essentially at the same velocity. So you can dial this into taste to make the velocity feel more humanized. And you can also dial in the humanize, which will create performances that are not perfectly quantized. And it's going to make the performance feel more realistic and human. So you can dial that into taste as well. Really great stuff here. And we also have tempo, which is really great that we have this option. So we can go half time, standard, and double time, which is a really great songwriting tool. You might want to be half time, perhaps in a bridge, standard in the verse, and then double time in the chorus. So it's a really useful tool to have for mapping out the bare bones of a song as well. And then we have manual, which is really awesome, where we can actually just dial in our own drums here with this step sequencer. And then we can dial in the complexity and intensity, and we can also choose between different bars and steps. So if we want a 2-bar arrangement, we can click that, and we also can copy and reset up here. So that is it for the new user interface with Drummer. Like I said, this is not necessarily a new feature, but the user interface and the customization, as well as some new sounds and new tools here, are new within Logic 11. So let's dive into the bass player. I'm going to click Retro Rock for this. And let's just see what comes up right off the bat. So let's look at our main interface here. Again, we've got complexity, intensity. We have got our patterns here, and we can actually follow the drums. So let's see how this does with following this slightly less typical drum beat here. So we can actually just take manual off for this instance. Let's get things sounding a little more human. So you can see that we're actually following the pattern here. Let's mute this for now. And let's just have the bass do its own thing for the purpose of this demonstration. So we've got groove, so we can play around with different grooves or just stay on the root note only. So this is just going to stay on the root note of each of these chords, whereas these different grooves are going to add more melodic parts into the playing. And then we have octaves, so we can choose between none, some, and more. Phrasing, short, medium, long in terms of the release of each of those notes themselves. We can also choose between our lowest possible note. So this is useful for emulating the lowest string on a 5-string bass guitar. So you can kind of bring that lower or higher to suit your arrangement and the kind of style you're going for. Again, like drummer, we've got fill amount and fill complexity. We've got swing, nothing new here. It's just going to apply to the bass itself. And then we've got details, really great stuff here. We've got dead notes, we've got slides, and we can dial that in. We've got pickup hits as well that we can turn on and off. Dynamic mutes we can turn on and off. A line root, which will determine whether the bass player plays closer intervals when changing chords to feel slightly more realistic in terms of how a human bass player would actually play. We've got feel, pull, push, dynamics again, humanize, and then we have got the tempo, standard, half time, double time, automatic. And then we've got manual, so we can dial in the bass to taste, and then we can play around with some different styles here. I really love the indie disco sound. Let's turn this swing off. So instantly this is creating an idea for a song that we could absolutely start to write with in a matter of really minutes, where this would ordinarily take hours to get done, to track, to record, to figure out the parts. So this is a really great songwriting tool, as well as just to kind of flesh out ideas that you may decide you want to actually go to a session musician with these ideas and then have them bring in that more human flavor. It's totally up to you how you want to use these tools. So let's talk about how we are actually having these notes play and who is deciding, you know, what each of these notes are doing and why each of these progressions are playing. So this is all happening within our new chord session here. And this is one of the coolest new features that we have available in Logic 11. So we can actually edit each of these chords. So you can see when I double click, we can choose any chord that we want. You can type that in. You can also choose these different voicings here. You can also change the bass note against the chord itself. You can input MIDI, and then you can actually preview these chords. So, you know, for example, if you wanted a C major 9, we could preview that chord as well. And then you can, you know, go between each of these and change the chords. You can ungroup these chords. So if you wanted to play around with the rhythm, you can dial that in to taste and create your own custom rhythm in terms of when the chords are actually changing. So this is kind of the brain of everything that is happening melodically with the new session players. So everything is going to be based around what you put into the chord group here. And this is also going to be determined by the key as well. So if I click, for example, E flat major, it's going to ask, do we want to transpose it? So if you transpose it, it's going to move it into that key. So this is kind of the main thing you need to focus on here in terms of actually getting these to work well together and create something that sounds cohesive in terms of each of the players themselves. So let's move on to the keyboard player. again. We've got some details here, so we can play freely, we can have broken chords, block chords, arpeggiated, or simple pad. And each of these have a different sound associated to them as well. So for now, I'm going to click freely. So we've just got our piano. So we have instantly got this progression playing based off of the chords that we have put in here. We've got complexity, intensity. We have got our keyboard player. We can change the patch. We can change between each of these styles here. We can move around with where we want the placement of the left and right hand, whether we only want right hand, we only want left hand, or both. We've got our chord rhythms here. Can also follow each of our players here if we so wish, and we can play around with that in a second. Then we have got left hand, right hand voicings. So root only, root and octave, root and fifth, root, fifth and octave. Style, sustain only, simple, moderate, complex, follow right hand, or steady eighths. So if you want steady eighth notes as well, we can play around with that. Again, we have got some more options here for voicing on the right hand. Two voice fixed interval, two voice common tone, three voice common tone, full chord fixed inversion, 4+ voice fixed inversion. So each of these is going to create a completely different flavor here on what's happening with the right hand itself. And then movement, minimal range, small range, medium, or large range. So it's kind of going to determine how much that right hand is jumping around on the top half of the piano / keyboard. Then we've got fill complexity, swing, same stuff here. Grace notes, we can add in how many of those grace notes we want. Feel, pull, push, same stuff here. Dynamics, humanize, tempo, half time standard, double time automatic, and then manual. So let's have a listen to this against everything else. So I'm going to click this to follow the bass. So I want to show an example of how we can actually use a different player here as well to fill out our arrangement. So if we click simple pad, we have a different playing style here where we're just sustained here. So we're creating a pad against the rest of the arrangement. We've got retro synth that is just playing a really soft pad. Let's have a listen to it on its own. And you can see that based on this particular playing style, we have a lot less to play around with. So we can only really play around with the note start, note length, swing, and then the voicing, as well as tying the notes together and where these kind of hands are playing on the keyboard itself. And we only have intensity, we don't have complexity, because we are only creating these pad notes here. So we're just going to determine how soft or loud we want the intensity to feel against this pad playing here. So in a matter of about 10 minutes, we've created an entire arrangement that kind of feels like what a full band could play. You know, we've got a keys player, we've got another keys player, a bassist and a drummer, and we've got this starting point for where we can actually start to play around with an arrangement. So that is the session players in a nutshell. The user interface is pretty simple. It's a little more complex when it comes to the piano player because there's just a lot more to handle. We're working with the different hands as well. But once you get a hang of the interface and navigating the chords themselves, you'll be off to a really great start in creating really effective arrangements in a short period of time. So now that we have shown the session players that are available in Logic 11, let's actually take everything a step further and let's look at the virtual instruments that we now have available in Logic 11. So this is our bassist, our new bass virtual instrument that our bassist uses, the bassist session player. So let's take a look at the user interface. So first off, we have got our playing style. So we've got the option to play with our fingers or pick with a plectrum. This is our last played field, which will display the most recently used articulation. And this may be different from the articulation shown in the plugin header here. So you can see that this opens up a huge can of worms where we have all of these different articulations available to make our playing way more realistic. So I will show you how you can actually use this manually within the piano roll in a second, but let's just cover everything else here. So we have got mute, so we can control the degree to which the bass strings are muted. We also have definition, which will control the level of transient attack on the strings themselves. So if we want it to be more attacky, we can dial that in. If we want it to be less, we can dial that into taste. And then we have our tone here that we can dial in. So our pickups, we can choose between both neck, bridge, stereo, and we can dial in each of these to taste, to dial in the tone that you want, as well as the volume of each of these. And all of these together will affect the tone of the bass itself. We've got our master volume here, and then we have got some additional details here. So we've got portamento, so we can set the time it takes to slide from one note to another with this, and we can also dial this in to be synced with the BPM of our session as well. We then have string noise, hum and hiss, and release notes, which is really going to make this sound a lot more realistic. And then we have voice mode. So we can actually be polyphonic, monophonic, or mono per string. And then we have the option to use open strings, avoid open strings, or prefer open strings. And all of this is going to affect how the actual playing sounds. So this is our rock bass. Let's have a quick listen to it. Let's move on to our classic bass. So we have got a completely different bass here. Same principles. We have less to dial in here because we have less available in terms of the pickups as well. Then we have the same parameters that we can dial in. We just have limited functionality in terms of the tone itself. Let's have a listen to how this sounds. Let's look at our 60s. So we've got this really awesome 60s bass here. Same stuff again. But we have rhythm and solo switch. So in the rhythm position, lower frequencies are boosted. In the solo position, higher frequencies are boosted. So you can dial this into taste based on what you need in your particular arrangement. And then we have same parameters here. This is my personal favorite in terms of the new bass instruments that Logic 11 has brought out for us. So let's move on to our session bassist. We've got a little bit more available in terms of the tone itself. Again, same parameters in the details. Then we have our modern bassist, different parameters in terms of the tone. We've just got bass, treble, and volume. And again, same stuff going on here. And finally, we've got our American upright, which is really cool. We have an upright bass available, and we've got some different parameters here. So we only have growl, growl attack, and noises. So growl control the volume of the upper harmonics, which are created by the string resonating against the fingerboard. So this is going to control how much of that. And then the attack, growl attack, is just going to control the time it takes for the growl to become audible. So let's dial that in. So you can kind of hear that, break up that harmonics that are being created by the string resonating against the fretboard, and how quickly that growl happens is determined by this parameter here. And then we can increase the probability of instrument noises such as rattles, buzzes, crackling, etc. by dialing that in, which is just going to create a sense of more realism. And then we have got some details here. We have noises, so rattles, releases, and handling here. So we can dial in how much of each of those noises we want in terms of probability. So if we want, more rattles, we've got 67% probability of rattles coming in, whereas 0%, we're not going to get any rattles, etc., etc. So that's kind of how you would dial that into taste as well. Now, bearing in mind, we are using the session player here for a different instrument. We were actually using the 60s bass for that. So the American upright with the bass player, session player rather, we can click on this here. Let's click Roots Upright. The programming of this bass is going to be a lot more realistic in terms of the articulation as well. Let's bring the complexity up. And you can see that the noises are all at 100% to really create that more realistic, imperfect kind of sound with the upright bass itself. Okay, so let's dive into the articulation within the MIDI piano roll. So if I convert this to MIDI, I'm just going to right click, convert to MIDI region. Now, if we look at our articulation drop down here, you can see that when I actually click on each of these notes, the articulation changes. So dead note up, down only, down only, down only, legato, hammer on, pickup hit, down only, etc. So you can actually go in here and you can change each of these notes to a completely different articulation. And that is going to create a more realistic performance style in terms of how realistic the bass actually sounds. So we can try to mimic what it would sound like being played by a real bassist. So that's kind of how you can dial this into taste. Now you can see that converting this to MIDI retains everything that's happening within the session player, but it also gives you a higher degree of control because you can change some of the articulations. You can also change some of the notes to taste as well. So let's take a look at the new piano instrument that we have available. So we have a totally new piano instrument with a similar interface to the bass virtual instrument that we have. And we have a studio grand, a concert grand, a vintage upright, and a studio grand one mic. So we can play around with the different mics available. So we can set the volume of a stereo pair of condenser microphones, ribbon microphones, or the volume of a mono ribbon microphone, which is going to play around with the tone of the instrument itself. So let's have a listen to this. So these are our condenser microphones. These are our ribbon microphones, stereo. A lot softer top end, more of that mid-range, and then mono, straight down the middle. So these are softer, it's going to be associated with a more kind of retro sound. Then we have got pedal noise, key noise, release samples, and sympathetic resonance. So we can set the amount of resonance on the undamped strings. We can set the volume of the damper returning to the string when you release a key. We can set the volume of the sound pressing and releasing the keys, and also the volume of the sound of pressing and releasing the piano pedal as well. And all of that is going to create a deeper sense of realism for the listener as well. And then we've got our main volume out. So a lot less to play around with here as opposed to the bass. But let's have a look at our concert grand. Again, even less here. So we've just got our main volume. Then we have got our vintage upright. So we've got ribbon pair and ribbon mono. And what we can also do here is actually blend all of these together. So you can dial that into taste to create a kind of different tone altogether. Again, pedal noise, key noise, release samples, sympathetic resonance, and then studio grand one mic. So this is a studio grand recorded with one mic. So that really is it here in terms of the instrument itself. We've got a lot less to play around with as it's a less complex instrument in terms of the parameters that you can dial in. So we have less in terms of the kind of tone as opposed to the basses that we have available, but it sounds way more realistic than what we had available in Logic 10, which is really awesome. And you also have some different presets that you can play around with in terms of the pianos themselves with some different processing. So a real wide range in terms of the kind of palette that you have available with these pianos, which sound a lot more realistic right off the bat, which is awesome. So in this section, we are going to dive into each and every individual VST that Logic Pro has to offer. And to start off, I wanted to dive into Alchemy. This is a true monster of a synth, and it's also the most advanced. So I'm going to really deep dive into all of the features that this has on offer. So let's jump right into it. So we have a few different options on how we can actually view Alchemy. We have browse, simple, and advanced. So browsing is going to be really helpful when you are going through the different presets that are available. You can get very granular and very specific with each of these drop-down menus. And we also have this section here that you can view solely in simple. And it's important to mention that there is a quality control here. So Ultra is going to get the best fidelity. It's going to get the most fullest and detailed sound. The reason we have a drop down here is because as you are getting more in the weeds of your composition and adding more elements, this is going to affect your CPU load. So you may want to just go to great or good or draft, depending on what your computer allows you to do. And then when you're actually going to bounce this to audio or bounce the entire track, you can just toggle that to Ultra so you get the best sound. We also have a limiter, so we can have that on. It's on by default. We have our master volume control here, our file browsing, our save. So if we can save presets that we've created, save as well. And then when we are browsing through, you can actually rate these and make them your favorites, which will allow you to browse a little more effectively. So let's move on to simple for this section. So what makes Alchemy so great, especially right off the bat when working with presets, is this 8-zone vector XY pad that we have here. So as I move this around, you can see that the XY pads here move around depending on how I move across this vector pad. So this allows us to create a lot of movement and modulation right off the bat just by moving this around with the pre-assigned effects here. So if I were to play a chord, we get a ton of movement and a really interesting sound that evolves over time. And we can record this in as automation as well, which I'll show later on. So we have all of these pre-assigned effects, and as we move these around, you can see that these change, and we can actually manipulate these ourselves to taste if we want as well. We can move these around like so, and we can play with the attack, decay, sustain, and release of the sound as well. So with very minimal synthesis knowledge, you can get a really great sound right off the bat. So there are two main ways that we can actually trigger these zones, these snapshots, independently of us having to move around and drag this with our mouse. Of course, if we're playing MIDI data in with a MIDI controller, it's going to be pretty difficult to move this around. So we can actually use key switches. And to do this, we can, for instance, click C1. So if I go to C1 and then the next note up and then the next note up, and I'm doing this on my MIDI keyboard, I'm actually moving between each of these snapshots here. So we could jump between each one like so by pressing the corresponding notes. And then of course I could hold a note down and then we actually have our rates here, which allows us to determine how quickly we want to move between each of these snapshots. So let's say that we wanted to move a little slower between each note. Let's see what happens here. Let's make it even slower so we get a kind of trail through. And then we can do even longer. Now let's go the opposite way. So that's how you can control it with your MIDI controller. Now, if you actually want to record these in separately, so if you want to have both hands controlling your MIDI controller, creating the chords or the arpeggios or the melody, etc., I would recommend actually recording in what you're doing with your MIDI controller first, and then you can record in the key switches like so with a second round. So we could record the chords one round, let's say we recorded it and then it finishes here, we can then record this over the top of it. And to do this, just make sure that in your recording settings you either have it as merge or overlap. So what it's going to actually allow you to do is overlap the recording data of the key switches with your chords as well. So let me just show you a specific example of this. So now I want to just record this in with my key switches. So that's actually merged that with our MIDI data. You can see that these key switches have been recorded here. Now, if you don't have a MIDI controller, what we can easily do here, let's get rid of this, is we can just record in each of these movements between the snapshot separately. So we've got our chords. If we go to latch or touch and just record, and then go to read. If we look at our automation here, you can see our X and Y pad. And that's been recorded in. So now that we have covered simple view, let's move on to advanced. So let's dive into this. This is probably going to be a little bit intimidating to start off, especially if you don't have any prior synthesis knowledge, but let's dive into it. Now, of course, at the bottom, we have the simple view that is just added onto the bottom of the user interface. And we also have a slight difference here as we have perform, ARP, and effects. So we have some additional manipulation here. So let's just go to initialize preset. So we're just going to start off with the initialized version of Alchemy. So we're just working with a saw wave here. So very, very simple stuff. So we have our oscillators. So oscillators in synthesis are essentially what allow the synth to create sound. It's what the sound is generated from. So we have different wave tables here. So we've got a saw wave, we've got a sine, we've got a square, we've got a triangle, big and dirty, which is Alchemy's own kind of oscillator, buzz, and so on and so forth. So what we can actually do here is we compare different sources, as they are called in Alchemy. So we have 4 sources to choose from, and we can turn these all on and off like so, and we can change the oscillator, and we can also change the tune of each. If we want something the octave above, or we want to create harmonies, we can actually pan these out as well, like so, left and right. We can blend in the volume as well. And then we have our filtering here, and then our master section here. And what we're currently in is global view. So that allows us to actually look at each one of our sources. However, we can actually dive even deeper into each source. So globally, we can see we've got our drive edge. If we go on to A, we have further manipulation that we can do here, and we have more that we can do here: phase, sync, unison, detune, coarse pitch, tune pan, which this is the same here, and then we have more to manipulate here. Now if we go back to global view, if you see any of these knobs with this orange ring around them, that actually means that there is some additional modulation effects. So you can see here that there is this modulation effect. So any of these that have orange around them, if we were to pick a particular preset, you would see that there'd be a lot more going on here. Now, of course, because we've initialized the preset, there is a lot less going on. However, we can just make sure that any additional effects are turned off if you really want to work from an initialized state. So if we toggle back to our source A here, let me turn off the rest of these here. You can see that we have VA here. We also have the option for additive. Now, VA stands for virtual analog, and this is what we are working with here with this shape here. And of course, as we move through here, you can see the different wave tables here. We can see the different shapes of these oscillators, and we can just play around with each of these parameters here. We can also add noise. So this actually layers in, you can see this visual representation, it layers in noise. So let's turn that off. And there are a ton of different noises. Brown noise, carpet, which isn't typical, crinkle, fan noise, fire, which is really cool. Let me bring the octave down. There's actually the tuning here, so we can change the pitch, same with the coarse pitch here and with our tune here. So we've got our semitones, which are musical half steps. So we can actually change the musical half steps and work in octaves as well with the noise itself. We can low cut, so we can cut the lows up to a certain frequency, and we can also high cut the highs to a certain frequency as well with our noise to shape the tone of it. So this is a really great way to add more interesting characteristics to your own synth sounds as well. So while we are on the topic of actually shaping the tone of the noise, let's actually talk about how we can shape the tone overall. So we have our filter here on our global sources, and we also have filters here for each of our sources themselves. So we have 3 filters that we can go through, and we have serial or parallel modes. Now, serial means that we are consecutively running through each of the filters themselves. So this creates a more pronounced kind of effect, whereas parallel means we're working through each of these in parallel. So it's not 100% through each one of these consecutively, it's parallel to the source itself. So we've got this source, which is our main sound, and then we have each one of these in parallel. So it's almost a copy of each one. So we've got 3 copies of this sound, and we're running through each with a filter. So we're running each copy through a filter itself. And then we can turn that on like so, and you can see each one can be turned on. So let's actually just show you this in real time. So we've got our first filter. And that's it in serial, that's it in parallel. And let's turn these all off and hear how it sounded before. So that's affected the tone, and then globally we can actually affect the whole signal. That's our resonance here. this is our drive, and this is our cutoff. So this is the entire frequency spectrum being shaped, and then this is creating resonance. So we're essentially doing this to our synth with our cutoff, and then with our resonance we're doing this. So as we cut it off, we're creating a resonant, a spike that resonates as we scroll through. And then our drive is doing this, which is essentially driving the signal from the cutoff. So to show this, let's just copy what's happening just to further cement this in your understanding of this parameter. So cut off. Then we've got our resonance. And then drive. So let's get rid of this here and then drive. Let's hear that again. And then these different modes are going to be the equivalent of this. Now we'll talk about EQ in a lot more detail later on, but this is the general overview. Then we've got our low pass, allowing our lows to pass, and then we've got our band pass, which allows only this frequency range here. And then if we were to move that around together, it would look like that. And then this would move around left to right. So let's move that to band pass. Let's turn our resonance off. Turn our drive up. So that's how we can shape the tone independently. And then of course we can do this with a lot more detail as well for each individual source in serial or parallel mode. All right, so let's talk about some of these knobs here. So we have symmetry. So this allows us to sway the symmetry left and right of the oscillator itself. So we won't dive into the nitty-gritty of this. Let's just have a listen to how it sounds. So let's play around with a different oscillator. So we get a slightly different characteristic as we kind of move this around, and we can choose that as our source. And then we have sync. So this generates a copy of the oscillator and then allows us to add harmonics to it. So the higher up in semitones we go, the more high frequency content we get, and vice versa. Then we have unison. So we have numbers of unison. So if we go up to 8, that means we have 8 copies of this oscillator. So it's essentially just sounding louder, but when we bring in the detune, that's where we create this wide, warm chorus effect with these numbers of unison. And then the further out you go, it's going to start to sound detuned. So a little goes a long way with detuning and unison. All right, so let's actually put all of what we've learned so far into practice. So let me delete what we've got going on so far. Let's delete all of our automation. And now we've got a blank slate to work from. And let's just start to create a sound of our own. So we've got big and dirty. Gonna add some noise here. Now let's layer that in. Let's filter this. And I'm going to use this wait function here and have it wait. So this particular source is going to wait a quarter note after I hit the note. So and then I'm going to do the same for this as well. So let's wait. Maybe let's make it a half note. And I'll pan that to the right. Bring that up. Okay, so let's actually start shaping the tone of this overall. And what we didn't mention earlier is we actually have a parallel and serial knob here. So 100% to the right is serial, 100% left is parallel, and we can actually blend in the parallel to serial range here. So let's okay. So let's actually blend in. So let's just record something in here. going to quickly change this note here. So listen to what we've got going on here. Quantize, bring this up a touch. And then we can affect the so you can hear that nothing's actually happening really here because we haven't got anything mapped out in terms of this vector pad. So we're not going to use this right now because we haven't mapped our effects out, and we'll move on to that in the next part of this. But we have this sound which initially started out as this with even less effects, and what we have now is this sound. It's a far more complex, richer, more interesting sound just by us really just experimenting and playing around with some of these parameters here. Now I just wanted to cover the keynote and loop mode. We don't really need to worry about loop mode right now because we're not working with our sampler instrument within Alchemy, but it's important to mention what this is. So having this off will actually have you, so let me turn these off so I can demonstrate it. So I'm playing lots of different notes here, but it's only playing one pitch. So if you want to just be able to play your keyboard and have only one note trigger, then you can have this off. But what we're going to use most often will be this here. So I've never had to use any other mode here, but you can experiment with it if you want to. So let's put this back to quarter note, and then let's turn these back on, and now we can move on to our voices. So let's talk about voices. So we have always, retrigger, and legato. So we can actually change the number of voices that we're able to play. So if we want to be playing polyphonic stuff, so if we want to be playing chords, we have the ability to play up to 8 notes, and then so on and so forth. We can go all the way up to 32 notes at a time. If, for instance, we wanted something like a bass or a lead synth, we can only play one note. So we are going to overlap each note because we're only able to play one, and that allows us to have a far cleaner synth. Or if we wanted a kind of arpeggio, we can use that as well. And we can actually independently change our voices for each of our sources here. But for this instance, we're just going to do this overall for the whole sound itself. We can play legato, and this oftentimes will change the voices to 1. And this allows us to have a less harsh pop between each. Let's turn our ARP off. So it's a smoother transition between each note. And then we have the option to glide. So we can glide between each note, and there's two options here. We can do it via milliseconds or via rate, which allows us to do it by percentage. So that allows us to have kind of a more gliding effect between each note. So we are going to be focusing on this section in Alchemy now. So we have initialized the preset again. So what I want to walk you through is how to actually add modulation. Let's create something right now. Let's add a saw. Let's detune that a little bit. Let's bring let's maybe add a little bit of unison. Okay, so let's go to global. Now, what I want to do is I want to create this rhythmic kind of sweeping on the cutoff. Let me bring the cutoff to... So what I'm going to do is I can add modulation here, and now I'm going to assign it to this LFO here, which is this low frequency oscillator, and then I can sync the rate. And you can see that I can control the depth of this by moving this, and then you can see that this orange ring is showing us that the modulation is now enabled. So you can see that there's red here. That's showing us that within this signal chain, some of this is clipping. So we can just bring the volume down here. Let's turn this off. So we've now got this rhythmic pulsing that's happening with this low frequency oscillator, this LFO. We also have our envelope here. Now this has a HDSR. So normally you have ADSR, attack, decay, sustain, release. This actually has a hold there as well. Now what we can do is shape the overall sound here with our attack, hold, decay, sustain. So let's say we want a really slow fade in to create a kind of pad. Let's turn this off. If we want it to come in straight away, we want it to swell in. If we wanted a pluck, see, we can hear a slight sustain. If we bring that up, and then when we let go of the key, that is the sustain here. So we can let it ring out for a long time, even longer. Now I'm not holding the key now, I'm just... And that is releasing for a long time. Or we can bring the sustain down, we can bring the decay down, and even the release. So there's not a long release when we let go. Can swell it in. We can hold it for a little while, so it swells in slowly, it holds, then it decays, and then when I let go it releases really quickly. So that's kind of how we can shape the overall sound itself, but we can also use this envelope to modulate. So let's turn this on. Let's clear our modulation with our LFO, and now let's add our envelope. And now let's bring that up. Now let's shape this. So we're controlling the filter. We can really modulate any parameter here, which is how we really move into more advanced synthesis. We can modulate multiple parameters. So let's add the LFO as well. So we can control all of these different parameters and add modulation to each of them. So let's dive into some more complex LFO modulation and having multiple LFOs for each source. So first off, we can play around with our filter here. So I'm going to turn this on, and then I want to add an LFO here. LFO1 sine. Now, we don't have to just work with this sine wave. We can actually change different wave shapes. We can delay them. So if I play the note, it's actually going to play the note normally, and then the LFO is going to come in after this delay subdivision. Let's put our depth in. So let's move that around. We can also do the same thing with the attack as well. So it's going to be a slower attack coming in, and you can see that it moves 2 seconds when it's not synced. I want this to be synced to the tempo of our song so that everything is nice and unified and it works in the context of the BPM that we're working in. So let's take that off for now. And let's say that I want to add another LFO here, doing a different subdivision. Let's click New LFO. Let's maybe find a pattern. There's a pattern here. Let's turn our other saw off just to hear it. Bring our depth up. Let's maybe bring this down a touch. Let's have it somewhere in the middle. Let's maybe bring this up an octave. Let's bring our other saw in. And So we've got two different rhythms happening here, and we can play around with that and create something that has a lot more rhythmic features to it. And then let's say that we wanted to have a new LFO overall. So let's just add modulation there, new LFO, and then to go between each, you just have to click through here. Let's change this up. Maybe delay it. Depth. So it's almost acting as an arpeggiator here, which is really interesting because we've used delay and then we've created these different LFO modulations here, and we've played around with the pitch and the delay. It creates this more rhythmic arpeggiated kind of sound without even using the sequencer. So we can really dive into making this pretty simple concept create some more complex sounds. So we've covered modulating with the LFO and the envelope here. Let's move on to modulating with our sequencer. We've not touched this so far, so let's kind of walk through this. So let me add a new source here. Let's say that we want to add a low bass here. So let's bring the octave down. I'm just going to turn the rest of these off here. I'm going to use a square. Let's turn this, clear this modulation here. So let's add modulation here, and then we're going to click our sequencer. So the rate is 16th notes is what I want here. And then we can also trigger from the subdivisions that we want as well. We've got some presets that we can play with, all even steps. Okay, so we actually had the modulator was on the wrong source. So let's go back to our square. Let's clear this modulation here. Let's go back to our bass. Now let's add modulation, sequencer 1. Bring the depth up. There we go. So let's put our trigger to 16th notes. And add swing. We can play around with the attack of the note, and we can also play around with the velocity here as well. So you can see that this sequencer is happening regardless of whether we're playing the note or not. We've got some presets, like I said here, that we can play around with. And we can start to add little accents. We can add little ghost notes. We can extend our sequence. We can add release to it. And here we can also snap to different values. So we can play around with how we're snapping to the grid. And then we can browse between multiple sequencers if we have them, and then we can actually layer in the rest of our sounds. So that would be great for some kind of cinematic composing if you wanted to have kind of drones and pads and then this kind of moving arpeggiated sequenced bass. So of course you can route the sequencer to any one of these parameters or vice versa. So you can play around with that and also just dial the depth in to taste. If you want something a little more subtle, you can dial that in. So that is the sequencer in a nutshell, and you can really play around with these presets and just dialing in each of these parameters. So finally, all we have to cover now that we have done our modulation, shown how to route all of that and start modulating each of our sources, now we want to start adding some effects. So there's a few ways that we can do this. First of all, we can add global effects, and to do this, we can use both of these effects sends, and then we can either route them to our effects main here or our effects A, B, C, and D. So we currently don't have any effects, so let's just send something to our effects main. So let's say we want to add some reverb. So let's click convolution reverb, and then we can actually load in a reverb. Let's say we want this chapel. Completely dry with that reverb, and then we can dial in how much of that reverb we want to send from all of our sources to the effects. Now, what we can also do here, as we've not covered this knob here, is this correlates to filters 1 and 2. So filters 1 and 2. Now, we're not using filter 2 at the moment, but if we did, we can actually blend between each of the filters, and that also corresponds to the effects send that goes with each of these filters. So if we look at what's happening here, we're getting more signal because we've got more of these oscillators being sent only to filter 1. You can see it's dialed all the way to them there. Whereas if we dial each of these halfway, we're going to get a blend of both. So we're getting the same amount here. Let's now move all of these to filter 2. Now we're only getting filter 2. And you can actually hear that because the cutoff here is at 811 hertz as opposed to 20,000 hertz, we're getting a different tone as opposed to sending everything to filter 1, which is a lot warmer and darker. So let's say that we wanted to just have some delay on this square here. So what I can do is click filter 1, effects A, and then when I go to effects A here, you can go to delay, and I can blend between filter 1 and effects A, so you can hear that delay. Let's bring the feedback down a little bit. And then we can bring each of these back in. So everything overall is being sent to our reverb here. Let's bring that. And we're just blending between the filter on source C and the delay. But what if we wanted to have this still filtered but with the delay? So we could go to here, and then we could actually bring our filter down on here. So we can shape the tone of just source C with our delayed signal here. So we've got a lot going on here. We've got effect sends, we've got modulation happening, we've got modulation with our LFO, with our sequencer, and this overall is really creating a far more complex and interesting sound. Alright, so let's move on to our next stage of modulation. So we have covered our LFO, we've covered our envelope, we also have covered our sequencer, but we skipped over our MSeg envelope. So what this stands for is a multi-stage or multi-segment envelope generator. So this just allows you to create an envelope that is a lot more complex. So we can have multiple points here by right-clicking, and then we can drag these down and create something a lot more complex and interesting. And we can also loop certain sections. So let me show you how to do that. Just do this, and then we can actually loop sections like so, and just loop a certain segment by dragging this across. So let's route our filter to our MSeg envelope. We've also got some presets here that we can play around with. So you can draw these in, and you can use all of these presets here and kind of adjust them to your own taste as well. So now let's move into the different loop modes here. So we have the choice to not loop at all, to be continuous, to sustain, or forward and backwards. So while I hold this note, it's actually not looping round to the beginning again. When I press continuous, it's looping round when it gets to the end here. Sustain does the same thing but has a different relationship to the looping depending on the sustain here. And then we have forward and backwards. So that's really cool. It actually moves backwards and forwards and reverses back to the start point and then moves forward again. So that's a really interesting creative application that you can play around with as well. And our final parameter here with loop mode is normal, slide and stretch. Now this actually affects how we move across when we are programming the MSEG envelope. So you can kind of slide things across like so. And you can also stretch things. So this allows you to have something shorter that speeds up and vice versa. So let's have a listen to this. And then let's stretch this. Stretch this the other way. And you can do the same here. So that allows you to create some more interesting variations within the envelope itself. So this is a really great tool for creating a lot more complex rhythms without the limitations of a classic LFO or envelope that only allows you to work with certain parameters. This gives you a lot more freedom. And to start off, just play around with some of these presets. You can randomize, you can just see what happens here and just start to get yourself more well acquainted with the MSEG. So we've discussed our LFO, our MSEG, our sequencer. We can now move on to our mod map. Now this is pretty simple to get your head around. What we're essentially doing here is this is a modulator that modulates the modulation. So to better explain this, we have this curve here. We can make it a logarithmic curve by making it more like that and more like this, or we can just have it straight. And what we're essentially doing is moving back to what we were talking about earlier on with the 0 to 127 values with the way that MIDI is programmed. We're essentially doing the same thing here, and we are either accentuating modulation or we are minimizing modulation. So we're kind of accentuating the modulation that we want to by bringing this up, or we're making it a little more subtle. So let's kind of walk you through how we can set this up and its applications. So let's say that we want to make this LFO here that is controlling our filter on our global sources a little bit more accentuated. So what we want to do here is accentuate the output intensity, which is what the mod map is essentially doing with modulating the already modulated effect. So because this isn't a main modulation source here, this is a secondary source, we can't actually modulate it by adding modulation here. What we have to do is go down to here. So if you look at this, 1 corresponds to mod map 1, and then if we want to add a new mod map, then we can scroll through like we can with other modulation effects. So we've got this routed to our MSeg with the filter cutoff. So let's assign that to our mod map, and we've got it to 100% so that I can show you the exaggerated effect. So let's pull this up. So it's almost imperceptible when we do this. And now it is a lot more exaggerated. So you can use the mod map to accentuate different parts of your modulation. So let's route this to a new LFO. Let's just create a drone here. So we've got a completely different rhythm now. By dialing in the depth of the LFO and our mod map here. And we've got a ton of presets that we can play around with. So you can play around with the different presets that we have on offer. Some are a lot more complex, and you can kind of dial this in with the depth knob here, and you can add as many mod maps as you want. So in its simplest form, what we're thinking about with the mod map is how can we accentuate or soften modulation parameters and have that in tandem with what we've already created, so that we can create a sense of movement, rhythm, and nuance in our sound design. Okay, so let's move on to our morph pad. So right at the bottom here, we have the option to play around with this pad here. And we've got our X fade XY, X fade linear, morph XY, and morph linear. So in its simplest form, what we're doing here is we are just moving this ball around. And what this allows us to do is move between the volume of each of these sources. So let me just play what we've got going on here, and we can play around with the sound. So it allows us to create a more complex sound, create more of a moving and evolving sound as opposed to something that is completely static. And of course, the more movement that you're creating with each individual source with modulation, so if we're adding LFOs and MSeg envelopes to different parts of our sources, as you move the morph around, you're going to start to create a lot more varied sound, and there will be more rhythmic parts, more sustained parts, which will really make this sound a lot more complex. Now let's move on to our X fade linear mode. Now what this allows you to do is actually move between each of the sources linearly. So as opposed to having to kind of go in between each of these and only working through A, B, C, and D, what we're essentially doing is we're doing that and morphing through each of these sources in a linear fashion consecutively between each one of these and vice versa. So let's have a listen to how this sounds. So this has a lot less of a blend. It's a lot clearer that it's actually running through each one of these sources as opposed to the XY that is a lot more fluid and kind of blends between each one of these. So if you're going for something that is more evolving and less extreme, the X Fade XY morph pad might be the right option for you. So let's move on to our morph XY. Now, of course, what we can do here is actually just automate between each of these sources. But another option that we can try that will make this even more complex and interesting is we can actually modulate each of these XY parameters here. So if I pull these down here to this corner, let me actually modulate the X with one of these sequencers. And then let's do another sequencer and play around with the trigger. And now what we've got is and of course we can play around with the depth here and make it a little more subtle, but we're jumping around really quickly between all of these different sources. You can see it bouncing around here. So we're creating this really rich, evolving sound that also has this rhythm to it. And of course you can play around with the swing, you can play with these presets and maybe try something different. And dial in the depth to taste. Alright, so we will cover Morph XY and Morph Linear later on. So I want to jump over to the ARP tab here and we can talk about the Arpeggio. So what this allows us to do is create arpeggios independent of each source or globally by arpeggiating all of our sources together. So we've got it on all here, and what this is going to allow us to do is create an arpeggio that has each one of these sources all working together. So we have to turn on our arpeggiator. Currently it's off, so we have different modes here. So we have our mode up, so that will be arpeggiating upwards with the chord. Then we've got down, so it will be doing the opposite, it will be arpeggiating downwards. Then we've got up and down, so it's going up and down. Down and up, down and up. It's pretty self-explanatory. And then as played, so if you are playing in the chords yourself, the order in which you're hitting the notes is the way that it will arpeggiate. And then we have random, so it will just randomly work through that. And then we have chord, where it will just stamp the chord. So if we have C major, then it will just be stamping C major for each of these hits. So let's just put in so that's with chord. And then we can dial in the velocity like so, similarly to our sequencer and also to our arpeggiator in our MIDI FX as well. And similarly to our sequencer, we also have some other parameters here as we would use in Logic Sequencer that we've covered earlier on. So we have rate, how fast we want it to arpeggiate. We've got swing, we have octave. So how many octaves we want to span. We've got length of the notes. We've got velocity here. And we have pattern here, and what this allows you to do is to actually jump between 1 and 16 different patterns. Now, we've not actually changed any of these patterns here, so everything is the same up until 1. So if I go to 2 and then change the pattern like so, and then to 3 and do something different, and 4, we can jump between each different pattern. So we can jump between different patterns here with different velocities, and we can play around with these as well. So that is pattern, and then we have split here. This isn't something I use a lot, but what it actually allows you to do is split the arpeggiated and non-arpeggiated playable keys. So for example, let's say that at C3 middle C, I don't want anything above middle C to be arpeggiated. So if I wanted to be able to just play a melody over the top, then I would be able to do that from then, and you can just kind of pick from where you would like it to not arpeggiate. So from above this value here is non-arpeggiated, and then this value here is all arpeggiated. I normally just have it all the way so that everything's arpeggiated. And then latch is playing around with the relationship between actually playing the keys and how the arpeggiator reacts. So latch mode allows us to simply play in the chord, and then when we let go it stops, whereas hold mode allows you to play in the chord and then when you let go, so I'm going to play the chord now, I'm actually not playing the chord anymore on my MIDI controller, but it's actually still playing. And then if I want to change the chord, I can just play the chord in. So I'm just playing in these different chords, letting go, and then deciding what I want to play next. So this has a very great live application here as well, which is really cool. And then we have add, which allows us to actually add notes. So let me play C major, and then add the 7th in. And you can just add notes as you want to go along. So these are the different modes here. I normally have it off unless I wanted to just kind of add notes here, but I kind of program that in anyway. We have a different view here as well, which is our multi-view. This allows us to get a little bit more control over each of the notes and the sequence that we're creating. And as opposed to having to pull these down, we can just turn these on and off. And what we can do here as well is actually pan each one of these notes out. So let's say that you wanted to have some variation in the stereo spectrum. You can pan some of these notes out, and you can also manipulate the pitch here as well. So let's say we want this to be an octave up, this note to be an octave down. We can do that, and we can also tie notes in together as well. So let's have a listen to how this sounds. And you can just kind of very quickly manipulate this with a little bit more control. So we touched on some of the different properties here that we can play around with. So we can change the tune of each note like so. We can change the panning by moving these sliders up and down. We can change the swing of just individual notes as well. I don't normally play around with the swing too much. We can also adjust the length. So if we want some shorter notes and longer notes, we can adjust those as well. And we also can add ARP modulation. So this is just another way of modulating different parameters. So you can draw in a rhythm here, and it's essentially just doing the same thing as the sequencer. I don't actually use this to create modulation, but let's say that we wanted to add some modulation to our drive here. We can go down to note property, and then we can go to ARP mod A1, and then this is being controlled. The drive is being controlled by this pattern here. Like I said, I don't normally use that. I can just kind of use the sequencer. It's a lot easier to find. It's a lot more straightforward in terms of kind of figuring that out in my brain and routing that. We can also browse through some presets here. We can save individual patterns that we've created. It's worth mentioning that that only actually saves the pattern itself, not what's going on here. So you might need to just rework this if you're trying to create something that is saved here as well. And then we can, of course, just work through each one of these sources, create a different mode, create different patterns, different rates, octaves, length. And we can actually sync each one of these to our BPM as well, and we can do that on all as well. So if you want everything to be synced to your BPM, which 9 times out of 10, personally, that's kind of how I'm working, then just be sure to leave that to sync. And if you want some more control, you want it to be a little less synced to the grid and kind of create more of a tremolo effect, kind of stuttery effect, then you can turn that off and just kind of blend that in and dial that into taste. All right, so now that we have covered the majority of our modulation here, we've really started to dive into the weeds of this amazing synth. Let's walk backwards into our perform pad here, which is one of the biggest, most distinguishing features that Alchemy has to offer. So with all of our presets, remember we are able to kind of morph through this vector pad here and morph through what these snapshots are here, as they're called. How do we actually create our own different snapshots that we can walk through with our own presets that we are creating, with our own patches rather? So let's kind of walk through that process. So in order to kind of move through these, first off, you know, here we have a different snapshot. We'd have to kind of move through this. And as you can see here, this is changing. But currently we don't have anything assigned here. So what we need to do is actually assign these different parameters to each one of these knobs and to this XY pad here. So let's clear everything here so that we have everything good to go. Let's delete this modulation. Don't know what's happened here. We'll just leave that for now. So let's say we want to play around with the rate of our LFO here. So we want to go to perform. Let's go to control 1. So we've got our LFO rate here mapped out. We can bring that down so it's not as aggressive. And then let's just start to map some random things out here. So drive, let's add that to control 2. Resonance on filter 2, let's add that to control 3. Let's go to our pan here, control 4. So I'm adding individual parameters here to each one of these sources. And then as we move through these snapshots, we're going to start to create some movement and variation here and morphing. Then let's add modulation to our effects here. We've got some reverb, perform, control 6. Let's do our tune here, control 7. And then our effects here, control 8. And then let's say that we want to morph our XY pad here so that as we move up here, we open the filter cutoff. So let's go to perform, XY pad 1, and then our resonance can be to that as well, XY pad. Cool. So now what we can do is start to play around with each of these parameters. I'm just going to randomly move these around like so. And then as we scroll through here, we're creating that movement and that morphing as we play through, and then we can automate this and we can start to actually record this in. So that's how you can create your own effects, and you can rename these so you can have more of a sense of what each one of these is. We could be a lot more intentional, but for the sake of me just showing you how to do this, we've just very randomly kind of picked each of these and just shown how to use this and customize this. And we can also do the same thing with attack, decay, sustain, release. So if we wanted to have the attack, decay, sustain, and release to morph over time, we could go to our envelope here and we could add modulation, and then we've got our attack, decay, sustain, release, and we could play around with those as well. All right, so we have covered a ton here. Now I want to move on to some more advanced parameters here that we can start to use when playing around with Alchemy. So for this instance, let me initialize our preset. We're going to start from scratch here. So I want to talk about sampling here. So we can actually import audio. So as opposed to just scrolling through Alchemy's own sources that they have available, we can bring in our own samples. So let me just pull in . So let's drop that in, import that. So we now have that mapped out on our keyboard. Of course, you can get a little bit more granular if you want to have a far more realistic sounding sampled instrument. It helps to have multiple pitches already recorded, and then you can drag all of those in, and Alchemy will map that out and get a more realistic sounding instrument. For this, we're not trying to recreate something realistic sounding, we're just using this source as one of our layers. We can also layer in another sound, so let's import another piece of audio. Let's bring that in. Now, what you'll notice is that after a while, it doesn't actually sustain. So what we can do here is actually edit each of these samples that we've brought in here. Now, in order to do this, we can go into, we can click edit, and you can see that we've got our sample here, and we can drag this in like so to start to edit the sample point. So here seems like a good place to do this, and then we can go to loop mode, continuous, and now we have our loop. Let's bring this. And we can add some further manipulation here, tune, pan, volume, coarse pitch, etc. We can play around with different loop modes. So we've got this forward and backward that I really like. Now let's move on to our other sample. Put a continuous on there. Now let's go back to and then we can start to actually create some layers here. Let's add some effects here. Let's maybe make this a pluck. Let's add a reverb on here. And then let's maybe add an LFO. Let's go back to our envelope here. Add a delay. So we're creating our own preset here using a combination of the import audio sampling, and we can also layer in our own sounds with the pre-existing oscillators that we have available here. And of course we can start to play around with the sequencer, we can play around with all of these different parameters and start to create a really interesting sound based off of a combination of our own samples that we've brought in. You can record your own samples, you can record instruments, guitar hits, vocal hits, etc., and start to use those as the basis of a sound that you end up creating using Alchemy. So you can see that there is a lot here. There is a ton of freedom and detail and advanced concepts that you can apply to creating your own sounds and using sound design in your own compositions. Now, of course, this is a lot more advanced, and as we spoke about earlier on, if you are a beginner, please feel free to just browse through all of these presets and use some of the parameters like cutoff, use some of the perform modes here and the snapshots to really just morph these sounds as they've been pre-mapped by these expert sound designers. But I wanted to actually just show one more concept here. I wanted to talk a little bit about granular synthesis here within Alchemy and just give you a kind of overview of that. It is not the greatest granular synthesis engine compared to a lot of other synthesizers that offer granular synthesis, but I wanted to just give you a broad overview of it and an example of kind of how to use that in generating sounds and manipulating sounds. So let's create a new patch here. Let's initialize our preset, and we're going to import audio again. And we're going to actually click granular. So here's what we want to do here. We want to import granular. Let's go to our source. Let's click edit. Let's find a loop point here. And now what we can actually do is click out of this. And then here in granular, we have these parameters we can turn on and off. So we have speed and position. So we can scroll through the sample and we can dial in the speed. So essentially what granular synthesis is, it's really quickly jumping or moving through the different grains within a sample. So it kind of dials into the fine little grains of audio within a sample and allows you to create these really interesting kind of echoes and chops that create a lot of this kind of atmospheric, interesting sound. So you've got different grains here, and I'll scroll through a couple of these. And you've got the taps, which is kind of like the echoes, how many of these echoes you want, how close or far these taps are, the stereo offset from left to right. And we have the density, how dense we want these grains to be, the size of these grains, the volume of them. And then we have our panning and our time. And then let's just scroll through these. So here we're getting this kind of granular sound by moving the spacing out. The closer it is, the less we can kind of hear those grains. So we can hear those tiny little grains. So to further demonstrate the position, let me go back to our sample here, and rather than looping it, let's do a forward and backward motion. And let's automate this with a sequencer. So let's go to our sequencer. And what we're doing is we're allowing the sequencer to actually scrub through the waveform position. And when we actually pan these out, we can even hear that granular synthesis even more. So all those little grains are kind of panned out. So this is really great for creating atmospheres. We can add reverb to this. Let's get a nice long haul, long dream. So we can create some dreamscapes here. Perhaps we're scoring something for a cinematic scene. And of course you can create more modulation, you can create performances, so you can morph through and create even more of a complex sound. But this is a great starting point for you to jump into granular synthesis within Alchemy. So the final feature that I'd like to kind of show here is spectral synthesis. So once again, let's create a new instance of Alchemy and let's initialize it. So I'm going to bring in a sample here, and I'm going to click spectral. I'm going to turn Foreman off. I'm going to click import, and now what we have is the opportunity to edit the sample in this kind of sample mode. But what we have here is spectral synthesis. So this is a spectrogram that is showing the frequency content of this sound from low to high, so low end here, and then the harmonics going upwards. Now what we can do is actually resynthesize this using these two preset resynthesized sounds here. So we can dial this in. We've got length, variance, gate. And we can blend. And then we can band pass these. So we have the option to add pitch or noise. So the noise is a lot less musical. This is great for kind of creating your own sound effects, whereas pitch will be your go-to for kind of creating more melodic and harmonic stuff. So we can blend in the volume of this resynthesis here. If we turn it off, we don't get anything because we need that spectral resynthesis to actually play the sample within Alchemy. So of course the main thing you can do is just play around with these until you come up with something interesting. You can dial in the envelope here and create the kind of sound that you want to have in your composition. But what we can also do is take this a step further. So as opposed to just relying on these presets, we can actually craft sounds from scratch. So there is, believe it or not, an even more advanced step to this where we can press edit and go to spectral. And then we have this spectral editor. So we can actually mess around with the sound by using this spectral editor. So let's listen to how this random eraser that I have marked in sounds. So let's go back to turning these off. Go back to our spectral editor. So we're getting this frequency motion that is really random as it scrubs through this spectral synthesized sample. So we can clear it completely and actually craft a sound from scratch. So we've got a lasso tool, a pencil tool, an eraser, and we can just draw in randomly. Let's see how this sounds. And then we can loop this forwards and backwards. Can continuously loop it. Let's pull our loop here. Let's go back to forwards and backwards. We can continuously loop it. So it's not extremely musical, but this is really cool from a sound design perspective because we can start to craft our own sounds, our own effects, and really build things from scratch. Let's clear this again. Let's make the size of this larger. Let's maybe draw this in like so. And then let's maybe start to add some little dots here. We're really just playing around here. Can play around with the resolution. We can add transients in here. So this is really fun to play around with. In terms of workflow, I personally don't find this extremely helpful as we're kind of just getting in the weeds here. If you really enjoy sound design, by all means you can really dive into this and go ham and create something really interesting. But I honestly don't use this very often. It's not really something that is conducive to my own personal workflow, but by all means experiment with it. I personally will just go for these and then start to add in some effects and create something more nuanced and interesting, and then map stuff to our vector pad here and create some scenes. So that is spectral synthesis. We also have pitch and formant here. Pitch just adds pitch correction. And then we can play around with the formant as well. We can shift it. So the formant kind of plays around with the throat length. So if you think of something sounding more kind of chesty as we go further down and something being more nasal as we go up, that's kind of what we're doing here. Kind of more filtered. This is a lot easier to kind of demonstrate when we are formant shifting samples, but we have the option to do this here and add a synthesized formant, and we have some different parameters here. We can pitch correct to octaves, to fifths, to octaves and fifths, or just chromatically as well. So this is the end of our deep dive into Alchemy. This could probably have a whole course of its own. It is an extremely detailed, advanced synth, but we have covered pretty much everything you need to get going. And like we spoke about before, please rely on these presets when you're first starting out and slowly work through each of these different tabs and start to get yourself acquainted to it. When you feel more confident, and you will start having your own sounds, creating your own synths in no time. All right, let's go back in time and let's cover our ES1 synthesizer. This is one of the more retro synths that lives within Logic's stock virtual instruments. This is a lot simpler to get your head around. There are a lot less parameters than Alchemy, you might be pleased to know. So let's kind of talk through each of these parameters. So we have our oscillators here, and we've got a range of them. We've got pulse width here, we've got a square, a triangle, and this kind of saw here. And then we have a mix between our primary wave and our sub wave, and then we can mix between these two. And the sub wave has a lot more here, a lot more oscillators available, a lot more shapes. So we've got a range, and we've actually got noise here as well, and we can turn it off. Then we have our octaves here. So let's just kind of play through this. And if we just want to listen to noise, we have our drive here. We've got our cutoff. And then we have a choice of different filters here, more aggressive to less aggressive. We've got resonance. And then we have our ADSR via velocity, so you can bring the velocity up and the range of velocity. So this will affect the ADSR, the attack, decay, sustain, release, depending on how you actually hit the note. So if you want a larger range, you can pull that like so. If you want a fixed range, you can pull these together. We have our amplifier, and we have a level via velocity here as well, which is the same principle as this. So if we want a fixed velocity, we just, no matter how I hit this, it's the same velocity. Or we can have a range, and this also affects the amplifier. So if we want a louder volume coming out of it, we can lift this up. Then we have our ADSR option, so we just have attack, gate, release, attack, decay, sustain, release, and gate and release. I personally have it on ADSR, so I have full manipulation of this here. And then we have glide. So how long we want each note to glide between different notes. Then we have our LFO. And we've got the different shapes of our LFO. We have the rate. We can move from free to synced. So we can have milliseconds. So we can move in hertz, or we can actually get this synced to our tempo. And to actually initiate the LFO, we've got to bring this up to full, or at very least turn this up. And we can pull this down to actually initiate this via the mod wheel. I'm not going to do that now, so I'm just going to leave this like so. This would affect how aggressive the LFO is, and then the routing for the LFO is selected like so. So if we want to have the rate being modulated at a quarter note with the LFO of the pitch, that's how we would do that. Let's do this for volume. So we have our routing here, and we can just kind of pitch that. We can pick what we want to use here, and then we also can have our modulation envelope here, and we select where we want what we want to modulate, like so, and then we can bring this up. So let's play around with pitch. So the attack of the note is modulating the pitch. The decay now is modulating the pitch. Or full is modulating it. And then we have our attack, decay, sustain, release. So if we want a longer attack, swelling in, a shorter decay, shorter sustain, or kind of pad. We can create it like that. We have our voices, so if we want it to be monophonic, we can put it to one voice. And we have some effects here, so we've got 2 choruses and an ensemble. And then we have this percentage for analog, and this actually changes the pitch of the note and cutoff frequency randomly to create more of a kind of analog imperfection. So you can, let's bring this up 100%. Let's turn our chorus off. So it's creating a little more imperfection there in terms of the pitch and cutoff, which just makes it sound more realistic in the sense of how a kind of analog synthesizer would work. And then we have our bend range. And we can play around with the range in semitones. So if we wanted to bend an octave, we could put that to 12. And then our output level. So that is pretty much it. We've got some great presets to work from here as well that you can play around with. But overall, this is a much simpler synth to get your head around. Really just playing around with the oscillators here, the blend between two, the cutoff as well. The ADSR is pretty much gonna get you going. And then if you want to add some modulation, you can do so. And some effects here. Alright, now let's move on to the ES2 synthesizer, which has a lot more going on. It's a more complex synthesizer that has more advanced capabilities here as opposed to the ES1. The user interface itself is similar in some instances, so let's just dive right into it. So first of all, let's initialize setting and let's just turn everything off here. I'm just pressing Option. And let's look at this section here for now, which is our oscillators, our sound generators. So we have 3, and we can turn them on and off like so. So we've got different sources to choose from. We've got a sine here. We've got a saw, square, so on and so forth. And then we have FM here, which I'll talk about in a second. Then we have our octave, so we have up to 3 octaves to play around with when it comes to each sound source. We have analog here, which creates pitch imperfection, similarly to the ES1, so that we get a little bit more of that kind of analog imperfect pitch sound, which creates more character. Our second oscillator, we have more to choose from here. So we have got ring modulation, which I'll talk about in a second. And then we have sync here. So we can actually sync this to this oscillator here. You can see that they're matched. And then when we actually play around with this, the effect we get is different. So let me... Whereas when we actually just use our normal oscillator, this is just going to change the pitch. Let's turn that off. So we have that, and we also have the option to do that with our square wave. So if we align the two, so we can do that. Then we have our third oscillator here, and then you can see that the pitch actually turns on as well with that. And we have some more to choose from. We actually have noise here, and when we go down to sine, you can right click and we have all of our digiwaves here. So these are all wavetable sources here. So we can click organ, for example. Let's pick something else here. Vox. Bell. So we can use this as the source and then start layering in our different oscillators here. We have noise that we can layer in as well. And then we have pitch, same as each one of these. We can also blend between the oscillators themselves. Like so. Let's turn our filter off. So we've kind of got our sub bass here and then our other layers. And then up here we have polyphonic, monophonic, legato. We have our voices, which we have up to 32 voices. And then we have unison. So monophonic, we can only play one note at a time. Polyphonic, we can play chords. Now we need to bring our voices up to be able to add the chords. Legato, which is great for arpeggios. It's a smoother transition between notes themselves. And then we have unison. So similarly to Alchemy, when we add unison and bring the voices up, we get this thicker, wider sound. Let's turn this down. Bring our voices up. And that is pretty much it for our oscillators. And this part of the user interface, we also have glide, so we can glide between each note. We have that too. And we also have sense here, so if we want to create natural chorusing, if we turn unison off, we can actually just bring the sense down. So let's say -7 here, and then +7 here. By default, it actually has a slight change, slight differentiation between the cents here. So we're creating that chorusing here as well by manipulating the cents as well. Now we have our filter. So we've got our cutoff, we've got our resonance, we've got our drive, and then we have our different filter types here. So let's move on to our filter here. So we have two filters. We have got this one here, and we can blend between 1 and 2, and then we've got this one here. So this has different filters. We've got a low, a high, a peak, a band reject, and a band pass. We've got our cutoff here, we've got our resonance, we've got our drive, and here we have a dedicated low pass filter here. So we just have the cut off, the resonance, and then we've got this FM knob here, and then we have fat 24, 18, and 12 dB. And we can either do this in series like Alchemy or in parallel. So series means that we're going through this one, through that one, and then out to the output of the synth, whereas parallel means we're blending between the two and splitting the signal. So we're going through 50% here, 50% here, and then we can blend it in like so. So let's just kind of dial this in so you can hear what's happening. Let's do a band pass. And now let's... So that's our band pass here. And then this is our low pass, cut off. And then we can kind of blend between the two. And there you have it. And then if we do it in series, it's going to sound different, because it's going between this one and then this one. So it's going straight through here all the way, straight through here all the way. So let's put that to parallel. And then let's move on to this part of the user interface. So we've got our main volume here. So that's just our master volume. So if we need things louder or quieter, we can dial that in. We have distortion. We've got soft and hard. That's soft. Hard is a lot more aggressive. And then we have some built-in modulation here. So we've got a chorus, a flanger, and a phaser, and we can dial in the intensity and speed of that here. So chorus, flanger, phaser. So we've got that built in, and then we have our sine levels, so we can layer in a sine. So it's adding this low end sine into this, and we can blend that into taste. And then we have our XY, which actually is pretty confusing in the user interface, as it doesn't have anything to do with these particular parameters here. So I'm going to come back to that in a second. Let's move on to our envelope below here. So we have 3 envelopes here. We've got envelope 1, 2, and 3. So the first 2 are dedicated for modulating parameters, and this is our volume envelope. So this is actually going to shape these sounds. So if we want a pluck sound, bring our glide down. If we want a kind of pad, we would want to have a longer attack, longer release. So we kind of swell in. If we wanted a bass sound, we want a short release, a short attack, kind of medium decay and sustain. So we kind of get this plucky sound, and you can kind of play with that and dial that in to taste. And then we have our LFOs here. So let's actually kind of create some modulation here. So here is how we start to add modulation. So let's say that we want to create a vibrato effect. So we can assign the LFO or envelope to pitch 1, 2, or 3, or all of them. So let's do all of them. So that's corresponding to all of these. And we are using LFO2 as the source. So LFO1 doesn't actually allow you to sync to the BPM, whereas LFO2 does allow you to sync. You can see here when we drag this down here, let's do an 8th note. Let's just stick with an 8th note. And we have via here, which I'm just going to option click off for now. So we've got everything set up, but we're not actually hearing any vibrato because we need to pull this up because this is down at 0. So the more aggressive we want it to be, we can just dial that in. And so on and so forth. So let's add cut off 2. So let's modulate the cutoff with LFO2. And it's as simple as that. You can just pick what you want to assign and then create that modulation. So just expanding on our LFOs here, we have the different waves here, the different shapes of our LFO. And it's worth mentioning that LFO1, as well as not having a synced rate here, it's also polyphonic. So depending on the notes that you hit, the rate is going to be different from the entry point of each note hitting, whereas LFO2 is monophonic, so you're going to have everything unified and you can also sync it. So if you want things that are more musical and kind of synced to the tempo of your project, I recommend playing around with LFO2. You're going to get a much more tight and unified sound. And then we have our envelopes here. So let's actually affect the resonance here with our envelope. So let's have a long attack here, medium decay, and let's route our target to our cutoff 2 here, and then our source is going to be envelope 1. Let's turn this off for now. So we've got that swelling. So the main difference between our envelopes and our LFO is that our LFO has a rate, so it's got a fixed rate that moves, whereas the envelope actually only happens once. So you just create the shape that you want the modulation to have, but that only happens once. It doesn't repeat in a rhythmic fashion like an LFO does. And we can blend that in with our LFO. And then our pitch. So that is kind of how you can create modulation. And via, coming back to that, is just where you want to assign your effect. So if you have a MIDI controller, you can click mod wheel, and then this slider comes up, and this kind of tells you where you want the range of the modulation to work with your mod wheel. So the modulation will kind of start at 30%, and then as you blend your mod wheel, it's going to move up and down, and if you want to cap that, you can do that by just pulling the orange line down so it's less aggressive, so that you have a limited range. And you can do the same thing with each of these modulation targets, and if you want to bypass any of these, you can bypass them as well. Alright, so now we have covered modulation, let's move on to our XY pad here. So we can actually modulate parameters using this XY pad, and we can automate as well. So what we can do here is, let's say that we want to, what shall we do here? Let's affect both filters together with pad X. And then we can bring this up. So we can do that, and then let's use the amp, which is the overall volume, and click pad Y. Bring the cutoff up. So we can record this in. And then we have that automation recorded in. You can see that happening here. And you can also write that in with automation as well. So that is the use of the XY pad, and you can just access this with our sources as well. Okay, let's move on to our vector mode here. So by clicking on here, we have our vector mode, and this allows us to create rhythmic gated sequences that we can route to our XY pad and other parameters as well. To demonstrate this, let me just turn all of these off for now, and let's move to our vector pad. We have got our targets, so we've got our X target, we've got our Y target, and then we have the intensity, which is the same as the intensity here. So let me just turn this back on. To have this at 0 is the same as having the intensity at 0. So we actually need to turn this on to have the effect take place. So let's go back to our vector pad. So first off, let's pick our destination. So let's say that we want to affect the amplitude, the volume here. So we can create this kind of gated effect. And then the second one can be the cutoff, both cutoff 1 and 2, both filters. And then let's bring the intensity up here. Let's bring the intensity up like so. Bring that 100%. And then we can pick what we want here. So we can have the mix, which is this. We can have XY, which is this, or we can have mix and XY, so we can blend between both of these moving. Now this will make a lot more sense when I actually demonstrate this. So what we can do here is actually create rhythmic points here, like so. So each one of these points is a rhythmic marker. And what I can do is, for each marker, change the position on the XY pad. Now I'm very randomly doing this. You could do this a lot more intentionally, depending on the tone that you're trying to create and the effect that you want. And let's also change the mix on here as well. So we can just move through these. And now in theory what's going to happen is when I press play, we're going to get this rhythmic effect. And we're seeing this move. And we're seeing our mix change. And we can speed this up with the slider on here, the loop rate. We can slow it down like so. And we can dial in the intensity to taste here. So that's how you can use the vector mode. You can initialize an 8/8 loop or a 16/16 loop, and you can clear the envelope or copy it like so and create these gated rhythmic sequences with morphing happening between the XY and the oscillator mix here. And then you have this new rhythmic sequence that adds a lot of movement to your synth. So you can play around with this and a combination of this and some other parameters here and really create a complex sounding synth part. And finally, let's quickly cover our macro controls here. So we can choose between macro only with our view here, or we can look at the entire synth itself. And we also have controller assignments, which we don't need to worry about. This is really mapping out your MIDI controller and different controllers to affect different parameters, which is beyond the scope of what we're doing in this particular tutorial here. So we have detune, so we can globally detune. We can play around with the wave positions here, so you can see these are moving. Which creates a really interesting effect. We have global cutoff, which you can see controls the cutoff of both filters. We have resonance, global resonance. We have modulation, which you can see controls the intensity of all of our modulated parameters. We have attack, global attack on all of our envelopes, decay, and global sustain. And then we have global release. And finally, we just have our volume which is the master amplitude at the end of our synth. So that is it. That allows you to also shape the tone globally after you have created these modulated effects, and you can add additional automation here, and you can also control this with your MIDI controller, and you can focus on a macro view only as well. Now let's move on to the ESM monophonic synth. So this is a really simple synth to get your head around. There are very few parameters, but this is a really great sounding synth. So first off, let's initialize setting. And this has a very similar user interface to the ES1. So we have our octaves here, 8, 16, 32. And then we have glide. We have a mix between our sawtooth and our square, and then we can morph between the two oscillators. Let's bring this down. We have our cutoff. We have our resonance. And then we have these parameters here. So we have the ability to control the filter with velocity, with decay, and then we have intensity, which basically turns on how intense the decay and velocity control of the filter is. And then we have overdrive. We have our master volume or amplitude, and then we have decay. So we only can control the decay of this in our ADSR. And then we have our velocity control. So if you have the velocity at 0, no matter how hard or soft you press, the velocity will be the same. And if you have it all the way the other side, you will have much more sensitive velocity. And that is essentially it. And then we can just glide between notes with the glide. Now this is a monophonic synth, so you can only play one note at a time. So this is great for programming leads or basses. If you want a short bass, you can play around with the decay to get plucked leads, plucked basses, or sustained basses and leads. So there you have it. It's a really powerful synth, but also extremely simple to program and get your head around. So let's move on to our ESE ensemble synth. Now this is a pretty simple synth to get your head around, similarly to the ES1 and the ESM that we just covered. So we have a lot less parameters compared to Alchemy and some of the other synths that we are going to cover later on. So we have our waves here. We've got a sawtooth, a square, and then we have pulse width modulation, which is just moving the width of the saw. You can see it's getting narrower in the depiction here, and this creates a very specific sound. As we scrub through the width of the oscillator, and then we have our octaves. Then we have the opportunity to create vibrato if we are not using the pulse width modulation. If we're using pulse width like so, then the speed will actually affect the pulse width itself. But if we use the sawtooth, we are affecting the speed of the vibrato here. Then we have our cutoff, our resonance, and then we have the ability to affect the velocity of our filter, and we also have this attack and release initialized in it knob here that allows you to affect how much of the attack and release you can affect. So we're not really getting anything when we have that too low. And then we can dial in the attack and release, so we can swell in and have a long release out. Then we have our amplitude, our overall volume, and then we have velocity volume so that we can dial in a larger variation between the velocity with our MIDI controller. And finally we have 2 chorus modules and an ensemble. And this is a polyphonic synth, so you can play chords and multiple notes at the same time. And of course we've got our little presets that we can scroll through here, and we have this little drop down here that allows you to play around with the bend up and down. So we have up to 1 octave, and then we can also play around with this too. So the bend down can be up to 1 octave, up to 2 octaves in fact. And then you have the global tuning as well if you want to play around with the overall tuning of the synth itself. So that is it. That is the ES Ensemble synth. So this uses frequency modulation, which is a slightly more advanced synthesis concept, but let's try to explain this in a simple manner. So we have 2 oscillators here, but rather than what we are used to, we actually have a carrier and we have a modulator. So this is our modulator. This is a waveform, a oscillator that is actually affecting the tone of this. So this is our carrier and this is our modulator. So we have a relationship between these two, and then the frequency modulation that's happening here, which affects the overall sound that we're creating. So let's actually dive into all of these parameters here, and then you should be able to get to grips with it as I start to demonstrate all of this. So we have this oscillator here, and we have the number of harmonics here, and the same on this side. We have fine tune here. We can tune here as well in sense. We can transpose. We have got our modulator pitch. We've got our modulation envelope, which is going to affect this. And then we have our FM depth. We've got a number of voices, our glide in milliseconds. We have our volume envelope and our main level. We have our velocity, which will affect the main level depending on how we are playing our MIDI keyboard, the softness and hardness of how we're hitting notes. And then we have our LFO here. So we have the ability to affect vibrato with our rate, and also frequency modulation with our rate. Then we have a sub oscillator that we can blend in, stereo detune, and unison. So let's actually start creating a sound. So let's initialize our setting. So this is what we have going on so far. So let's actually bring the harmonics up. And then we can start to affect and modulate our carrier. And then we can create an envelope on how we are modulating it. So let's have it swell up. Let's add some vibrato. Let's add some stereo detune. So this is a very specific kind of metallic sound that we have associated with frequency modulation synthesis, and it's really great for plucky sounds, bells, that kind of thing. And what's really cool here is we can actually randomize. So this is a really cool feature that this synth has. So if I click randomize, I've got a 50% percentage. What I can actually do is randomize from the parameters that I have played around with so far, and actually come up with a completely new sound by just constantly pressing randomize. Until I find something that I enjoy and that sparks some creativity. So you can create some really cool wacky sounds using this synthesizer. So have a play around with this. Of course, as always, we've got a ton of different presets that you can play around with here, and you can also use this randomize function as well. And then we have some additional parameters just down here where we can control using our MIDI controller, our mod wheel. We can also control vibrato. We can learn MIDI. We can put MIDI mono mode on. We've got our bend range as well. So that is it. That's the EFM1, a really great, powerful little synth in your Logic Pro arsenal. So let's move on to the ESP polyphonic synth. So this is very similar to the ESM, but rather than it being monophonic, it's polyphonic. We can play multiple voicings, we can play chords and multiple notes at the same time. We also have the opportunity to layer in more oscillators to create a fuller, thicker, more complex sound. So let's initialize the preset. And now we have our octaves, which you'll be familiar by now with a lot of the user interface being very similar. Then we have our first oscillator, our second oscillator, third, fourth, fifth, and noise. So we can blend these into taste. We could just have noise. And then we have vibrato and wah, and then we have speed to control those effects. We have frequency, which is our cutoff. We have these which affect the notes that can affect the cutoff knob with your MIDI controller. I'm going to leave that for now because I'm not going to use that. We have resonance. Then we have our velocity filter knob, so we can control the velocity with the filter. We have our ADSR knob affecting the depth of the attack, decay, sustain, release here. We have our volume knob, which will set the overall output volume. We have our velocity volume, affecting the velocity and how it reacts with the volume of our synth, much like all of the other synths we've covered so far. And then we have our ADSR, our chorus, and our overdrive. And similarly to the other synths, we've got our bend up and down and our tune sliders here, and our presets that we can flip through. So you can start off with these great presets here, and you can also dial all of this in pretty quickly with this minimal user interface. So that's it, that's the ESP polyphonic synth. Alright, so let us jump in to the Evoc 20 polysynth. So this is a vocoder. It's particularly good for getting more retro vocoder sounds. It is quite complex to get your head around. There are a lot more vocoders that are more suited to more modern vocoder styles, but this is really great for getting some vintage style vocoders. So first of all, what we need to do here is actually use the sidechain to analyze the input. So we're going to use this vocal here.
On my way into the city.
It's from Lucy Waugh's London's Burning. So you can go and check that out. We're just using her a cappella for this. So let's find our lead vocal. And now what we are actually doing, we need to press Vox.
On my way into the city.
Is we're actually triggering this vocoder, but nothing is playing because we need to actually play in some MIDI. So we've got some chords here.
On my way into the city. Up in the smoke, my dreams. Time is on, it's in the energy.
Now it doesn't sound great, so let's bring up the octave.
On my way into the city. Up in the smoke, my dreams. Time is on, it's in the energy. Pressure escaping at the seams.
So we've got the option to have it as monophonic, legato, or polyphonic. Now we've got chords playing, so we want it to be polyphonic. We've got our attack and release. We've got our voices. We've got unison.
On my way into the city. On my way into the city.
We've got our cutoff here.
On my way into the city.
Our resonance.
Up in the smoke. On my way into the city.
We've got color here, which adds noise, and then we've got the level of the noise.
On my way into the city.
So we've got blue and white noise, and you can see the frequencies that the color adds to it. We've got some FM synthesis happening here, and then we have this slider.
On my way into the city. Up in the smoke. My dream.
And then we have the blend between wave 1 and wave 2, and that affects the tone. We've got analog, which creates the slight pitch variation.
On my way into the city.
We've got glide.
On my way into the city.
We've got our bend range. So this is the attack and release that pertains to the actual synthesizer itself, whereas this attack and release is for the sidechain analysis. So how quickly we're reacting to the audio input here. And then we have the number of bands. So you can see that as we expand, we have a visual representation of that. So let's listen to how this sounds.
On my way into the city.
So we get a much more smeared effect when we have less bands. We get a lot more detail the higher up we go. So you can kind of blend that into taste. We can also shape the tone of this. You can see how the bands
On my way into the city.
are shifting here in terms of the frequency. We can stretch the formants.
On my way into the city. Hoping the smoke will blow up my dreams. Time is on, it's in the energy.
We can shift the formants.
On my way into the city. Hoping the smoke will blow up my dreams. Time is on, it's in the energy.
We can actually boost the resonance of this frequency range here that we have. We can also add an LFO. We can shift LFO intensity, and we can dial in our rate like so, and we can play around with the different wave shapes for our LFOs.
On my way into the city. Hoping the smoke will blow up my dreams. Time is on, it's in the energy.
So we've got our pitch LFO and our shift LFO.
On my way into the city. Hoping the smoke will blow up my dreams. Time is on, it's in the energy. On my way into the city. On my way into the city.
We have our sensitivity mode. So this is reacting to how sensitive we want to be to the signal here, how much we want to pick up with the audio.
On my way into the city. Hoping the smoke will blow up my dreams.
And then we have two ensemble modulators here. So we have two versions of ensemble.
On my way into the city. Hoping the smoke will blow up my dreams.
And then we have stereo width.
On my way into the city. Hoping the smoke will blow up my dreams. Time is on, it's in the air.
And then we have our overall level here, our output amplitude for the synth itself. So that's us kind of manipulating this from scratch. We've got some great vocoder presets.
On my way into the city. Hoping the smoke will blow up my dreams. Timer's on, it's in the energy. On my way into the city. On my way into the city. On my way into the city.
So if you really want to have this as a creative effect, you can blend this in, or you can actually have this be the lead itself. Now, if you were to do that, personally, from a production standpoint, I would create more of a melody, create more movement melodically in what's happening to really have this stand out. But that is pretty much how you can use this. The main takeaway being you need to actually trigger this with a side chain. These are just our little different signal pop-ups. So we're going to want to have it on vocals when you are using vocals. And that is pretty much it. Like I said, it is a little rough around the edges in terms of getting a modern vocoder sound, but this is so great for creating a more vintage vocoder sound. And with a little bit of finessing, you can get something really interesting in your own compositions. All right, so let's dive into retro synth. This is a really powerful synth here that we can play around with to get a wide array of sounds. So let's go to our initialize setting. So we have got our oscillators, our filter, our amp, our effects, our glide, and our modulation section, and then our amp envelope here. So we have our oscillators here, we have a sawtooth here, we've got noise, we've got a square, we've got pulse width modulation, and then we have a mix between the two oscillators that we have here. And what's really good about this synth is all of the modulation is already pre-routed. So we have the shape of our modulation, and we can dial the intensity between our LFO here and our filter envelope, and then our vibrato here. And all of this is controlled with the mod wheel by default. So the LFO and vibrato are essentially the same here. And if we're to dial into this a little more technically, the vibrato is just an LFO that is routed to the pitch of the synth so that we get this warble in pitch, and then we can dial in the rate to taste, and we can sync to the BPM of our project as well. So let's dial in our LFO. And then we have our filter envelope, and that is controlled by velocity. So softer, we don't get that envelope modulation happening. And then the louder I hit the note, the more we get that envelope modulation here. And I just drag that out so you could hear that a little more prominently. And then we can dial in the mix of these oscillators. We've got semitones, so we can create harmonies. We can double up octaves. We have synths, so we can create chorusing. And we can dial in the different oscillators to taste. Then we have our cutoff here. We've got our filter. We've got resonance. We've got our LFO routing to our filter cutoff. So we can dial that in, and then we've got our envelope routing to our cutoff. So we can dial that into taste. Then we have our volume, our sine level, so we can layer in a sine. And then we have our effects here, chorus and flanger is our option. We have the mix and the rate. Then we have glide and auto bend, and then we have some different modes. So we can glide or auto bend just oscillator 1 and the sine, or just oscillator 2, all oscillators opposed, where one oscillator is bending one way and one is bending the opposite way. And then we have oscillator and filters all being auto bended or gliding. And then we can dial in the time. Or the auto bend, we have a depth as well. So we can go up to 3 octaves. So we're going from 3 octaves down, bending down, like so, or 3 octaves down, bending up. So you can dial that in to taste. So that is essentially it. We have some different shapes here for our LFO and our vibrato, and we can dial in the rate like so. And we have our attack, decay, sustain, release on our filter envelope and our amp envelope, and some extra settings here with some global settings: transpose, tune, bend, polyphony, voice detune, stereo spread, and unison. And then some more options here for where we can route our controller. So additionally to having this analog synth, we have some other modules. We have sync, table, and FM. So what's great here is we now know how to navigate this synth. So the only thing that changes is the oscillator part within each of these modules. So sync is essentially syncing the 2 oscillators together and then using this sync knob to scrub through this slight pitch variation, which is creating a more complex sound and adding harmonics to the sound. So rather than diving into the nitty gritty of it, let me just show you how this sounds. So let's sync these together. We've got our master and our slave oscillator, and then we can sync between these slight pitch variations. So what's happening here as we look at this harmonic here, these harmonics are being added to the fundamental here. And then everything else is the same. So that's the beauty of this. You can now just dial this into taste and then use all of these other parameters that you now know how to navigate. Next, we have our wavetable module. So we have all of these different wavetables now, which are far more complex shapes here. And then we can scrub through the wavetable, the shape itself, and create a different sound. And we can modulate the shape with our LFO or filter envelope. or we can change the formant. And then we can dial in semitones and scents like so, and then blend between the two. And again, everything else is the same. So we can navigate all of these much like the analog setting. And finally, we have FM synthesis, which we touched on in our FM walkthrough. So we're not going to talk more about what FM synthesis is. I just want to walk you through the differences between navigating it. So the main difference here is, again, in the oscillator section here. And what might get confusing is this section here is actually this section that we're used to seeing. So rather than us having our shapes with this knob, we actually have sliders now. So we've got our FM, our harmonic, our inharmonic, our shape, and then our mix between the modulator and the carrier. And then we have a few little switches here between FM, harmonic, and the modulation here. So we can dial this in. Like so, and then create the kind of sound that we want to do, shape the tone, add effects to it, change the amp envelope, etc. So that is essentially it. Of course, as always, we have a ton of great presets, which is great for learning as well. So this Dark Swell pad, interestingly enough, we're using the analog module, and we can look at what's happening with the amp envelope, what's happening with the modulation, what's happening in the settings here. Stereo sped is 100%. We've got 22 detunes, 16 voices of polyphony. And then we can kind of dial everything into taste, or even just use this purely as a learning tool to see how these parameters are set. Because we have now gone through the fundamentals of synthesis and we have walked through a ton of different synths, I'm sure that you are starting to see a trend here as to all the different parameters and how they overlap. And the main thing changing here is just how it's laid out. So once you have that fundamental understanding of the oscillator, filter, amp effects, and modulation, you are pretty much good to go. You just need to kind of spend a little bit of time to understand what is new or specific to each of these synth modules, and then just navigating it. So there you have it. That's retro synth. So let's move on to Sculpture, which is Logic Pro's modeling synth. Now this is a little bit different to the other synths that we've been working with. The closest being Alchemy, when we bring in some of our own sounds. Now what this synth is able to do, and its kind of purpose, is to emulate some different string-based sounds. So the oscillators that we would work with are not in fact oscillators, but we have these kind of steel, nylon, wood and glass based material. And we have this slider that allows us to move between each of these sounds. So steel sounding like that, nylon sounding like that, wood sounding like that, and glass sounding like that. And then we can kind of blend the range of these different materials. So it's a little bit different to what we're used to in terms of the sound sources being a sine, a square, a sawtooth, a triangle, etc. We're actually working with these materials, which has a lot more going on under the hood. So we have media loss, resolution, and tension mod. Now media loss, as you drag this up and down, is emulating the tension of a string. So if you pull this up, it's going to kind of dampen the string. So we have a longer release here that kind of rings out, whereas when we bring the media loss up, we're dampening it. We're dampening that release without affecting the attack, decay, sustain, or release. So without affecting the release here, this is almost muting, palm muting the string. So if we pull this down and try to get something similar to a sawtooth oscillator, as we bring the resolution down, it sounds like a sine wave here. So we lose high end as we go further down, and then we start to add more harmonics here. So similarly to how we showed this in our earlier walkthrough, let's have a look at what's happening as we bring this down. We lose all of these harmonics, and then we just have this fundamental frequency here, this kind of sine tone. And then we bring all of those overtones, those harmonics, as we bring the resolution up. Now let's move on to tension mod. So tension mod actually allows the pitch to drift slightly. So similarly to if you play guitar and if you hit the string really hard and really aggressively, there's this natural kind of pitch drift that happens. This is what this tension mod is emulating here. So let's bring the material here and let's just play around with the tension mod. So if you drag this all the way down, it's going to be in perfect pitch, and then we're going to start to add this pitch variation as we start to bring tension mod up. So if we look down here, we have key scale and release. So when we click on key scale, what this allows us to do is drag these sliders up and down for each one of these parameters. And what it allows us to do is assign a key scale and a range where the resolution or the media loss or the tension mod will be triggered differently by a different range of keys. So we're in middle C here. Let's go further up. So as we go up, the media loss, which has been dictated by these sliders here, is actually going up. So as I go higher up in the scale, we get more of that dampening effect. As we go lower down in the scale, we get more of that natural ring out. So this is really good for emulating realistic stringed instruments such as classical guitar, where you have steel strings on the first 2 or 3 strings of the guitar and then nylon on the other 3, and then you have a different effect in terms of how the strings are actually being played, where we have the lower strings ringing out more, and then we have more of a muted effect with the nylon string. So this just allows you to kind of get more of that realism when trying to program something similar in terms of the way that the string itself would react. The same principle applies to resolution as well and tension mod. So we can assign different ranges on our keyboard, and then as we play we get a different approach here. And finally in this section, let's move on to release here. Before I do that, let's put everything back to its default. I'm just clicking option. Now what release allows us to do is just focus on media loss, so we're only able to affect this parameter here. So if I bring the media slider down and then bring the release slider up, if I let go of each string, it's going to ring out on my keyboard. So I'm hitting these notes very quickly and letting go. Whereas when I I'm going to just put this to its default setting here in the middle and leave the slider here as is. And what I'm going to do is, when I hold down the key, we get more of a muted sound. And when I let go of the key and just very gently press and let go, we have more of a ringing, and then more of a muted sound when I hold the key down. So we can do this in verse as well. So when I hold down, we get more of a release, and when I let go and just very quickly touch the key, we get more of a muted sound. So this is another way to emulate some different stringed instruments with the release. So the next part of our sound generators, or oscillators if you like, is this string section here. And what this is all about is, if we think of our material here and we pick our material, let's go back to here, we have different objects that we can turn on and off with a visual representation here. And then we have the type. So we've got impulse strike, gravity strike, pick, bow, bow wide, noise, and blow. And these are essentially different ways that we can strike the string. So impulse strike and gravity strike being kind of like a hammer or a mallet, pick being like a plectrum, bow wide being more like bowing a violin, and then noise adding noise into the kind of hit itself, and then blow being an emulation of blowing the string. Now, of course, this is a string emulation synth, and we don't oftentimes try to blow a string, but this is a lot more esoteric. This is a creative application here. So we are moving beyond the realms of just trying to emulate certain instruments. This is moving it into a hybrid instrument here, where we can start to add some more interesting synthesized sounds with a material sample based kind of sound as well. So let's just have a listen through each of these. So this is impulse. We're only listening to object 1 now. I've not got object 2 or 3 on, which we can blend in. Strike. There's more attack there. We've got a kind of swiping sound, scraping sound. This is a bit more muted. So we have a sustain here, independent of what our amp envelope is doing here. We've got this bow wide. This also has a kind of scraping sound to it, and it is sustained as well. And then we have this blow, which kind of blooms and blossoms up. So that is the different types that we have available in our objects here. So here we have the actual volume of our object here. So we can blend that in with our other objects, and we can have a visual representation as this starts to fade out the quieter we get. And then what we can actually do, which is worth mentioning, is with each of these types, the tone and the sound of it is going to depend on where the slider is with the material. And we have a visual representation here of our string here, the green line, which is our kind of emulated string, and also not only the placement of our object, but also the pickup as well. So we have pickup A and pickup B, and you can see that I've got pickup B and A here. We can also move the placement of this too, and of course you can do that for the second object and third object when they're turned on. So let's just do a kind of quick representation. Let's just use pick for now and move the pickup around. Let's change this to strike. So you can hear that there's a vastly different tone when we play around with the material. It's a little more subtle with the pickup. It's a more tonal sound in terms of how warm or bright the sound source has. The pickup is a little less perceptible, but we can also play around with the placement. So we've got more body here. It's a little thinner as we place it out of the center, so you can play around with that as well. So Object 2 has the same strike types, but we also have more options available here. Disturb, disturb two-sided, bouncing, bound, mass, damp, and external. Now the purpose of these aren't actually objects themselves, they're objects that are around the objects, if that makes sense. So we have material around each of these objects with the extended menu here. So we've got disturb, disturb two-sided, bouncing, bound, mass, damp, and external. And on Object 3, we actually only have these. So let me turn Object 1 and 2 off, and let's just have a listen to bouncing. The others actually don't play because they have a relationship between the synthesized object, and it's almost like a modulation of the sound source here itself. So bouncing sounds like a kind of drum roll. We've got this rolling, flamming kind of sound, which is really interesting. And the rest we actually can't hear. So let's turn on 1. So that's disturb 1, disturb two-sided, bouncing, bound, which sounds like you're putting an object on top of the string and stopping its range of ringing. Mass is supposed to be like a weight that's hanging from the strike, from the pick or whatever. If you imagine like a weight anchored to your picking hand and it's pulling your hand down after you pick, there's going to be a slight pitch drift. So that's that sound. And then we have damp, which is just dampening the sound itself. And of course we can play around with a range of these. So we can have bouncing, and dampen and blend this into taste. Move this around on the slider. And what you'll notice there are these little buttons here. We have key off, always, and key on. And with this Object 2, the bouncing is actually happening when I let go of the key because it's on the key off. Whereas if I want that to play when I hit the key, that's how we achieve that. So we can have key on, which is the sounds are all generated when we press down on the key. We can have always, where this is just always going to be generated, or key off, where when we let go of the key, we have the sound generated. So you can also play around with these to create different sounds. Okay, so to summarize, this is our sound source here and here. These two work together to create a new synthesized sound. So let's move on to our filter here. So we have a very standard filter. We've got a high pass, low pass, peak, band pass, and notch, also known as band reject. And we have our cutoff here, our resonance, and then our velocity sensitivity, as well as our key tracking knob, which allows us to determine how the cutoff frequency responds to the key position on your MIDI controller. So let's just put a low pass. Let's play a note. So we're only allowing the lows to pass, or we're only allowing the highs to pass, etc. And then we can play around with the resonance. To create that resonant notch that is poking out at the cutoff range. We have our wave shaper, and this allows us to add some tube-based distortion here, and we can input more gain to create more of this effect. So let's turn bouncing off. So we get soft saturation, very tube distortion, and scream. And then we have variation, which allows you to create variation based on each one of these effects. So you can add more grit and really shape the tone of this sound using the wave shaper. So let's move on to here. We've got our delay. So this is a delay effect. We have the wet level. So how much delay we want. We have our feedback, how long we want the delay to go on for. And then we have our low cut, high cut, so we can shape the tone of our delay as well. We also have our delay time, so the subdivisions of the delay itself and the input balance. As well as the output width, so how wide we want our delay to be. So if we want it to be in mono, we can pull that down. If we want it to be spread out, we can have it like that as well. And then we have our groove pad here, and this allows you to adjust the delay times in stereo or surround. So let's just demonstrate this. So we have more spread here, and then we have groove here. So we have more of a kind of smearing here, and then we can hear more of those individual hits with this slider. And what's really cool here is this actually models an analog delay, so you can get that really cool feedback effect that you can use musically as well. So let's move on to our body EQ. This allows us to shape the tone, and we have some options here. So we have low, mid, high, which is just a standard EQ profile. We can shape the lows, the mids, and the highs. But we also have these different EQ profiles. So we have a mandolin profile. Let's turn our delay off. Now this doesn't sound like a mandolin, but there are different EQ profiles that we can adjust to taste and kind of get closer to these different EQ profiles when shaping our own sounds. Up here we have our voices, so we can have it monophonic. We can have up to 16 voices. We've got our keyboard mode, so we can have it polyphonic, monophonic, or legato, like all the other synths that we've covered so far. And then over here we have our level limiter, so we can have our limiter off, so it's not going to limit the range of the volume coming out of our synth. We have our master level here, so we can adjust the level overall, like so. And the level limiter just allows us to prevent clipping. So if we click mono, everything is going to go to this one limiter here. If we click poly, we have multiple limiters that each of these different objects and the material and all of that is going through. And then both, we have poly and then a final limiter, which is going to stop any excess clipping happening. So we have serial limiting going on here. So if you're worried about your patch clipping, I suggest just clicking on both. All right, so let's move on to our modulation at the bottom here. So we have our LFOs, we've got LFO1, LFO2, jitter, which is a more kind of randomized LFO here, vibrato, which is very similar to LFO, it's just its dedicated module here. We can play around with the waveforms, the curves, the depth, and we can sync or free mode. We can have it monophonic, polyphonic, so that when we are hitting the keys, we either are triggering each note of vibrato, each modulation with each separate key, or we can play chords and random keys, and that's all unified to the LFO so that we're not getting random rhythmic hits. And I'll explain that in a second and demonstrate that. Then we've got velocity, some more velocity options here, and controller options. I'm not really going to discuss these because it's not too important. You can just dive into the manual for that. So let's just look at our LFO here. So we've got our LFO1, we can turn that on like so, and then we can choose our target. So let's just choose our filter cut off, and then we can dive in the intensity here. Let's have this more sustained. Let's sync it. So we've got our LFO triggering our filter cut off here, and then we can dial in the intensity like this. And you can do the same, you know, you can pick your target. You can also pick a controller. So if you want it via your mod wheel, you can choose that. You can play around with the phase. So if you want random, like I was speaking about just earlier on, with having separate notes triggering the LFO separately, like that, then leave it in polyphonic. If you want it to be a tighter, more unified rhythmic sound, depending on the notes that I hit, the rhythm will be the same. It's not going to re-trigger the LFO, whereas polyphonic will re-trigger the LFO for each of the notes that I hit. So that's totally up to you to dial that in, and you can just dial that in with the phase here, and you can play around with the curve of our waveform. So if you want it more rounded and softer, we can dial that in, or if we want it more stuttered, we can dial that in with the curve. And jitter is the same principle here, it's just more kind of randomized. Vibrato, same principles. We're all doing the same thing, just picking our targets and dialing in the intensity like so. So over here we have our envelope. It's a pretty standard envelope. We have two of them. We've got our attack, decay, sustain, release, so we can shape the envelope itself, and our targets like so by turning them on. So this is all pretty standard stuff here. So we've got our LFOs, vibrato, jitter, our envelope here. What I really want to focus on here is our morph pad here, which is a little similar to Alchemy. So we have the ability to morph between different parameters, which you can see have already been mapped here even though we have made this patch ourselves. And how we can actually control what we're morphing is all of these little orange and red parameters here. As we move the morph pad, we can adjust these, and what you'll see is we can actually start to create a morphing of sounds. And of course this is pretty random what we've done here, but if I play a note, it's very, very strange. Let's maybe pick a bow. We can morph through this sound, and we can actually record this. Of course we can use automation to do this, but we can record this into our synth itself by just clicking R, pressing the note, and actually moving this around. And what you can see is if we go to envelope, it's actually recorded the shape of what we just did. And then we can jump to different parts here, and we can also sync to the BPM of our project. So it's actually rhythmically going to make sure that this morphing is synced to the BPM that we are working in. And we can see that moving around that little red dot. And if you don't want it to be synced, you can just work in milliseconds here. You can also go to envelope mode and actually draw this in. If you want to, you can move these around and create your own pattern, or you could just record this in with automation as well. If you've got this morph envelope, so you've got the depth, the intensity of the morphing, and then we have got our modulation. And then we can pick a source here as well. And we also have the intensity of our transitions. So we can have softer transitions, which is the default here, or sharper transitions, depending on what you're kind of going for here. And then at the top, we just have glide, tune, warmth, and we can transpose up to 2 octaves either side. And we can also do some fine tuning to create chorusing as well. So that is pretty much it. There are a few little parameters here that I've not dug into. Feel free to dive into the manual here to really get into a couple of the little details here that we didn't discuss. But this is really the main meat of this synth, and with a little bit of experimentation, diving into the presets here, you will get to grips with it. So that is Sculpture. So now I am going to dive into the samplers that Logic Pro has to offer. We touched on this earlier on, but I'm going to dive into the 2 main ones, and then I will talk about the newest version of the sample Alchemy that has recently just come out in our next walkthrough. So we have 2 options. We have Quick Sampler, which is for single samples, and then we have the Sampler multi-sample, which is for multiple samples. So let's start off with the quick sample. You can choose mono or stereo. For now, let's click stereo, and we can bring in a stereo sample. If you're working with a mono sample, you know you're going to drag that in, you can just click mono. So we have a pretty simple user interface here. We have the place where we can actually drag the sample in. We have some modulation here, 2 LFOs and a mod matrix, pitch, filter, amplitude, and then our master volume, our pan, our polyphony, and then we have some envelopes here. So we've got our modulation envelopes, and then we've got our amplitude envelope here. So let's just bring in a sample. So I'm going to find So we have two options. We can do original, so we use the original tuning, loudness, looping, and length, or we can optimize the tuning and loudness and search for loop points and crop silence. So for now, I'm just going to click original. So here is our loop. We can drag in where we want the loop to start from. We can fade in. Let's say we just want this section here. We can add a gentle fade. And then let's just tidy that up a little bit. So it's just playing through this range here and then stopping when it gets to the end. If I pull this out, it's going to play to the end of the sample. And then it's just going to stop. So we have snap modes, so we can choose how we want to snap to the beat here. So we're snapping between it. We're snapping between the transients here. Or we're snapping between zero crossings, which is going to help with mitigating clicks and pops. Or you can just have freeform, so you have the manipulation that you need. We can zoom in like so. We've got some more options here where we can crop the sample, we can auto loop, retune, we can initialize stuff, we can create a sampler track, etc. So let's auto loop. So we've got our loop now. So what we can actually do is let's snap to beat. Let's move this over a touch. It's not quite where I want it to be. There we go. Let's bring that out to here. Now let's just tidy this up a little bit. There's a little pop here, so I'm going to turn this off for now. Let's turn this off. And then we have some options here for how we can actually loop. So we can loop forward, we can reverse, we can alternate, we can play to the end on the release of the note, or no loop. So I'm going to click no loop for now. And I'm just going to re-import our original. So let's bring this back to here. I'm going to fade in and out to mitigate any pops and clicks. Just zoom in here. Okay. Now we can add our loop here. Let's bring our loop region. Let's fade that in again. So just bring that fade. So we are getting some pops a little bit. So we have this loop now. We can reverse it. We can alternate it. We can change our playback, so we can actually just play it all reversed. So and then we can actually start adding some modulation here. So let's say that we wanted to, let's sync this, add this LFO to our volume here. So LFO1 to our volume, and then we have our intensity here. And just like that, off of using this sample, we've got a completely new sound. And then we have our filter, so we can filter it. We've got our different filter types here. We can change the pitch. And then I'm just playing different notes, and that affects the pitch. So it's as simple as that. You can just drag in your own sample, and then you can start adding modulation here. You can affect the ADSR of it. You can add envelopes to it, etc. So we have classic mode, we have one-shot mode, where if you just hit the note, it actually plays through the whole cycle of the sample based on what you have selected in terms of the range of the sample. And then we have slice, which actually slices up the sample, and then depending on where it is mapped out on your keyboard, it will actually play each of these slices. So let's find the range C#1. So let's go down. And then you can record that in, you can program that as MIDI and create these chops. You can move these around so you can really finesse them. You can press play on each of these just to audition them. You can bring the cycle range further out. Like so, and then you can dial that in to taste. And finally we have record, so you can actually record in your own sample by pressing record. If you're recording some percussion or some Foley or vocals, you can just click on that and then it will record the audio in, and then you can use all of these after you have the recorded audio in and you have a few parameters so you can find the input. Depending on what your routing is, you can monitor what you're recording. You have a record start, your level, and you're good to go. So that is the quick sampler. It's pretty simple to get your head around. There's a ton that you can do here. You can really create your own kind of samples and sounds. You can add synthesis. You can add modulation using the various LFOs here. And you can really start to take these samples that you're using and make them your own. So let's move on to our second sampler, our multi-sampler. So I'm going to click stereo for this. Now, right off the bat, this looks a little bit more intimidating. There are a lot more parameters here. There's a lot more to look at. So I can press Option just to isolate each one of these parameters, or I can turn them on like so, or turn them off by just pressing on this. So we've first off got our synth. So we've got tune, we've got our filtering, we've got our filter blend between 1 and 2, then our amplitude and our panning. And then here we've got transposition, velocity offset, our mode, our unison, random detune. All of this stuff we will be really familiar with off of all of the synths that we've looked at so far. So let's go on to our mod matrix. So this is telling us where all of our modulation is routed to. So all of the stuff that we want to route, we can do here. Then we have our modulators, our envelopes. So we've got 3 envelopes and we can add as many envelopes as we want. So you can have a lot of fun with that. You can also get rid of them by clicking and pressing the minus, like so. We can add LFOs here. We can have them monophonic, polyphonic, key triggered or non-key triggered. We have fades as well. We have different shapes. And then we have the ability to sync and non-sync. And then we can also move the phase. So we can create tremolo, auto panning as well. So that is our modulators. Now let's look at our mapping. So people will be most familiar with this view with the EXS24 sampler, which was the older version of what is now the multi-sampler in Logic. So this allows you to map to different keys here, bring samples in, and actually map them to the keys themselves. And you can adjust volume panning, output, the keys, velocity, etc. So that is that. We also have groups here, and we have zones as well. And we also have our zone view here, which will be a lot more familiar here. And funnily enough, we have the sample from our sampler loaded in here. So the two samplers have communicated with each other here, and we can edit them here, we can display here, we can snap, we can preview, we can snap on and off, we can zoom in and out. So this is very, very similar to our sampler view. And we just have a few more parameters here. We can have it as one shot, reverse. We can also add flex time to it, speed it up, slow it down. So we're completely changing the sound here. So let me show you how to bring in your own samples here. So for this, I'm going to bring in multiple samples. So let's bring in some drums. Let's say we want to bring in some hi-hats. So we can just drag all of these in, and it's importing these in. And then let's look at our mapping. So from C1 to A sharp 1, we have all of these different hi-hat sounds. So this is great if you want to audition some hi-hat. So let's say that we wanted to create a hi-hat pattern here. We can go to C1. Let's bring our brush tool in. And we can just audition our hi-hats. And you could do this in the context of your drum programming here, and it's a really easy way to switch between all of your different samples. Of course, you can change the velocity as well and do all of that good stuff, but you can very quickly make decisions based off of the samples that you've pulled in. Now, this isn't something you would be able to do in the quick sampler because it only allows us to use one sample at a time. So if you wanted to achieve that, you'd have to duplicate and then add in another hi-hat sample, and then add in the third hi-hat sample, etc., and then solo between them, which would take up a lot more CPU because you're opening a ton of instances of these samplers, where we can just do this very easily and make decisions really quickly. And this is just scratching the surface of what you can do with the multi-sampler. You can also bring in melodic samples. So let's bring in an 808. So I want to bring that in and then map that to my keyboard so I can actually start making a bass line. So let's delete this. Let's keep our hats here. Just going to humanize them. And then we can add some life there. And now let's duplicate this. Let's recall our default setting. Let's go to our mapping. And let's map our 808. So I want to start at C1 here. And I want to drag this out. So I want this to cover the C1 to C2 range. So I'm going to drag this in, and then I can actually pull this out. So and because I have pitch on, that allows me to map this and change the pitch. Whereas if I turn this off, the pitch is completely the same no matter where I hit the note. So this has actually detected the root key. So it says we're on F1. So let's move this to F1. So let's just bring in a little bit of a loop here. quantize that. Very simple 808 pattern. Okay, and let's make sure this starts dead on the grid. So as simple as that, we've brought in this one-shot 808 that we had and actually made it playable on our keyboard so that we can create something melodic. We're not just tied into the note that this sample is in, the note that it's been recorded at. We don't have to move around and start to bring the audio in and then start pitch shifting it. We can just do all of this really easily. And we can even pull this in further. So let's say we want to go up to F#3. We can go all the way up and start adding in some just finesse this. And then we can start to add modulation if we really want to. We can filter it. Let's say we wanted to add an LFO here. So let's have it in mono. Let's put the phase to 180. This is going to be wild, but let's auto pan this for fun. Let's go to our mod matrix. So we've got our LFO1 and we want to route this to our volume. So that's routed to my mod wheel. Can change the shape. So we can really start to create some modulation and make this sample our own. Now, if you wanted to save this, you can just click Save As, and let's say Chris's LFO 808. Just make sure you click Save with Audio Data, and let's create a new folder. So it's going to go in my 808s folder. Let's get rid of that. LFO 808. And then I can go to my 808s folder here that I've created and then recall that as well. So that is really how you can kind of shape your own samples, bring them in, manipulate them, audition them, save them. This is really only scratching the surface, but I wanted to give you a broad overview of the sampler, and when we move into the more advanced section of this course, I'm going to show you how to create your own sampled instruments, how to really dive into this in a lot more detail. The newest addition in the most recent Logic Pro update, so we have the sample Alchemy. So we're using a lot of what we covered in the Alchemy synth earlier on, and Logic Pro has actually released a sampler that uses a lot of the features that Alchemy has to offer. Specifically, we're focusing on granular synthesis here. We do have additive and spectral as well, which we covered in Alchemy in our walkthrough there, but this is really the more hefty, bigger brother, so to speak, in terms of the capabilities granular wise, which is really exciting. So let's just pull in a sample. So I'm just going to find a melodic sample with our Apple loops. Let's bring that in. So we now have our sample loaded into sample Alchemy, and if I press a key, on the surface this is just playing through the sample, but it's actually using granular synthesis to play through the sample, and we can play around with the playback speed here. Like so, and then we can flip between multiple sources where this is going to get really exciting, and we'll move on to that in a second. But for now, I want to just walk through the different modes. So we've got our classic, our loop, so we can choose how we want this to loop. We can scrub through, which is going to give that really classic granular synthesis sound. Or we can bow through it. So it's doing the same thing, but it's reversing backwards and forwards, creating this bowing motion. And then we have this arp. So it's creating an arp, and we can play around with the rate here. And depending on the mode you're using, we have a different parameter here. So loop speed, scrub jitter, bow rate, and arp rate as well. And then we've got some simple parameters here that you will be very familiar with here. Panning, tune course pitch, and then fine tuning in sense. And then we have our filter cutoff here with our different low pass filters, band pass, high pass, comb filter, which is something we haven't discussed. And then a downsampler. So that's creating bit crushing. And then our frequency modulator. As well. So we've got a few more creative applications here with our filtering. We have our snap mode, we've got auto, off, transients, beat, and fixed. Then we've got our mod matrix here. We don't have any modulators up so far, but this will be where we can look at those. We have some more options here. We've got our ADSR here, and we can choose between our modulated envelope and our amp envelope. We have the sample, and when we have multiple samples loaded in here, we can play around with switching between those. So let's move on to our main meat here of what we want to focus on. So we have 3 different modes. We've got granular, additive, and spectral. So in granular, we have the size. And this adjusts the duration of each grain. So if we want longer, we can dial that in. If we want shorter, we get more of a kind of warbly effect. Then we have density, how many grains we want. And then we have random time, and this can randomize the timing between each of the grains. And my personal favorite, random pan, which randomizes the panning of each of these grains. This creates that really lush atmospheric feel that granular synthesis can create. So let's go back to Scrub. Let's move this over a little. Instantly, this creates an atmospheric drone that you can use as the basis to start a compositional idea, which is really cool. So let's move on to additive. So the additive synthesis adds up sine waves to generate the sound here. So you can hear this has a much more synthetic feel. So let's go to classic. So this sounds very synthetic. We're just hearing sine waves playing through the melodic idea that has been generated by this sample. And we have symmetry. And this alters the symmetry, the shape of the sine waves, by lengthening the first half of the waveform while shortening the second, or vice versa. So it creates this very interesting sound, and then we can move between odd and even harmonics. We can create pitch variation. And then the number of partials affects the tone of how bright or how low the sound feels in terms of the frequency spectrum. So the more partials, the more high fidelity the sound, the less kind of fidelity you get. And then we have some options here: partials, lock, harmonic. We've got partials, formant, and formant synth. So we've got a few different additive effects that we can play around with. So let's move on to our spectral mode here. We have spectral synthesis now, and we can also move through these different options here. So spectral synthesis in a nutshell is very similar to additive. We're using sines to stack on top of each other to mimic this sound, but we're also using noise as well, which makes it far more complex in terms of how it sounds. So we can play around with the formant. We can filter it. We can blur it, which is really interesting. Create variants. Gate it. Cloud, which adds a blooming noise to it. We can metalize it. We can metalize it, make it sound more metallic. And we can add noise and filter that noise and shape the tone of it. And finally, we have our play, motion, and trim. So play mode we've been looking at so far. Motion actually allows you to record in motion. And that actually did that without me pressing record. So you can see the erratic motion that I just did here has been recorded in. You can clear it and then you can press record. And then we can actually trim our sample like any other sampler, and we have our snap modes here. So let's talk about what makes this even more powerful. Let me just delete the motion here. We can actually add up to 4 of these little nodes here, and we can individually program these. So B could also be granular, or it could be spectral. Let's go to blur. Let's loop this. Let's go to A. Let's move A over here. I can shape the tone of this. Let's have this scrubbing through. And then C. Let's have C. Actually have all of these scrubbing. C, I would like to create spectral. Let's actually metalize it. And then we have our mixer here, so we can blend between each of these. And then we can record motion. let's clear that and do that again. I just want it to go on for 8 bars. So I can bring that down to 8, so that ends on 8. And then let's add some motion here. Make sure that ends on 8. And what once started out as this now sounds like this. And you could add reverb to it. And create this really lush, interesting atmosphere, this kind of drone. So this is really great for adding atmospheric elements to your compositions, for some cinematic pieces. If you're playing around with that kind of style, you can bring up Alchemy and really transform any sample that you bring in and create really interesting, evolving sounds. So that is Sample Alchemy. So now let's move into our different drum virtual instruments. So to start us off, let's look at UltraBeats, which allows us to program different drum sounds. There's some great kits right off the bat, and there is also a sequencer which allows you to get a little more nuanced with your drum programming. So to start off, let's have a look at the user interface. So for now, let's focus on this part of the user interface. This is the drum synthesis module. You'll be a lot more familiar with this side because we have our synthesis elements here. We've got our modulation, we've got our envelopes, we've got our filter, we've got some additional effects as well. So we'll talk about that later on, but for now, let's just look at this section here, which allows you to look at all of the different sounds that are loaded in by default and where they are mapped on your keyboard. So if we go down to C1, we've got all these different sounds that allow us to start playing in a rhythm and create a drum section. So to manipulate these in terms of volume, we can just pull this slider up and down, which represents how loud each sample is. And you can go in and drag each of these separately. As you click on each of these samples here, on each of these keys, you can see that this interface changes because the different synthesis modules are creating these different sounds here. So let's just focus on our kick for now. We can solo, we can mute, and we can pan as well. So you can go through here and really start to finesse the overall mix of all of these as well. We have a ton of presets in terms of the kits, and we also have banks here that we can scroll through and start to edit and create our own drum sequence So let's move on to our sequencer here. So we've got our sequencer that we can turn on and off. And then if we click full view, here we have our sequencer view. So we can actually start to create a drum sequence within UltraBeat itself. So as opposed to going in, creating a MIDI region, doing all of this stuff, you know, doing it all by hand, doing it all manually, what we can do is just build all of this stuff within UltraBeat itself, which is really time efficient and gets your ideas and creative juices flowing really quickly. So we can go down here where it says pattern, and we have up to 24 different sequences that we can cycle through at a time. And each of these keys corresponds to a key switch. So if we want to jump between different sequences in a live setting, or we want to record those in, we can do that as well, which we'll talk about later. So up to 9, you can see there's this SQ here, which stands for sequence. That means that up to 9 sequences are already pre-programmed here. And you can see as I cycle through these with this, the sequences actually change in our sequence view. So to actually hear these, we can just press play. And then we can just press stop to stop the sequence. We also have a dial for the amount of swing that we want, that we can change depending on the different sequences that we select. So we have a few options on how we can actually start creating our own sequence. So we can either just go down to one of these keys here that don't have a sequence stored, or you can just right click and press clear, and then you have a clear sequence. When you press play, this is scrolling through, but obviously there's nothing being played because we haven't put anything in the sequencer. So there are a few little tricks here to get you going with creating some drum sequences. So if you right click, you can add a note on every downbeat or on every upbeat. So let's say we wanted a 4 on the floor kick, we can just add that to every downbeat. And if we wanted a open hi-hat on every upbeat, we could have that too. So we can just kind of start that as our foundational groove. I don't want to do that for now, so we'll leave that. And you can also just press play and then just start to add random notes in your sequencer. And there you go. In a matter of seconds, we've got this interesting drum groove that we have just kind of guessed our way into. Now, of course, you can be a lot more intentional with it, but just for demonstration purposes, that's how easy it can be to actually just start getting a drum groove going with the sequencer. So to add notes as well, we can also just click on the corresponding notes here, and you'll see that it brings the note here. We can click on and off. So if we click once, it will add it. If we click it again, it will remove the note. So it's very easy for you to really quickly change and try out different sequences. So when you click on each of these different sounds here, you can see that the velocity comes up here. So we can bring the velocity up and down like so. There is also the ability to change the gate as well. So if you drag across, for some sounds, you will get a longer decay for the sound itself. So the decay of it will either be shorter or longer depending on how you drag this across. So the easiest way will be for me to show you this with the bass here. So we have a bass sound that comes with each of these kits. So we can start to create a slightly different rhythm. So let's elongate it here. So that's not working because the bass sound that we have available has a short decay by default. So let's find something else here. Let's maybe make the kick shorter. So let's get rid of these. See if we can make this kick here. Put a kick here just for demonstration, and then let's make that short. So we've got a shorter decay, so it's tighter. So you can play around with the gate like so as well. So let's say that you want to drag in the sequence that you have created into your arrangement window. So it's as simple as just toggling to here where it says drag to arrange window, and then you can simply drag this here and we have the MIDI. So we can view this, we can play around with the velocity if we want to, and let's say that we wanted to change to this sequence, we can then drag that sequence in here. Now if I press play, we're actually going to get the MIDI data within here playing and UltraBeats sequencer playing. So if you want to now move into this workflow here with the arrange window, just turn the sequencer off so that you're just getting the sound here. And then you can kind of arrange this to taste and do some further manipulation there. So let's just quickly touch on the pattern mode here. So earlier on we spoke about how you can actually trigger each of these sequences using your MIDI controller. So in order to do that, you need to just click on pattern mode, and there are a few different modes for the pattern mode itself. So we've got one shot, sustain, toggle, and toggle on step 1. So toggling will just allow you to press the corresponding key, and then during the sequence, it will just randomly change when you press it. So instantly the pattern will change as soon as you press the corresponding key. So let's show that now. So we need to go to C-1. So let's get rid of our MIDI. Let's turn our sequencer on. So it's instantly changing when I just press the corresponding note. So let's say that you wanted it to actually play the duration of it and then change on the 1. You just click to toggle on step 1. So we can press this, and then I've already pressed the next sequence. but it's going to wait until we get to step 1 for it to change. So that would be a lot more natural in terms of live performance. And then we have sustain, so it will only play for as long as I hold the note down. And then it will start on 1 again as soon as I press the note again. And then we have one-shot trigger, so I can just press the note once and it will play it for the duration of the sequence. So I'm just pressing different keys to generate the different sequences. But when I get to the end of this sequence, it will just stop. But you can keep this re-triggering as you press different notes. And so on and so forth. So that is how you can use the pattern mode. This could be useful in a live situation, and it can also be useful for you to just kind of try and test things out very quickly before committing to anything. So a few little extra things here with our sequencer mode. So we've got our length, so we can get up to 32 measures here, and then we have got our resolution, so we can play around with the subdivisions. So if you're working in 3/4, 6/8, you can play around with that. And we've got by default 16th notes, or we can do 8th notes, and you can see how the grid changes to accommodate that. And then we can just toggle between our sequencer and our synthesizer view. So we have 3 capabilities here with UltraBeat. We've got a sequencer, we've got a synthesizer, and we also have a sampler. So I want to show you how to use this as a sampler specifically for drums. So if we go to drum kits, drag and drop samples, this has now cleared all of our samples. So if I press any note here, we've got no sound because we've got nothing generating the sound. Our synth is turned off completely, so we can actually create a sound from scratch, which we'll talk about later. But for now, let's just drag some samples in here. So let's just see what I've got in my external samples here. Just find some drums here, knocking drums. Bring that in and drag that in here. You can see the samples loaded now. Let's bring in a clap. Just click on sample 2. Bring that in. Let's add a hi-hat. Then let's add an open hi-hat. Let's try this one. Let's add some percussion. Let's add this one. Then let's add this. Let's maybe add a snare. And then let's add an 808. Okay. So now we've got, let's bring this down. So we've got all of these samples that we have picked from external sample libraries, free sample libraries, you know, anywhere that you want to go to get your samples. You can just drag these in. You can start to manipulate these. You can reverse these. So let's now use our sequencer to create a drum beat. So and I can drag across here to add my hi-hats. Let's bring the velocity down a little bit here. Just a touch. Pan this a little bit, let's bring the volume down. Bring these down a touch. Let's maybe add a roll here. So that is actually changing everything to a 32nd note. So let's leave that to 16th note. And then let's add our 808. Now here's where we can bring our gate across. Bring that even more. And then we can label these as well, so we know what these are. And then we can drag this in here, turn our sequencer off, and then we can start to finesse this as well. Can repeat this. Maybe add some hi-hat stutters. Let's not overcook this. And then we've got this sequence that has taken a really short period of time. And of course we can go back to our sequencer here. We can start adding some more samples, we can start adding effects, and we can really start to flesh this out and layer our drums as well. So a final little thing that I wanted to show you here while we are working with this beat is, let's say that we wanted to choke this open hi-hat here. This open hi-hat so we can just choke it like this, but if we want it to sound more realistic, like a drummer is playing it, we can actually choke this, so we can let the relationship between these two hats work together so that when this hit comes in, it actually chokes that. So it's very, very simple to do. All you need to do here is go to here, group, and then just pick the group that you want. Let's just use group 1, and then let's pick group 1. Now these are actually both grouped together, so what we get is this. So I could even pull out the gate even more. and we're still getting that choked sound. Whereas if we turn that off, in this instance, this actually lends itself nicely to the beat, so I prefer it having a longer tail. So you can play around with that. Also, I just wanted to touch on if you are having issues with the overall release of each sample, as opposed to having to go through here and actually pull out the gate, what you can do is just drag out the release. With these particular samples, it being hip hop based, the release is a lot shorter in general. These are quite short release samples in general, but if you do have some different drum samples that have a longer release and you're not getting that release and you feel, oh, I have to go through each individual gate and drag that out, if you just pull the release out, it will actually make sure that the whole duration of the sample is being played on every note. So we've covered our sampler and our sequencer. Let's move into the drum synthesizer itself. So we have the sampler here, which we can reverse. We can also play around with the maximum and minimum here, which relates to the velocity as well. And it's also where you can actually just trigger the start point of the sample itself. We can turn this on and off. We also have our velocity slider here, which brings the overall volume of the sample up and down, but we also have some modulation happening with the velocity, which is triggering the volume itself. So here we can control the pitch of our sample. Let's just solo our kick for now. We can bring the volume up. Now you can't hear that as well because, like I said, we've got some inbuilt velocity processing happening here. And then we have this little screw here that allows us to run this sample into our filter. So this isn't going to run into the filter until we see this red arrow. So here is our filter. We've got our cutoff. We've got our different filter types here. Let's make this a little larger. We've got our low pass, high pass, band reject, and then we have the slope, the intensity of each of these. So let's do a low pass here. We've got our drive module, so we have bit crushing and distortion. And to turn our filter on and off, we can just click on each of these modules to turn them on and off. We've got our resonance. And we can also make sure that our noise generator and our oscillator here runs through the filter or not by just clicking on these. So we've got our noise oscillator, we've got some different filtering here that we can turn on and off. We can shape the tone of the noise, we can add resonance to the noise. We can shape the volume of the noise as well. And then we've also got our oscillator here. So this is actually generating the sequence with this sine wave. Let's turn that off for now. And what we can do here is play around with the slope of our oscillator, the wave type, so we can make it a square by adding saturation. We've got frequency modulation here that we can play around with, and we've got sidechain, so we can sidechain our signal as well. So this is creating a different view for now. We don't need to worry about that. Let's go back to our voices so we can scroll between each of these. It's worth mentioning as well that with the FM synthesis module here, that the sample is actually what's being manipulated here. So we're blending the two together. Let's bring this down. So we can play around with each of those and blend these in together. Now we have the first oscillator here, but we're actually just choosing to use the sample here. So we've got a couple of different options here. So if we wanted to just strictly use synthesis, we could pair these two oscillators together and then shape the type of oscillator with the asymmetry, saturation, and slope. It's worth just mentioning, just coming back to our filter here, that this arrow here determines whether the sample is hitting distortion first and then going into the filter, or it's hitting the filter first and then going into the distortion. So that would create a different tone overall and characteristic with the sample itself. So then we just have our volume for our extra oscillator, our volume for our noise, and then we have our LFO up here. We've got two LFOs here. Both of them can be free or synced. We've got our shape, we've got our rate, and we've got our decay and attack. And then we've got our cycle knob, which we can rotate to set the number of times the LFO waveform actually repeats. So let's move on to our snare for a little bit more of a demonstration. Let me just play around with shaping the tone of it and adding a few little synthesized elements to it. So I just want to showcase the EQ here. So we've got a 2-band EQ, and we can either have a shelf like so, and we can drag it through, or we can make it more of a bell, and then we can dial in the Q of it, how sharp or narrow it is, and boost or cut like so. And then we can slide through the frequency range as well. So as opposed to just using the cut off to do a kind of broader boost or cut, we can boost and cut and shape the tone like so. Can also spread it out. So we can spread out the high frequencies or the low frequencies. Just want to take off so you can shape the tone over here and then we have the voice, volume here, and velocity, etc. So at this point, the last few things that I want to cover are the modeling synth here, so the modeling oscillator rather, and here you will notice that this looks a little similar to what we have in Sculpture. So let me zoom in here. So we have material, stiffness, and inner loss. So here we can move around and we get different material sound. So let's use this new empty sample here, and let's go to model, and you can see here that you can move around and create different tone. You've got two types of exciters here. You've got resolution like Sculpture, you've got the pitch, and all of the same parameters that Sculpture has in terms of the material XY square that you can play around with. So we've got our pluck, we've got kind of more of a wooden marimba-y sound, we've got a muted kind of pluck, bell tone, this kind of metallic, bit crushed sound, and a bell tone. So let's just add something rhythmic here and melodic. Let's go back here and actually change the pitch. And then let's go back here. Let's mute this for now. Let's bring this down a little bit. Let's maybe So that's not something that I think suits this particular beat itself, but I just wanted to demonstrate how you can create some sounds using the model oscillator here. So that is essentially it. When we want to add modulation, we can click on all of these blue zones here and our controls as well. We can click on these green parts here, and we can turn everything off with ease, and it's pretty intuitive in terms of the user interface in that sense. So the final thing that we have to talk about here is our sidechain. What I'm going to do here is actually bring in an audio sample. So let's find something from our Apple loops here. Let's find a drum. Let's just bring that in. And then maybe bring this in as well. And what you can do is click the side chain here, find the audio. So you'll remember this from our vocoder tutorial. And then what you can actually do, so I'm going to mute this because we don't need the audio here. I can go to the sequencer, and then I can actually just start to hit in notes. And what you're going to hear, so let's just solo this so that we're not hearing the rest of our sequence. We're actually creating our own chopped rhythm from this loop. Now that doesn't sound too pleasing here, so let's get rid of that and find something else. And let's bring in this synth loop. So we're not just limited to drums here, we can bring in melodic loops and we can chop them up. Now, of course, we need to make sure that this actually works with the key. We'd have to do some pitch shifting here prior to this, but this is a really, really cool feature that is often overlooked within UltraBeat. So let's say that we actually want to add some more samples, but we don't have any external samples. We just want to kind of use what's on offer with UltraBeat itself. So we can actually bring in and import sounds from our UltraBeat VST itself. So we can go to drum kits. Let's say we want classic UK hip hop. We now have all of these sounds that we can choose from. And then we can just drag this in. So we've got our high conga here, and then we can bring that into our sequencer. It's as simple as that. And then we can just bring this up and down to view, and then I can just add that in. Let's mute that. And it's as simple as that. I can just go in and pull things. I can actually go to banks as well. So as opposed to just our kits, we can have drum banks. So we've got hi-hat banks, effects banks, kick banks, percussion, snare. So let's say I just wanted to listen to all these effects. I can bring that in. Let's get rid of this pluck. And then go back to our snare. And it's really easy and quick to navigate and start importing more sounds. And there's so many great sounds on offer here. You don't need to necessarily have to go out and buy extra samples. You can just use what's on offer and start to manipulate it. And with time and experience, you'll be able to create some really great sounding drums. So the final thing that I want to talk about here is UltraBeats step mode. So we've been in voices. We also have step mode that allows us to do some really interesting things here. So let's have a look at our hats. We've got this pattern going on here. And all of these orange gold outlines here allow us to make a step sequence that creates automation. So the steps actually affect each of these parameters, so we can choose what we want to affect. So let's say, for instance, that we wanted to change the pitch of some of these notes. I can click on the step that I want to affect, and then I can bring the pitch up or down. And then maybe bring this up. And you can do this for all of these parameters here. So if we wanted to affect the filtering of the hi-hat loop, let's just turn our filter on. Let's make it a high pass filter. Let's say that we wanted the high pass filter to engage at the end of this, so we can kind of draw this in, bring that down. Or we could go the opposite way. This isn't engaging, so let's have a look at what's going wrong here. Let's move over here. Let's turn our distortion off. Let's maybe do a low pass. Let's go back to steps. So resonance is working here. We may just be having a glitch. So you can essentially kind of create all of these different automatable effects here and really create variation and nuance within all of the sounds that you have available. You can also do this with pitch. So let's say that we wanted to change the pitch of our 808 on the second note. So this is a lot more complex. There's more nuance in what's happening here. And I personally find this most useful with pitch. So like what we did earlier on, where we played around with the pitch of each of these. You can right click and you can clear, so that, you know, if things are getting a little too messy, you can just start from fresh. So that is essentially everything you need to know when it comes to using UltraBeat. So one final thing here, once you have finished composing your sequence, you're feeling good about how your drums are sounding, you may want to move into having a multi-output setup so that you can actually mix each of these individually and add effects onto each one of these sounds. So if we start adding effects now, it's going to affect the whole drum group as a whole, which is something that you may not want. So for this demo, I'm not going to actually pull in every single one. Let's just pull in our kick, clap, hats and open hi-hat for now. So first of all, what you're going to need to do is actually change stereo on UltraBeat to multi-output. Now this isn't going to affect anything. It's not going to reload the whole thing. Everything is as it was. We've got all of our sequence saved. And
okay, I actually need to pause you right there because unfortunately YouTube has a 12-hour upload limit. So what you need to do now is hop on over to our website and keep watching there. You don't need to enter your email address or anything like that. You can simply click over and start watching. Then if you do want to save your progress and stay in the loop about new free courses, you do have the option of creating a free user account. We have a bunch of other in-depth courses over there as well on EQ, compression and reverb, along with replays from all of our virtual events, which are full mixes and masters, and you can watch everything come together in real time. So if you want to keep watching, you can just go to mastering.com and click free courses, or click the link in the bio and it will take you straight there. Okay, see you over there.